All right, hello and welcome back to the official Certcop Kali Linux pen testing series. We're going to do an introduction to pen testing, or penetration testing as it's more commonly known. And this is our table of contents, or our outline. We're going to cover what is penetration testing exactly, why would companies want to conduct penetration testing. We're also going to look at the different security training exercises. We'll look at penetration testing methodologies. We'll look at how to plan for penetration testing and some of the legal considerations for it. Depending on where you are in the world, you may have different sets of rules for pen testing. We'll also look at the different types of penetration tests, and we'll cover some of the testing objectives as well as review questions at the end of the presentation. So penetration testing. So hackers are breaking into systems for profit. Before, it was about intellectual curiosity, pursuit of knowledge, and the thrill. And now hacking is big business, according to Kevin Mitnick, who you might know from some of the great exploits in the 80s and 90s. At a very young age, he was known to have hacking skills, and he's since reinvented himself as an ethical hacker. Works for a company called KnowBe4, but written several books on hacking. He's probably the most famous hacker, at least of this particular time frame. So some people are hacking for the curiosity, on the thrill of getting into a system. And now, of course, there's a lot of money to be made into it, especially with cybercrime. So what is penetration testing? Well, according to NIST Special Publication 800-53, penetration testing is a specialized type of assessment conducted on information systems or individual system components to identify vulnerabilities that could be exploited by adversaries. Such testing can either be used to validate vulnerabilities or determine the degree of resistance organizational information systems have to adversaries, with a set of specified constraints, such as time, resources, and or skills. So what does that tell you? Given enough time, given enough resources, any system is vulnerable to an attacker. So penetration testing can be done to try and figure out what weaknesses you have or what vulnerabilities you might have that you want to make sure that attackers cannot be able to exploit. So it gets you into the mindset of the attacker. So some case studies here. So a British student who breached security at Facebook, it's been a couple of years now, he was sentenced to 8 months in jail, despite arguing that his intentions were not malicious. So Judge Alistair McCreath, however, was not sympathetic to the argument that this individual Magnum was attempting to uncover security holes. This was not a bit of harmless experimentation. You access the very heart of a system of an international business of a massive size. So international meaning that it covered multiple legal jurisdictions potentially. So this was not just fiddling about in business records of some tiny business of no great importance. You required a great deal of sensitive and confidential information you were not entitled to. So potentially this could have been disastrous for the company, none other than Facebook. So of course, fast forward to today, and we have things like the General Data Protection Act, we have the Electronic Consumer Privacy Act, we have many other governing bodies, we have regulatory compliance frameworks. So the main thing to keep in mind here is if you're going to go after a target or a company, you want to make sure that you have permission. You want to make sure that you have authorization, because you can get in trouble, much as this person did here. So why pen testing? Well, penetration testing attempts to duplicate actions that adversaries take in carrying out hostile cyber attacks against organizations. And it can provide a more in-depth analysis of security deficiencies, besides just vulnerability testing alone. You can do penetration testing on hardware, software, firmware, many different components of an information system. And you can look at it both from a physical security perspective and a technical security perspective as well. So let's first define security training exercise. So in this case, this comes from the CNSI 4009 series. A group responsible for defending an enterprise use of information systems by maintaining its posture against a group of mock attackers. So the red team, we have a group of people that are authorized and organized to emulate an adversary's attack or exploitation capabilities against an enterprise's security posture. The red team's objective is to improve enterprise cybersecurity by demonstrating the impacts of successful attacks and by demonstrating what works for the defenders, such as the blue team, in an operational environment. This is also known as the cyber red team. Now, what is the CNSS? This is the Committee on National Security Systems. They provide a forum for the discussion of policy issues and are responsible for setting national level cybersecurity policies, directives, instructions, operational procedures, guidance, and advisories for the U.S. government departments, as well as agencies that work with national security systems through the CNSS issuance system. So let's talk about the penetration testing methodology. So there are different ways to go after a system based on either the full knowledge of the system, or we have pre-test identification of potential vulnerabilities. And we design tests to exploit those particular vulnerabilities. This is designed to be more of a white box testing environment. According to NIST 800-15, you have the planning phase, you have the discovery, and the attack phase, which feeds back into the reporting phase. This is from the NIST 800-115 series. So planning for a penetration test. So an organization will employ an independent penetration testing agent or a penetration testing team to perform pen testing on the system or components. The idea is that the pen testers will be impartial and they're free from any perceived or actual conflicts of interest with regard to development, operation, or management of those systems that are the targets of the penetration testing. So it's ideally, you most likely won't have this expertise in-house and may have to outsource. The organization employs assignment to simulate attempts by adversaries to compromise organizational information systems in accordance with their own rules of engagement. There are some legal considerations with respect to penetration tests and red teams. There are certain contractual agreements. Of course, this is a legally enforceable agreement signed by authorized individuals from both parties. These agreements will outline each person's obligation in the process and will impose terms and conditions on the pen testing. U.S. export laws also prohibit the exporting of certain goods and services to other countries. An organization will still need to comply with sanctions rules and things like anti-money laundering, amongst other restrictions. And of course, we know U.S. export laws cover other things like encryption and arms control and many other things like that. So, of course, then we have the topic of non-disclosure agreements, or NDAs. These are confidentiality agreements. They protect the organization's competitive advantage by protecting its proprietary information and intellectual property. Contracting entity will have a sworn duty to ensure that any vulnerabilities discovered during a pen test is not used or disclosed inappropriately by the vendor or the contractor. So the main thing to remember is that you disclose any vulnerabilities that are found during the pen test responsibly. Don't tell the world. There's a right way to do this. You also may even need security clearances to be able to conduct the penetration test, or at the very least, the national background check. So there are some other legal considerations like a master service agreement. Now this is an overreaching contract that's entered into between two or more parties. This governs the period of future engagements and includes things like payment terms, any warranties, intellectual property ownership, due to a proper way to resolve disputes, as well as the allocation of risks, and usually an indemnification clause. Then we have the statement of work, which is the formal document which outlines the project-specific work to be executed via vendor. These may be included in the master service agreement. The statement of work may include the scope, location of work, periods, any deliverables that are required, any industry standards, as well as any special requirements and payment schedule. So then we have the rules of engagement. You can think of this like a borrowed military term because that's exactly what it is. All parties have to agree to the rules of engagement before commencing any penetration testing scenarios. Organizations will correlate the pen testing rules of engagement with the tools, techniques, and procedures, or TTPs, that are anticipated to be employed by adversaries carrying out the attacks. Additionally, organizational risk assessments will guide decisions based on the level of autonomy or independence required for personnel conducting penetration testing. So to put this in other words, the rules of engagement may be dependent upon production systems. It may also be dependent upon the risk appetite of the organization, how much risk they're willing to assume to their production equipment or their applications. Because most organizations care about downtime. How are the rules of engagement going to impact their employees, their production systems, and things like that? The rules of engagement will typically have the following. They'll have an introduction, a purpose, a scope, any assumptions, any limitations. Are there any logistics for the testing personnel or the test site? And there needs to be a communication strategy. The communication strategy applies to general communication, which discusses the frequency of and methods of communication. For example, identify the meeting schedule, locations, and conference call information if appropriate. Then you have the incident handling and response process. This section is critical in the rules of engagement because in the event an incident occurs on the network while testing is in progress, criteria for halting the information security testing should be provided, as well as details on the test team's course of action in the event that a test procedure negatively impacts the network or an adversary attacks the organization while the testing is underway. The organization's incident response call tree / chain of command should be provided in a quick reference format. The process for reinstating the test team and resuming testing should also be provided. Then we have number 4, the target system and or network. This identifies the systems and or networks to be tested throughout the information security testing process. Information should include authorized and unauthorized IP addresses or other distinguishing identifiers if appropriate for the systems, servers, workstations, firewalls, etc. Operating systems and any applications to be tested. This should also include any system that is not authorized for testing. This could be called something like the exclude list. Then you have the testing execution. This is specific to the testing type and scope, which should detail what is allowed and what is disallowed, and also a description of the information security testing methodology. If necessary, you might have a separate plan that could be developed that complements the rules of engagement as an appendix or a separate document. Then you have the data handling component. So this is the guidelines for gathering, storing, transmitting, and destroying test data, and establishes detailed, unambiguous requirements for data handling. So keep in mind that any data that's going to be generated during this information security test will identify vulnerabilities that an adversary can exploit and should be considered sensitive. And then we have the reporting phase. These are details and reporting requirements and the report deliverables that are expected to be provided throughout the testing process and its conclusion. Minimum information to be provided in each report, such as vulnerabilities and expected mitigation techniques, as well as the frequency with which the reports will be delivered, such as daily status reports, should also be included. The template may be provided as an appendix to the rules of engagement to demonstrate specific formatting and content. Then there is lastly the signature page. So the accountable party or the person that is responsible such as the CISO, the CIO, or the CSO, should sign the rules of engagement stating that they understand the test scope and boundaries. So now let's talk about some of the different types of penetration tests. First, you have black box testing. This is essentially going in blind. This is where there's no confidential information given to the security consultant except what's outlined within the scope and the rules of engagement. So this is from the perspective of an attacker, not from the perspective of an insider. Then you have the white box testing, which is where the consultant is given complete knowledge to the organization, complete access to any information they might need for the test. So white box testing could be things like source code. This could be usernames and passwords, network diagrams, things of that nature. With gray box testing, you get some information, but not complete information. White box techniques will tend to be more efficient and cost effective for finding security defects, especially with customized applications versus black box testing. Many tests will use both, and this is known as gray box testing. So there are some different testing objectives to be aware of as well. Penetration tests or engagements can be goal-based or objective-based to identify security shortcomings. There could be many different objectives for why you might want to test out your network to see where your weaknesses lie. You could also do pen tests based on compliance reasons, such as if you're dealing with healthcare data, such as PHI, and you have to comply with HIPAA regulations, or maybe you have to comply with payment card industry, data security standard, compliance-based regulations. And lastly, you might just have testing out your red team. So let's talk about the individual examples here. So goal-based, this type of penetration testing attempts to evaluate the security by conducting a simulated cyber attack, as if it were actually occurring. So the objectives must be clearly defined, and they can assess people, processes, and technology. This could be what is the likelihood of an attacker getting root level access to a web server. These objectives will help the organization learn about the various assets. Then you have compliance-based, like PCI DSS, which requires that a penetration test which validates the scope and effectiveness of segmentation controls to be done every 6 months or after any changes to those controls. So we're talking about segmenting the network with PCI DSS. HIPAA does not require a penetration test or even a vulnerability scan, but it does require a risk analysis, which effectively requires an organization to test out their security control. So two of the most important ways of doing that are vulnerability scanning and penetration testing. So it's kind of an implied task. And thirdly, you have the FISMA Act for Federal Government Information Systems, which requires penetration testing to demonstrate compliance with NIST Special Publication 800-53 and to be able to obtain a FISMA certification. So now we have a case study. So the Bank of Jumanji is a multinational financial conglomerate with branches in the US and branches in the Netherlands and Canada. Recently, the bank has come under attacks from cybercriminals and has lost over 400,000 records in a recent attack. Is a penetration test recommended? And what will be the perceived benefits of conducting a penetration test? So now we have some review questions. So Mark is defining the scope of a penetration testing engagement to assess the vulnerability of his organization's branch office in Seattle, Washington. The organization will provide basic network information and is desired to see how much more information Mark can discover on his own. What type of test is best recommended to achieve this objective? In this case, this question describes a black box test. They don't give him very much information at all and want to see how much information he can discover on his own. So the correct answer to this would be A. Now let's look at number 2. Junior is entering into an engagement with Pentester LLP and is desirous of protecting his organization's proprietary information and intellectual property. Which legal document best achieves this objective? So we're talking about intellectual property. We're talking about, of course, the non-disclosure agreement. Number 3, when conducting a penetration test, which of the following documents will outline the requirement to visit different sites? In this question, the best answer is statement of work. The statement of work will identify the requirement to visit different sites. Let's go to question number 4. QGH is a defense contractor of software applications and requires a penetration test to be conducted. QGH requires the contractor has security clearance before conducting the penetration test. Which of the following is the most justified explanation for this requirement? So in this case, we have the government restriction. Let's look at number 5. ABH LLP has engaged your services as a penetration tester. The bank currently processes online credit card payments for healthcare facilities throughout the world. What type of penetration test do you believe the bank is requesting? Because it says they are a bank and they also process credit card payments, most likely they're going to have to comply with HIPAA as well as the payment card industry, PCI DSS. So the correct answer would be D. So number 6, during a penetration testing exercise, James accidentally gains access to a segment of the network that's classified. The SIM of the organization triggered off an alarm, and it's now apparent the incident had taken place on the network. Which document should James and the organization consult to address this issue? That would be the rules of engagement. Or B. Let's do number 7. You're conducting a penetration test engagement for a client. The rules of engagement clearly defines that you should be accessing the network 172.16.0.0/16. During the executing of the engagement, you were also asked to add the network 196.168.100.0/24, which is used by the wireless network. Which of the following best explains the situation given? In this case, it would be scope creep, because they're adding extra things after the current rules of engagement. Number 8, you're conducting a penetration test engagement which requires you to have validated authentication and other information which grants you intimate knowledge of the networking environment. Which of the testing are you likely to be conducting? And that is white box testing, because you're given intimate knowledge of the network from the perspective of an insider. Number 9, you're conducting a penetration test when the blue team identifies your scans and sets a rule on the IPS to block all traffic to the network from your IP address. Which of the following would be a best response to the situation? Best practice would be to rescan the network using IPS evading techniques and continue the engagement, because you want to provide the best solution. Just don't take the first blocked IP, because you can clearly obtain another IP address and move on. Number 10, which of the following stakeholders are involved during a penetration testing engagement? And of course, your stakeholders are usually your executive management, because they are the ones that are in charge. They are the ones that are in control of the decision to accept the risk or not. So that is the end of our introduction to penetration testing, and we will see you in the next module. Hello and welcome to the official Certcop Kali Linux Certified Pentester course. This is the Chapter 1, Intro to Kali Linux. We're going to talk about many different topics here. This is our table of contents or our outline. We're going to get into what is Linux. We'll look at Windows versus the Linux operating system. We'll look at different components of Linux operating systems. We'll look at what exactly is a Linux distro. We'll look at the ethical hacking distribution of Kali Linux. We'll look at some of the different features and how to choose the right version and download of Kali Linux. We'll also get into the installation of Kali Linux, whether it's a physical installation on a hard drive or a virtual installation in VirtualBox software. So this is the chapter flow. So what is Linux? We're in the first part here. Then we'll get into the differences between Windows and Linux as a whole, and why you should choose Kali Linux, and then how to download and install it. So what is Linux? Just like Windows XP, Windows 7, Windows 8, Microsoft Windows 10, and even Mac OS X, Linux is an operating system. It's just all of the software that runs on top of your hardware. Linux functions much like other operating systems, that it has a toolbar and taskbars and can run programs, but it's a different underlying architecture. Linux has been around since the 90s and has since been modified, redistributed, retooled, and released to where it runs on many devices, including your phones, your car, refrigerators, Roku devices, streaming devices. It also powers most of the internet. Most people don't know that every time you watch Netflix, you're using Linux-based servers, most likely in the cloud. Linux runs many of the great supercomputers that are making scientific breakthroughs, and also the world stock exchanges. It's truly an open source operating system. So how does Windows differ from Linux? Well, Linux is a completely open source project. Linux has various distributions which are highly customizable by the user to suit their needs. So you can have Linux that runs on really old hardware or really high performing hardware. Linux is also licensed under the GNU General Public License, so it's free and redistributable as long as it conforms with the terms of the GPL. Now, it is generally considered to be more secure than Windows, as its operating system and components are not as susceptible to attacks. It's not that there's not security considerations, but there's just less malware written for Linux. Linux also supports a wide variety of free software. And other benefits to Linux is that the software and the operating system code based, because it's open source, it's largely reviewed and vulnerabilities are quickly found and tested amongst a buzzing community of developers, security practitioners, and industry professionals. Contrasted with Microsoft Windows, Windows is a closed source software. It's Microsoft proprietary. You either have to purchase a license, and they have limited distributions. They went from, in the last iteration of Windows 10, they went down from 5 to 3 different variations of Windows. And it cannot be customized easily, although Windows can do some functionality with respect to Linux. Windows also requires a license key from Microsoft. And because Windows is the de facto standard as far as desktop operating systems, it has become a much bigger target of malware developers because of how easy it is to write malware to get a reverse shell from that operating system. Windows is also very popular amongst gamers. For example, Valve's Steam platform runs on top of Windows. Although it does run on Linux, there are just less games available for it, so it's often a target, a more popular choice with respect to the gaming industry. So let's talk about some of the components of the Linux OS. We first have the bootloader. This is the software that manages the boot process of your computer. This tells the computer what operating system to boot. Then we have the kernel. The kernel is the core of the system and manages the CPU, the memory, and any peripherals that are connected. The kernel is essentially the lowest level of the operating system. Then you have the daemons or daemons. These are background services, things like printer daemons, web servers, scheduling daemons, anything that starts up during boot or once you log into the desktop. And then you have the shell. This is the command process that allows you to control the computer via the commands typed into the text interface. This is similar to a command prompt on Windows, but it's called a terminal in most Linux distributions. Then you have the desktop environment. There are many different desktop environments to interact with. Some of these are Unity, GNOME, Cinnamon, KDE, and many others. So just like Windows and Mac, Linux offers thousands upon thousands of high-quality software titles that can easily be found and installed from various other app stores or repositories. So Linux has many different versions to suit the different needs. So whether you're a hardcore user to a new person, you'll find a flavor of Linux that matches your needs. These are called distributions, or in the short term, distro. Nearly every version of Linux can be downloaded for free and burned onto a disk. Some of the prominent Linux distros are listed below. We have Arch Linux, Debian, Mint, SUSE. Of course, Red Hat is a commercial version of Linux that does require licensing for the technical support. There's CentOS, Ubuntu, and even lightweight distributions of Ubuntu. So what is Kali Linux? Kali Linux was released back on March 2013 as a ground-up rebuild of the old Backtrack Linux, which is completely Debian-based. What does that mean? It had Debian-based OS standards, and it's aimed at more advanced penetration testing and security auditing. So it's Debian-based, much like other distros like Ubuntu. And as we get into the package management, we'll see how that is important for us to understand. So Kali Linux is also specifically tailored to the needs of penetration testing professionals, and therefore all the documentation assumes that you have some familiarity with the Linux operating system in general. So some of the key features of Kali Linux are that it's free software, completely free of charge. It has an open source Git tree, which this means that the software updates are delivered via open source and anybody can look at the original source code. It also has wide-ranging wireless device support. So in the past, Linux distributions have had problems supporting certain types of wireless interfaces and wireless network cards. That has largely been a thing of the past. Recently, it also has what is known as GPG signed packages and repositories. This is the GNU Privacy Guard, which is a PGP, pretty good privacy-based encryption system, which means that all the packages and repositories are signed by the developer, and the packages that are inside of them will be signed as well. So Kali Linux does have multi-language support, although many of the tools tend to be written in English. There are more than 400 pen testing tools listed in the operating system. You can see here the Kali Linux website. You can look at the latest and greatest news. If you want to look at the documentation, you can see introduction, installation. There's lots of different options. If you go to the tools that are inside of Kali, there are many different tools that are out there, and Kali Linux regularly updates the tools, and they sort them by various different functionality. So if they're a tool built for information gathering or vulnerability analysis, they're sorted into those categories. Then you have some tools that are specifically for wireless attacks. Other tools might be for forensics, password cracking, spoofing, and even reverse engineering. So what's different about Kali Linux? Well, it's specifically geared to meet the requirements of professional penetration testing and security auditing. So because of the nature of security audits, Kali Linux is usually designed to be used in a single root user scenario. And many of the network services are disabled by default in order to provide a more secure system by which to do security audits. Kali Linux has a custom kernel, which is also patched for wireless injection. And there are many flavors of Kali, which some are more minimalistic and have a trusted set of repositories. So the main goal is maintaining the integrity of the software and the system that's installed as a whole, and starting from a known secure baseline is particularly important to security professionals. So how do we download Kali Linux? Well, the only official source of downloading Kali ISO images are from the download section of kali.org. So if you click on if you go back to Kali's homepage and you go to the download section, you can see a lot of different options here, from native installers to live distributions to over-the-network installers, and then even the virtualized solutions down here. There's also some weekly builds or some experimental builds that are included in this page as well. So depending on your hardware, you can download the flavor of Kali Linux to support your needs. Most of the images will be either 32 or 64-bit, suitable for most CPUs, although most computers these days are becoming 64-bit because of the ability of 64-bit operating systems to handle more than 4 gigabytes of memory. There are some versions of Kali that can be installed on smartphones, Chromebooks, or other devices having an ARM processor. So you have to use the ARM images if you're installing on that particular hardware. So first of all, we can look at some things to verify integrity. So when we download our Kali ISO, we want to make sure that we download a copy that has not been tampered with. We can see here, using the SHA-256-SUM utility, we can validate that information. Now, this could be done a couple of different ways. Once you download your ISO, it's important to check and make sure that the sum matches what is on the website. So in my case here, I'm going to scroll back up and I'm going to go get the 64-bit installer, and I'm going to highlight this SHA-256-SUM. And I'm going to go ahead and download this to make sure I have the latest and greatest version. I'm going to put it on my D drive. I'm going to make a new folder called Kali ISO. I'm going to open that folder and I'm going to click Save. And so that'll take a little while to download. It's a little bit less than 4 gigabytes, so depending on your internet connection, you'll have a quick download or a longer download. You want to make sure that you have, if you're putting it on a thumb drive to install, that you have at least 4 gigabytes of space on there. Ideally 8 gigabytes is better because you may need more room for other things. Alright, now that we've got our ISO downloaded, I'm going to go ahead and open up a command prompt in Windows, which I already happen to have a version of Linux installed on here, so I can verify my SHA-256-SUM to make sure my hash is good. Of course, this is going to be different. If you're doing this on Linux, you can just type in the command SHA-256-SUM and then the file name, and you'll be good to go. We can see here we do the ls command, and we can see that we have our Kali Linux installer ISO downloaded. So we're going to do SHA-256 sum in the name of the file, and we're going to make sure that it matches. All right, we can see here that in fact that this is our SHA-256 sum hash right here, starting with A9 and ending in AD7. So we can see that we do have a match, so we know we got a correct download. So that first we verified the integrity of our image, and now we're good to go. So how do we make a Kali Linux bootable thumb drive? Well, of course, you need a verified copy of the ISO, which we just obtained. If you're running under Windows, you'll need to download some type of Windows imaging utility. There are many other options there, and you typically need a thumb drive at least 4 gigabytes or larger. And we're going to go ahead and make that bootable USB drive. Alright, now that I've got my USB drive plugged in, I'm going to go ahead and download this Win32 disk imager. You can also use another program I recommend called UnetBootIn. The nice thing about it is you don't have to actually download the software ISO first. You can actually have the program do the work for you. So it works on multiple operating systems, but we'll go ahead and download the Win32 disk imager, and we'll also download UnetBootIn. So you can see here, this works on Windows, Linux, and or Mac as well, and it will download any type of distribution that you want, or you can supply the ISO yourself. So we'll go ahead and you want to double check your thumb drive and make sure that you don't have anything on it that you care about, or at least make a backup of it first, because you're going to be overwriting this drive when you create a bootable thumb drive. All right, now that I've already cleared out my thumb drive, I'm going to go ahead and click on the Win32 disk imager program. And of course, because I'm on Windows, it's going to prompt me that I'm installing an application outside of the Microsoft Store. That's fine. Go ahead and click on install. And in a moment, you'll go through the prompts of the disk imager software. And this is also under the GNU GPL license. So you have to accept the agreement, give it a place where you want it to install. And I'm just going to follow the prompts through. I'm going to let that install. And I'm not going to view the README for the purposes of this demo. And we're going to go ahead and run the program. It's going to make it a little bit bigger so we can actually see what we're doing here. And we're going to open up the ISO we just downloaded. We can actually generate a SHA-256 hash. So these are the basic steps. You plug in your USB drive, make sure you remember the drive letter which it was connected to, and choose the ISO file. And once you click on that, you'll click on the right button. And once you've burned your image, you want to go ahead and safely eject the USB drive. I'm going to do mine in UNetboot in because I just want to show some variety here. Go ahead and install that. Let me click yes. And we're going to click on the place we have the disk image, which in my case is on the D drive. Just make sure wherever you save it at, you remember where it is. And click open, and then I'm going to burn that to the USB drive that I connected. Keep in mind, if you're using a USB hub, you may have some issues with the drive, so make sure that you're burning to the right drive so you avoid messing up your workstation. Now that we've got our image selected and the correct drive letter selected, we'll select OK. And it'll go through some process of downloading the files if it needed to, or in this case it's just going to extract and copy the files. It's going to install the bootloader, and we'll come back when it's complete. Keep in mind that the installation to a thumb drive will take some time. You can also install it to a CD or DVD if needed, but the thumb drive will be the much faster option and is the recommended option as well by the Kali Linux team. So if you want to do the same thing on Linux, you'll have to go into the dd command, and you'll have to be running as root to be able to execute that command with sudo. You can do this from a Mac OS or another Linux distribution. You'll have to use the fdisk command to figure out which disks you have available to make sure that you pick the correct partition. So you'll get an output similar to the one below. So once you're going to do it with Kali Linux or any other Linux distribution, you can do you plug in the drive and you'll have to enter the sudo fdisk command one more time because it doesn't update in real time. And this is the command below that you'll type if you want to create a bootable thumb drive. You'll use the dd command. IF is the input file, which equals the name of the file that you downloaded, or the ISO. OF is the output file, and this is the path, the /dev/sdb2, or it might be something different in your case, and then BS stands for the block size that you want it to write to. You can leave it to 512K, and that should be just fine. So once you're going to start booting your system or your Kali Linux system onto a hard drive, you'll either have to have a bootable DVD or a USB, and you have to go into the BIOS while booting. Or you might also have it called the UEFI, and it may be, depending on the type of machine you're working on, you'll press either the F2 or the F9 key to go into the BIOS. So the BIOS or the UEFI on the newer machines handles all the boot process, and it can be configured through the setup software, so you can change which version you want to boot into. You'll notice some different options in the menu here. It can be either live mode or live USB with persistence, even encrypted persistence. You could also do the install or the graphical install options as well. All right, now let's talk about another way to install Kali Linux, which is done through something called VirtualBox. VirtualBox software is from Oracle, and it also requires something called Intel Virtualization Software, or Intel VD. If you have an Intel-based machine or CPU, you can typically install VirtualBox without any problems and be able to virtualize
your Kali Linux installation. So let's go over to the VirtualBox website. And we can see we're redirected to Oracle, and there are some pre-built virtual machines. If you're working in other areas of Linux, you want to click on the blue button here, and you want to click download VirtualBox 6.1. Now you'll want to choose the particular distribution or the particular download for your type of architecture. Now if you're running on Windows, you'll click on Windows, OS X, obviously OS X, and then you'll have your Linux distributions, and they also include SHA-256 checksums as well. Now, one more thing, depending on your hardware, you may need this VirtualBox extension pack. So if you want to be able to add USB devices to your virtual machines, as well as have newer machines such as that have NVMe drives, the non-volatile disks. So you want to make sure that you have whatever you need, and they also have the user manual as well. So I'm going to go ahead and click on the download, and we'll go ahead and save. This is VirtualBox 6.1.10. Once you have it installed, you'll be able to update it just fine. I happen to have it already installed. So we're going to go ahead and hit the start menu, and once you're installed, you can type in VirtualBox in the search bar, and you'll get something like this. Your main screen, if you've not installed it before, you won't have any virtual machines. You'll have a blank screen. In my case, I have several other virtual machines already installed. So I have many more things here than you will at the start. So we'll notice I have Kali Linux already running, but if I want to look at some things like the help file, there's about VirtualBox, I can see what version I have installed. So I have 6.1.8, so you might want to update depending on the type of virtual machine or Linux that you're trying to run. You can do file, check for updates, and it will tell me that I'm already running the most recent version of VirtualBox. So once I've installed it, then the main screen is going to look like this. I'm going to click on the new option under machine, and I'm going to say new, and I'm going to give it a name. I'm going to call it Kali Linux. We'll call it 2020, and you give it a path to the virtual machine. So in my case, I'm going to change something other than the default, because I want to make sure that I have plenty of space on my system for the virtual machine. And I'm going to use this folder right here. And you want to pick you can also pick your version of Linux that you're running. In my case, I want to get the latest kernel, so I'm going to go with the 2.6, and I hit next. So you can select the version as Debian 64-bit. It doesn't really matter at this point. You're going to load the ISO anyway. So the recommended amount of RAM is 4 gigabytes. Of course, VirtualBox may say 768 or 1 gig is fine. So it gives me by default 1024. So I'm going to give it a little bit more RAM. So I'll bump it up to 4 gigs here by moving the slider. Or you can alternatively type it in the box on the right hand side. So 4 gigs of RAM. And then after that, I'm going to create a virtual hard disk, because this is the space that Kali Linux is actually going to consume on the system. And I'm going to click create. And recommended size is 8 gigabytes. I would say give it a little bit more, but I'll leave it the default version. And the nice thing about a virtual machine is they can dynamically allocate space as your hard drive fills up. So VDI is the default virtual box. If you're using VMware, it's VMDK. Or QEMU if you're doing it on Linux or planning on moving it to a Linux. So we want it to be dynamic because we don't want to waste space. So it'll scale up and scale down the storage as needed. So then once we've created the virtual machine, you'll see this type of image. So let's go ahead and finish out the tutorial here. And we'll leave it at 8 gigabytes and we'll click create. And there we go. Notice our newly created VM is right here. So now that we've got our Kali Linux VirtualBox set up and we have our thumb drive selected, we're going to go ahead and go back to VirtualBox. And we're going to click on the settings menu and we're going to go down to the storage tab. In the storage tab, we're going to have to pick the file that we just created. So we're going to click choose virtual optical disk file. We're going to click on the system tab and we want to make sure that the optical drive boots up first if we're doing it on a from the ISO. We go to settings, go down to storage, and we're going to, in this case, we're going to choose, we'll create the optical disk file. We're going to add a new one from the Kali we just downloaded, and there's the ISO, and we're going to choose it and hit OK. And we want to make sure that we have the optical to boot first. So we'll go over to back to settings. Go to system. And the optical is first after the floppy, which you can disable the floppy if you want to. Really does not matter. Most of the rest of these options you can leave at default. Processor. We can give it more cores if you want it to run a little bit snappier depending on your hardware. So once we're going to install it, we can pick the we can configure a lot of different parameters like network card. We're not going to do that here because we just want to go ahead and power it on. We're going to click normal start, and it's going to take a little bit of time, and then our boot menu should be coming up. Notice it says session spawning. I'm going to go ahead and maximize the screen here. It says starting virtual machine, and this is the BIOS mode. You can do graphical install or install, and there's even some advanced options. So we'll go ahead and do the graphical install in this case. I want to go ahead and make this a little bigger so it's a little bit easier to see. We can see our menu and we get to our first pop-up for the installation. If you want to exit the virtual environment, you have to hit the right control button in the case of VirtualBox. So Kali.org is the only place that it is official to download the ISO for Kali. Don't download it from anywhere else because these sites could contain malware. You always want to validate the SHA-256 sum of your download to make sure that you have confirmed the integrity of your ISO. If this doesn't match, try downloading again or use a different source, because sometimes you might just have a bad download, and so your SHA-256 sum may not match up. So if you're going to boot from a physical drive, you'll configure the BIOS to boot to the correct device. In some cases, it may just boot to that thumb drive once you plug it in. But if the thumb drive is disabled or it's some other device is set to boot first, like a CD or DVD, you may have to change it. So now we have our Kali Linux running. Okay, now that we got our image running, notice down here we have Kali Linux, and it'll ask us some different options for the installation process. So we'll click on English in my case, or whatever language you need. I'm in the US, so you'll pick whatever country is appropriate for your installation and what language that you want for the keyboard. And it's looking for the installation media. And it's going to go through some loading of some different components. And notice we have a menu at the bottom here because I'm in a virtual machine, so I can actually change preferences from here as well. But I'm not going to worry about it. As I hover over this, I can see any external devices, anything I plug into it. If I want the clipboard to be enabled for things like drag and drop. But generally, you can just let this go and everything will work just fine. I want it to be scaled mode, so which will make it a little bit better for a viewing angle. So that's important to understand. So first thing, give it a host name. You can leave it as the default. That's fine, or you can call it something else. If you're part of a domain name, that's great, but you don't need to do that for the installation. So then you want to set up the some other account other than root, and that's one of the things that has changed in the new version of Kali Linux 2020. So this could be administrator or admin or anything you want. In this case, we'll just we'll call this admin, and we'll say continue. We'll keep the username admin. You could put your full name if you want. So you notice that this is one of the things you can't actually do admin because admin is reserved for the system. So we'll go back and we'll change this to sysadmin. You can always set up the account later. That's not a problem. You can create different settings. But notice this is the Debian installer or Debian, depending on how you say it. It's just walking through step by step by step. So we're going to click on continue, and we'll change the name to, let's say, sysadmin. That sounds reasonable, right? We'll say sysadmin, and you want to change a password. You want to make sure that you don't use an easily guessable password. The OS will allow you to use special characters and things like that, so make sure if you're concerned about security that you want to use a strong password. In my case, I'm just using it for demonstration purposes. You can click on the checkbox to show the password in the clear if you want to be able to see that, but you have to enter the same password twice, otherwise it won't get past this stage. Pick your time zone that you're in, and it'll set up the clock because timing is very important in Linux, and this can be a consideration. So it's going to go through, it's going to partition the disks, and you can tell it, okay, I want to use the entire disk. Now, of course, you wouldn't have to go through all of this if you download the VirtualBox image, which we'll do in another video, but I'm just showing you the steps that you would go through if you were doing a bare metal install. So we're going to use up the whole disk. In this case, it says ATA VirtualBox hard disk. It's an SDA, is the numbering scheme. So you want to make sure that if you're doing this on a live system and not a virtual machine, be careful of the drive that you select. So I'm going to say OK. It says you can do all files in the partition, or you can do you can customize if you want. So you'll have, notice in this case we have an ext4 partition. When we get into partitioning, this will all make sense. Right now you can just leave it as the default, and then you click continue, and it's going to allow you to choose some more options. I'm going to just say, okay, I want ext4, that's fine. I'm going to confirm, Once you've made your partition selections, you're going to tell it to write the partition to disks, and it's going to start installing the system. So that'll take a little while, and we'll come back when it's complete. All right, a couple more things that Kali Linux will ask you. If you want to use a proxy to access the outside world, of course, if you're using maybe this at work on an actual engagement, you might have to set up a proxy. We're just going to leave this blank, and it's going to set up the apt package manager, which is what most Debian-based Linux distributions will use. And then it's going to select and install different software, and we'll come back when this is done. Okay, in the next part of the software installation, you can pick out what default desktop environment you want. You can pick GNOME, KDE, lightweight distribution. What tools do you want? There's the large default selection plus additional tools, so keep in mind that will be more different space. Of course, in this case, we'll just pick on XFCE, which is Kali's default desktop environment. You might prefer some other type of environment in Linux, and that's perfectly fine. So we'll let that go, and then we'll come back when that's done. And once you're done with Kali Linux installing in VirtualBox, you'll be able to boot into it like you will a regular operating system, and we'll come back in the next lesson and we'll look at Linux fundamentals. Now, there's one other option I wanted to cover briefly before we get into the next topic, and that is Kali Linux virtual machine images. So if you don't want to go through all the setup and you just want to get up and running with Kali Linux very quickly, you can go back to the Kali Linux homepage, and you can go to Downloads, download Kali Linux, and scroll all the way to the bottom, down here where it says VMware and VirtualBox. So since we're running VirtualBox, we're going to go ahead and pick the 64-bit. You'll notice the link says available on the Offensive Security VM download page. So you have to click on this link, and notice it redirects you to the Offensive Security download option. So you can click on download pre-built VirtualBox images. You can do it, of course, with a torrent. It also has Hyper-V for if you want to run it through Microsoft. But in this case, we'll click on VirtualBox, and you click on the 64-bit download. Notice that it downloads it as a OVA file, an AMD 64 OVA file, otherwise known as the Open Virtualization Format Archive. So this can be downloaded if you just want to download an already pre-built Kali Linux image and you don't want to have to mess with any of the installation. Now, this is only for in a virtual machine. If you want to do it through a physical machine that you install on, you'll do that with the thumb drive or the DVD drive or whatever have you. So that's it for this first chapter, and we'll see you in the next one. Alright guys, I wanted to go ahead and add one more thing, and I wanted to show you what it looks like when you download the Kali Linux VirtualBox image on and import it into VirtualBox. I think it's important to understand that because it will help with many other things. It also prevents you from having to do a lot of the configuration. Of course, when you download it, you double click on the file and you'll get a screen like this. You'll get a recommendation of CPU, RAM, some other pre-done settings, and the main thing, you can change the way they're imported, and you can change the path. So I'm going to put mine into the D drive. You can actually change it. Mine is VirtualBox VMs. Let me just double check and make sure I'm saving it to the same place, because I don't want to run into issues later. Yes, that's where I want it. Okay. So I'm going to say import, and I have to agree to the terms and conditions because it falls under the GPL licensing platform. And I'll say okay, and it's going to take some time
It takes a couple of minutes to import the file, so we'll come back once it's done. All right, once we open up the virtual appliance, notice we have VirtualBox here running. This is Kali Linux 2020.2, and the few things that have changed, you have the default account, which used to be root, and then the password was Tor, which is read backwards. It's now Kali, and then Kali is the password. So it's a standard user account instead of being logged in as root. So it's a better practice. A few other things have changed just in the look and feel. But we'll get into that a little bit later. But this is a great way to get up and running if you want to not have to deal with all the extra settings that come with it. You still have the menu. All the different tools are still there. Information gathering. You still have vulnerability analysis tools, web application analysis tools. You still have different password attacks. You have reverse engineering tools, exploitation tools, post-exploitation, forensic tools, social engineering tools, and then you even have the usual applications like your web browser, your multimedia, your office applications, so anything that you might want, your text editors, and various terminals there. You still have different options for the virtual machine. Notice there I just locked it, so you can do this in full screen mode or seamless mode. So I hope that was helpful for seeing how to quickly get Kali Linux up and running without having to do a lot of the configuration, though it's good to go through it at least one time on any Linux distribution for that matter, because that will help you learn how to do it and how to do things like partitioning and things like that. Hello and welcome back to the Kali Linux Certified Pentester official Certcop series. We're going to talk about some Linux essentials or Linux fundamentals. We're going to talk about important Linux fundamentals because Linux is at the core of ethical hacking. If you want to be good at Kali Linux, you must learn Linux. The same could also be said of cybersecurity and system administration or network administration. There are so many jobs that use Linux. There's so many things that use Linux, so many scripts, so many programs, so many servers, so many tools that use Linux. Many of the security tools and pen testing tools run on only Linux or are made specifically for Linux or run better on Linux. So that's one of the major reasons to learn Linux fundamentals. Linux also powers the cloud, so it can be important for that application as well. So this is our outline. We're going to talk about the Linux file system. We're going to talk about Linux file system folders. We'll talk about the command line basics. So Linux is based on the old Unix file structure. So we'll look at the various Linux system folders and files that are contained there. We'll also go over the command line and several of the command line basics. And we'll even throw in a few other bonus commands at the end of the module. This is the flow of the chapter, so we'll look at the different unifying file systems for Linux, the command line, and also important commands you should know. So if you're new to the Linux command line, you may find yourself wondering why there are so many unusual directories, what they're there for, and why things are organized the way that they are. In fact, if you're not used to how Linux organizes files, the directories can seem pretty much arbitrary, with strangely truncated names, in many cases even redundant names. Turns out there is a method to the madness based on decades of Unix conventions. Though each Linux distribution has its own quirks, the majority conform, for the most part, with the File System Hierarchy Standard, or FHS. The FHS project began in 1993, and the goal was to come to a consensus on how directories should be organized and which files should be stored where, so the distributions could have a single reference point from which to work. A lot of decisions were made about the directory structure, and they were based on the traditional Unix directory structures with a focus more on servers rather than individual desktop users. And also the assumption that disk space was at a premium, so machines would likely have multiple hard drives. So Linux uses the File System Hierarchy Standard, or FHS. So these are the different folders. This is not an all-inclusive list, but this is a good chunk of them. So first we have the bin, or the /bin and /sbin. The /bin and /sbin directories are intended for storing binary executable files. Both directories store executables that are considered essential for booting the system, like the mount command. So if you want to mount other folders and external devices. The main difference between these directories is that the /sbin directory is intended for system binaries, or binaries that the administrators will use to manage the system. The /boot directory, this stores all the bootloader files, which is typically only grub, the Grand Unified Bootloader, kernel files, and init runtime daemon files. It's often treated as a separate small partition so that the bootloader can read it more easily. With /boot on a separate partition, your root file system can be used for more sophisticated features that require kernel level support, whether it's an exotic file system, disk encryption, or logical volume management, LVM. Then we have the etc directory, which where you'll probably spend a lot more of your time. The etc directory is intended for storing system configuration files. So if you're looking for a service or change some type of networking process or other core settings, etc is the first place to look. It's also a smaller and easier to backup directory that contains most of the customizations you might make to your system or your computer at the system level. So let's go ahead and look at the etc directory. So we notice in here we've got a lot of different things if we cat it out to the screen. So we've got Perl, we've got PHP, we've got Python, we've got the Nikto, the network manager is here. We have the MySQL. We have login definitions. We have the kernel. We have the fs tab file. Lots of different things here. The cron tab, so if you want to run particular recurring tasks and jobs on your system. And of course we have the Apache as well as the Chromium browser. So lots of files in etc. Let's look at the bin directory. And we can see different binary files here for the different domain. A lot of the commands you might type, like who am I, who is, Wireshark, update commands, traceroute, lots of different things are in this folder. Then we have the sbin folder. So a little bit different, but very similar stuff. So let's talk now about the home directory. So this is the location on the Linux system where the personal files are stored. So each directory under /home is named after a particular user's name and is owned by that user. On a server, these directories might even store the email, SSH keys, or even services that are running on certain ports. On desktop systems, your home directory is probably the main directory where users will interact. So any desktop settings, pictures, media, documents, or other files users need to end up being stored in their /home directory. It's one of the most important directories to back up, and it's often a directory that's given its own partition. By giving home its own partition, you can experiment with different Linux distributions and reinstall the complete system on a separate partition. When you mount the home partition, all your files and settings are right where you left them. So let's look at the home directory briefly. So we've got Kali, which is the default account, and then we have user 1 and user 2. So let's look at Kali and clear the screen. And there's the home directory. We can see the bash rc file. We can see a few other important files, your documents folder, your downloads, your desktop, things like that, any session errors you might have. So that's the home directory. Then you have the lib directory, or the library directory. This stores essential shared libraries that the /bin and sbin need to be able to run. This is also the directory where any kernel modules are stored. So another directory we have is the USR directory, or the /USR directory. This is stood for both Unix source repository and also Unix system resources. So this is typically when you install additional software from your distribution. It's binaries, libraries, and supporting files. They go here in the USR/bin or USR/sbin directory, and sometimes the USR/lib directory. When storage was at a premium, you would often mount this directory separately on a larger disk so you could grow it independently as you added new software. So let's briefly look at these directories. There's the /lib directory. Got the systemd. We've got different versions of Python, Postgres, network time protocol libraries, and there's your kernel modules. There's the USR/bin directory. So you got your ping command, among other things. Then you have your opt directory. So the debates between USR/local and opt are something interesting. They've been back and forth. Essentially, both directories serve the same purpose, providing a place for users to install software outside their distributions. So the opt directory organizes a little bit differently. It stores binaries and libraries in a shared directory. So then you have the /root directory, which is where the administrator's personal files are. It's owned and readable only by the root user, and it's designed otherwise to function much like a home directory, but for files and settings the root user needs. Many systems will disable the root user in favor of using sudo to get super user privileges, so this directory isn't used nearly as much. And then you have the /var directory, which is the place where a lot of your log spaces are stored, a lot of variables that you might need by certain daemons. So classic Unix servers held disk space at a premium, and the var directory was designed for storing files that might vary wildly in size or might get written to frequently. Unlike with /USR, which is read-only, the var directory most definitely has to be writable because you're going to find log files, mail server information, and anything else that might come and go or otherwise need to grow in size in unpredictable ways. So at least with servers, if you had to pick a root level directory to put a large disk on, the var directory would be the first on the list. And you want to have a drive that's better optimized for heavy writes. So then we have the /dev directory. This is for device files. Essentially Unix, everything is a file. So even your hardware ends up with a file. So then we have mount and media files. So mount and media are more going to be used if you're adding a USB drive or a network file share mount or some other source. You need a place for them to go. So the mount used to be a catch-all for any mounted disk. It didn't have anywhere else to go, but typically now you'll want to use that for more network file shares. The /media directory is more for those things that are going to be mounted temporarily, like CD-ROMs, USB drives, and so on. So the starting point of the hierarchical tree for the file system is called root, which is represented by the / character. So the root directory can, of course, obtain or contain subdirectories. Linux has only one root hierarchy and it can integrate data from several disks. But one of these disks becomes the root and the others are mounted on directories in a hierarchy. So mounting is essentially attaching an additional file system to a currently accessible computer. And the different types of file systems, or the hierarchical file systems, are the ext2, ext3, and ext4. The ext2, or second extended file system, is a system for the Linux kernel. It was designed by Remicard as a replacement for the extended file system original. Then we also have the Windows file system, or the NT file system, which stores in a particular format. It is a proprietary, Microsoft proprietary journaling system and has been around since Windows NT and is the default file system of Windows. It is supported in other desktop environments and server operating systems as well. Linux and BSD also have a free and open source NTFS driver. Which is called NTFS-3G, which has read and write functionality. macOS does come with a read-only support for NTFS, so because write support is not stable most of the time, if you put an NTFS drive in a Mac, you will not be able to write to it, although you will be able to read from it. So when Linux creates essentially a new partition for every device or disk that's attached, and it'll typically mount under /dev, /sda1, or /sda2. So let's talk about the command line. So the command line in Linux is the terminal or the terminal interface. And it can vary from distro to distro. So from the Linux console, originally the console was actually a terminal plugged into a computer. It provided an interface that was used to configure and control the computer and view the messages from the operating system. So when a Linux server first boots, it prints out status messages to the console. So when you've ever seen that startup script, that text that comes before your operating system boots, that's your terminal. So essentially, when you're interacting with your server, you're connecting that terminal to a program running in the console. So let's take a look at the Linux terminal in Kali Linux. So if we open up our Kali Linux distribution, and we already had a terminal open from looking at the file system, but let's go ahead and close it down and exit out. They've actually changed it now, so where exit used to close it, now there's a different type of command. And that does happen sometimes, and there are some shortcuts on certain Linux distributions to be able to get to the terminal. But we can click on the icon, or we can create it here. So this is essentially the terminal as most people will use it. It might be called xterm or some other other thing in that case. So the command line is essentially your Linux shell or your Linux terminal. So the default shell provided in Kali Linux is bash. So the bash commands or the bash shell, if you see a $sign, that usually means that you're in a user session. If you see the pound sign, that means you are root. So let's go ahead and look at our Kali Linux. Notice there is a $sign in this case. So we're going to go ahead and zoom in so it can be seen a little better. There you go. So we're going to type the who am I command. So see that I'm currently logged in as the Kali user. And we can see who's actually logged in with the W command or the who command, basically the same kind of thing. If we want to sudo to root, we have to type in the root password. And notice our prompt changed to a pound symbol. So that means we can now enter commands as an administrator or a root user. So essentially, if you're typing in a command into that terminal connected to a Linux server, you're essentially telling that shell to run that program and print out whatever output it says to the screen. So it's always important to be aware of what level of permission you have in the shell, because the only way to run commands as root has to be done via the command line. So let's talk about some other command line basics. In penetration tests, you'll most likely have shell access only after a successful exploit, rather than a graphical user interface, especially if you're dealing with a cloud-based server. The cloud server may not even have a GUI interface at all. So becoming proficient with the command line is essential for you to be successful as a security professional. And of course, as we've mentioned, the command line in Linux is called the terminal. And you can also open up a terminal with the Control and T shortcut on the keyboard. Kali, of course, uses the bash file, and it's hidden by default. Notice that there's a period in front of it. So if you just type, if you go into the directory here and we just type ls, notice there's no files. But if we do a ls-la, then it shows us the hidden files in the bash.rc and the bash.original. So the bash.rc is the configuration file. So if we cat that to the screen, we can see different variables that have been declared and different functions. And so if we want certain commands to have aliases, instead of having to type the full command, you can do that here. So the bash shell stands for the born again shell, which is just a type of interpreter that processes commands. There are other kinds of shells, but bash is the improved version of the shell, which is the born shell, the original version. So shell scripting is how we write programs for the terminal to execute. So command line can be used for anything on Kali, including triggering an application, checking for network statuses, or any other activity that can be done using a graphical user interface. So there's some basic Linux commands we want to understand to be successful with the command line or be proficient with the command line. All right, let's talk about some more basic Linux commands. We've got pwd, which stands for print or present working directory. And PWD actually will show you the user in which directory they're currently working on. And we have also the ls command to show what files in the directory you're in. So if you're, let's switch over to our Kali Linux desktop here. And let me clear the screen. And we'll print PWD, and we'll see I'm currently in the home Kali directory. If we go to the man page, we can print the logical name, we can print version information, just a basic command. And of course, the ls command, if you just do ls with nothing else, it'll just give you all the non-system or non-hidden directories. If you do ls-l, you get a little bit of a different view. You actually can see the bits that are set for permissions in Linux. So you can see if it's a D in front of it, it's a directory. If you do ls-la, you get all the hidden directories. Notice the hidden directories actually have a period in front of them. And you'll see they have different bits set, which we'll get into later when we get into permissions. But ls is useful because it helps you list the file structure. And if you forget how to use it, you can do the man page, and it stands for list directory contents. You can have it list by columns if you want to do ls-c. So you can have it display in different modes. You can have it do grouping directories together. You can format in certain ways. A lot of different options. You can actually also have it print out the inodes, which can be useful if you're doing certain storage operations. All right, let's go ahead and switch back over to the slide deck. And so that's PWD and ls. Very important. PWD is actually an environment variable, which stores the path of the current directory. So let's go ahead and do this. We do echo $PWD. It'll actually do the same thing. So let's talk about the cd command, or the change directory command. This is one of the most important and widely used commands in Linux. If you want to change to another folder, if you're in the want to go to the downloads directory, you can type cd space downloads or cd space the full path of the directory. CD is essentially, in some ways, the only way to check a log on headless servers. So for newbies, it's one of those initial commands that you'll get your hands dirty with. It works very much similar to the cd command on Windows. We also have the mkdir and rmdir, or the make directory and remove directory commands. So if you want to create a folder and also remove a folder, you can use these commands. So you can create multiple directories at once. You can also set permissions for those directories. So it's important to know that when you're a user executing that command, you have to have the right permissions in the parent directory, or you also might get a permission denied error. So let's go back over to our Linux box, and we'll go ahead and make directory. Let's actually, we'll call it new underscore directory. And let's say make directory new underscore directory 2, new underscore directory 3. So we can make multiple directories. If we do the ls command, we'll see that all the directories have been created. Now what if we want to remove the directory? rmdir, let's say we want to remove directory number 3. And we can do tab completion to partially complete the command. And if we do the ls command again, notice that that new directory is actually removed. So make directory and remove directory are important. Let's look at the man pages. So you can actually set arguments. You can set it to verbose mode if you want a message printed for each directory. You can also integrate with SE Linux, the Security Enhanced Linux, or you can just output the version information. So we'll create a new directory for, and it gave us kind of a running log of what's going on. Should be dash version. There you go. So we can see that this software is also licensed under the GNU GPL license. And it tells you a little bit about who wrote it. So that's cd and make directory and remove directory. Now let's look at the rm command. If you want to delete files, you can delete individual files. So let's go ahead and look at the files we have here. Let's go ahead and make a new text file. We'll say this is my new text file, and I'm super excited to be learning Kali Linux, the pen testing distribution. I'm going to escape. I'm going to right quit. I'm going to clear the screen, and we're going to see that we now have a new text file. We have new text.txt, and we can actually just remove that individual file. And we see that the file is now gone. If we want to remove -r, and we want to remove that new directory, notice that the new directory is now gone, and anything that was under it will also get removed. So be careful with the remove command. If you do remove -rf, you can potentially remove recursively. So rm will remove references to objects from the file system where those objects might have had references. So if you have a file with two different names, but by default it does not remove directories. Generally it works silently, so you want to be really careful so you don't delete things that you want to maintain. So let's talk about the touch command. So the touch command is used to create a file. It can be used to create almost anything from an empty text file to even a zip file. Standard Linux command, which is pretty much available with every distribution. So with the touch command, let's go and look at the man page. So you can change file timestamps. So if you do use the touch command, especially if you get into forensics, you want to be careful with it because you will change the file. So if we want to touch new file, we now have a new file. And so from that, we can, initially we're in the home directory, we can check this with the print working directory. And if we check the ls command, we get more details about existing files. So that's the rm command and the touch command. So what about the man and the help page? We've been using the man page for a while. So with the man page, if you forget how to use a command, you can type man and then the name of the command, like cd in this case. So sometimes there won't be a manual page for that, but 9 times out of 10 there will be. So man page is short for manual page. It's just a form of software documentation on Unix and Linux operating systems. And so things that are covered include computer programs, library system calls, sometimes standards, conventions, even abstract concepts. User might invoke a man page by issuing the man command. By default, man typically uses a terminal pager program, such as more or less, to display the output. So you'll have to hit the space bar to return more options. So because man pages are distributed with the software they document, they're more favorable means of documenting software compared to other out-of-band management techniques like web pages. There's a higher likelihood for a match between the actual features of the software to the documented ones. It's for this reason that man pages are often referred to as online or an online form of software documentation, even though the man command does not require internet access. going back to the days when out-of-band manuals were the norm. So let's talk about the copy command. So the copy command will allow you to copy certain files. So it takes two arguments. The first is the location of the file to be copied. The second part is where you want to copy it at. All right, so I've done the copy command, and we're going to work on the next set of commands. So actually, let's do a demo of the copy command. First, we'll copy the new text file we created to a new directory. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll close the browser, and we'll get rid of these notifications. So we have the new file.txt. And we're going to give it the path. We're going to copy it to home, Kali/documents. And there we go. And we'll change to the documents directory. And our new file is there. So magicalness, we can copy files from place to place without too much difficulty. So let's go to the next set of commands. So copy also has some different syntax. And usually you do the copy command at the $ prompt, so as a regular user. Let's look at the move command. So the move command, we can move files other places. Or we can also use the move command to rename a file. So let's say we want to rename the file new file.txt. Oh, I have it backwards. So we're gonna, the first part is the file you want to rename, and the second part is the what you want to rename it to. And we're going to, now we have the new file that's been renamed. So that's one use of the move command. We can also use the move command to rename a directory. So let's go ahead and make a new directory. So there's our new directory. So we're going to move the new directory make it new directory 2. So when we do the ls command again, we now have the new directory. So we can also use it to move a directory from one place to the other. Let's move the source directory to the new place. We'll move it to Etsy. Let's see. We're going to move it to Etsy because oh, it's called new directory 2. That's my fault. Now if we go to the Etsy directory, we'll see the new directory 2 is in fact there. And there we go. So we saw how the move command can be used to rename a file and also move directories. Then we have a locate command. Locate command is used to locate a file in Linux system, just like the search command in Windows. So this actually is useful when you don't know where the file actually is. So let's go ahead and clear the screen. So if I want to locate my new directory or new file, What did I actually name it? I can't remember. Let's see. So we called it new file.txt. So let's go ahead and clear out. It's going to change back to the Etsy directory. And it doesn't know where it is because I don't think it actually has the... So yeah, so with location, it'll look for some different things. You can do regular expressions. You can do a lot of different commands with locate. And in most distros, it will come with the proper syntax. So now we have the echo and the cat command. So if we want to actually echo something to the screen, we can even send it out to a file. So in this case, we're going to echo, hello, my name is Chris. I'm going to cat that out to new.txt file. We'll see the new.txt file appears because of the directory we're in. And there we go. And there you go. There's the file. So the cat command we've been using quite a while. Cat is short for concatenate. And it's one of the most frequently used commands in Linux. Allows us to create files, view the contents of the file, or redirect output, so on and so forth. So if we look at the cat command, we can see we can print on standard output, we can concatenate files, we can show tabs, we can show non-printed characters, many different things. Then we have different text editors. If you're one thing that you're going to do in Linux, you're going to do creating, editing text files. It's going to be among the common tasks you'll perform whether you're on Linux or Unix. If you're programming, developing web pages, sending email, writing letters, configuring your environment, you're going to eventually work with text editors. It's a very important skill to have. So change directory to the home directory. One of the most common text editors is VI, which is now called Vim or VI Improved, and it has some different options. So Vim is backwards compatible to VI. There's also GVim, there's GView, there's all kinds of different things. So Vim is a very powerful text editor that you can use, but it does have a kind of a steep learning curve. Lots and lots of different commands. There's even a GUI version of Vim, but it may not always be installed on certain Linux distributions. So depending on the repository you're in, you may not have access to it, but VI will always generally default to Vim. So there's also Nano, which is another common text editor. So Nano is another editor inspired by Pico. So it doesn't always wrap lines. So if you want to have your text editor look like some of the older text editors, you can do that. But it works very similar. So let's go ahead and Nano my new text. So we created a new text file. We can say this is the new text file, and it's a bit easier to use than Vim. When we're done, we want to write it out to a file. We'll say Control-O. We'll give it a name. We can pick actually what directory we want it to go to. They want it to the Kali directory. We want it to downloads. and many different options you can do this with. If you need help, you can actually display the help. So a lot of different options with Nano and Vim. There's even one called Jed. So we can man Jed. So Jed may not always be installed. And sometimes text editors get deprecated. So just be aware that just because it works on one distro, it may not work on others. So VI is definitely simpler than Nano as far as the format. Of course, then we have sudo. Sudo is an important command. It's widely used in Linux. It stands for super user do. So if you want to run a command with root privileges, you can use the sudo command. So if you want a sudo to root, you want to sudo the password, change the password, update passwords. You want to switch users. In many cases, you'll use sudo. There's also the uname command, which is designed to show information about the system your Linux distro is running. So let's go ahead and exit out. And we're going to sudo su, and we're going to have to type in the password for Kali. Notice we're now root. Let's go ahead and exit back out. We're going to do man sudo, and it's going to give us some options. So basically, sudo allows us to run commands as another user, and the policies and security policies will determine what permissions you have. So we can do lots of different things with sudo. If you're going to edit the etc sudoers file, you want to use the vi sudo command if it's there. Some distros, as they're newer, they may not have the vi sudo command, so just be aware that the process may be different depending on the distro of Linux that you have. So uname command, this is if we want to show information about the system. Let's open up another terminal. So this is we're running Linux, Kali Linux 5.5, AMD 64, number 1, and it says what build we're running. So then we have the apt-get package manager. So depending on what we're running in, we may not have access to the same full list of applications. So if we want to install something we don't have, we're going to do a sudo apt-get install. In my case, I'm going to install Emacs. Let's try gedit. So they're taking it out of the repository, which just does happen from time to time. So just be aware that just because apt works now, it may not work on certain commands later. So if we want to apt-get update, it means you want to go out and grab the latest and greatest updates from the Kali repositories. This is a good practice to get into because you might have to update your OS to make sure you have the latest and greatest tools. You also can do an apt-get upgrade, which will upgrade to the latest and greatest version, and that will take some time. So notice it goes out to kali.download from the Kali rolling repository, and it's going to go update all the packages that are available from Kali. Once you do an update, you may want to do an apt-get auto remove, or an apt-get clean if you have a failed install. Let's go ahead and go back to the slide deck. So with apt-get, you have to do sudo, otherwise it may tell you, are you root, and it may not work. So then we have the chmod command, or the chmod command. Chmod is essentially the way we make files executable in Linux. And you can either do it from octal notation, or you can do it from setting different bits on a file. So if I want to change, it stands for actually change mode, but the numbers and letters will distinguish between who is actually has what permissions. So let's go ahead and look at the file permissions in Linux. Once it's done updating, we'll go ahead and open up a new tab just to save time. We're going to list out the permissions. And what if I want to change? So right now, the new file.txt has a certain set of bits. These are the bits right here. So it has user bits, group, and it has owner bits. So let's go ahead and do a chmod. I'll make everything writable and everything executable. So notice I'm not sudoed, so I will not have permission to do that. But if I sudo to root, then I have permission. And notice when I do that, the file color syntax will generally change. In this case, it doesn't, but some Linux distros will have different colors set for executable. So this is chmod 777. What does that mean? Well, that means I have set read, write, and execute. So those are the bits you can change. If I want to change mod -execute to that particular file, I can do that. Notice I've taken away execute from all the different groups. So it's important to understand the chmod command. Then we have the hostname command. If you want to change or view the hostname and IP address, this is actually Cali. Let's look at the man page. So this will show or set the hostname. This will also show or set domain names. So we have several different options here from within this menu. So we might set it as a fully qualified domain name. Might set it as an IP address. Lots of different options. So if I want to change the name from the system, notice I've now changed the host name to Hackbox. So all I had to do was change the name, and there we go. So then, of course, we have the variable ping command. Ping commands can be useful because this allows us to check our connection to the server. We can ping much like we can in a Windows system. I can ping Google, and it will continue pinging until I stop. So if I want to just ping a little bit differently, I can use the man page to see what other options there are. I can ping with IP version 4, IP version 6. I can even have it be an audible ping. I can have it print the timestamps. Maybe I want to ping flood something. This is going to flood Google with pings, and Google will most likely come back and not allow it to go. So I want to ping with IP version 6. I can do a ping-6 google.com. And it says the network is unreachable because I don't have IP version 6 enabled. So I can actually tell it a number of pings or another number of hops to go. Instead of having it go continuously, I can change the time to live, which is how many hops it will go before it is dropped. So ping is an important command for Linux. Other useful commands, we have the find command, which will find files or directories. I want to find star.txt file. So it found my new file.txt. Maybe I want to see how much memory is free. So the free command will display not only the amount of free memory, but also the used memory and the swap space as well. Then we have the df command. Df command will show you how much disk space is free. So if you have a lot of space left on your hard drive, or if you're running out, you can also have it print out the inodes. You can have it print out the different partitions that are there and how much space is taken up. So we can see I have 13% used on the root partition, which is 64 gigabytes. So let's go to the ID command. So the user, which we've already talked about, the identity of the user with the groups they belong to. So my current user is part of the Kali group, part of the CD-ROM group, sudo group, many other different groups right away. Let's go ahead and cat out the etsy password file. So let's do switch to user 1. And I can't remember what I set the password to. I have to go back and change the password because I can't remember what it was. But basically, you'll be able to see the identity of the user. Dmessage, which can review kernel logs, but you had to be sudo to do it. So you can see all the messages coming back from the kernel. You can also look at the different hardware on the Kali Linux system with the lspci command, which is also good for other versions of Linux too. So we can see what type of processor, what type of sound card, type of video card, so on and so forth. We can also list all the USB devices. So this one's a virtual root hub on if your physical system is running Linux, you may have some other options. And then you have the LSPCM-CIA. So in this case, it's not found. So they've taken it out because of PCM-CIA cards are not as common. So maybe another process using, there we go. Yeah, so we got a lock file that's going here. That's okay. But PCM-CIA cards, there's some other useful commands, such as process management. So in Linux, you have the PS command. PS shows all the processes currently running. You can do PS AUX, which shows a more detailed version. You can kill processes. So let's say I want to kill PS AUX. So usually you have to have the process name. And if maybe you want to send a process to the background. So I'm going to use Wireshark. There we go. So generally this will work, but because Kali Linux and the new version has changed things, it may work a little bit differently. Then we have the FG. So you can take the background job and move it to the foreground and show background processes. So in summary, we talked about the Linux file system. We talked about Linux file system folders. We talked about the command line. We talked about command line basics. We looked at some different basic Linux commands. And we looked at other useful Linux commands that are there. So I hope you enjoyed this particular module. We covered a lot of material, but there's a lot of useful commands that you will find that will help you in using Kali Linux as well as other Linux distributions. So we'll see you in the next module. Hello and welcome back to the official Certcop series. We're on to configuring Kali Linux. And we're going to be covering some Kali Linux essentials in this module. So we'll look at some Kali Linux essential topics and also some other important concepts to help you manage your Kali Linux installation more effectively. So this is our table of contents, and we're going to talk about the network manager, how to configure interfaces. We'll talk about the system network daemon. We'll look at managing users and groups, creating new accounts, modifying or disabling accounts, and we'll also look at configuring specific services for programs like databases, Apache web servers, Postgres, SQL, MySQL. We'll look at SSH for remote logins as well. So this is our chapter flow. So we'll talk about the network first. We'll move into managing users and groups, configuring services, and then managing those services. So we're going to talk about the typical desktop installation of Kali Linux. You'll usually have the network manager program already installed, and it can be configured and controlled through GNOME's Control Center and also through the top right menu. Here we'll go ahead and log in with our default username and password. I built this from the Kali Linux virtual appliance. So it's the latest version, and you'll notice in the top right hand corner you have this little network icon. So right now it says Ethernet network connection or wired connection 1 active. So you also see other things like VPN connections, and you can disconnect, reconnect. You can right click on it and you can edit different connections. You can add new connections, both wireless, VPN connections, IPsec, layer 2 tunneling protocol, anything you might need, even Bluetooth connections. So we're not going to do that right now. We're going to close this out. And you can also get to this same resource from the settings menu inside of Kali. Notice all your different system options are here. We can go into the settings manager and we can control different things that you might want to see, different tweaks that you might want to make. Keep in mind from before the previous modules, if you want to get out of your virtual environment, you can click the right control or you can press the right control key on your keyboard. You can actually modify that inside of VirtualBox if needed, if you're running it virtually. So the default network configuration will typically rely on DHCP, the Dynamic Host Config Protocol. Network Manager gets pre-installed and configured through GNOME during the default desktop installation. But configuring it by default depends on the DHCP server to get the DNS, domain name server, gateway, and the IP address. So there's other kinds of add-ons that can be managed through the network manager, you can create multiple profiles even, so you can easily switch between different networks. As far as wireless networks go, they're automatically tied to their service set identifier, or SSID. And if you're working with a virtual machine or virtual box, it may not recognize your system onboard wireless network interface card. So just be aware of that. You may have to use an external network adapter, which we may reference in another video. So Network Manager provides integration with many types of VPNs like SSH, OpenVPN, Cisco's VPN as well. Now let's look at some of the different things you can do with checking to see what your local network IP is. If you go back, we go back into our virtual environment or our Kali Linux distro. Then we open up a terminal. We can go ahead and use the command line from here. And notice we're at the Kali interface, and there's a $sign because it's a regular user account and not as root. So we can do ifconfig, and notice that it's in this particular desktop environment, it's not there by default. Depending on which desktop you install, you may have to change your setup to get all the same commands. So in our case, it's not that it was not there. Just notice we have to sudo to root. We're going to exit back out to a regular user. I'm going to use clear to clear the screen. With Kali, we're going to sudo su, and we've already typed in the password, so we got a different prompt there. Notice we have the pound sign, so now we are as root, and the ifconfig command works as per usual. And here we can see some different things like our local IP version 4 address, as well as our IP version 6 address. We can see how many received and transmitted packets and frames that were sent. There's also this L0. This is the loopback address. This is essentially the same thing as pinging your network card. This is in Windows, this would be called the local host or the local loopback. Notice you can also check your local MAC address with ifconfig. And there are basically 3 different ways to configure networking in Kali Linux. You can use the graphical interface, you can use the interface up-down commands, and the systemd commands. So first we'll look at the graphical interface. Switch back over to Kali. We can click on this button here and we can click disconnect. And we can see now we're disconnected from the network. And we have a wired connection. And we'll go ahead and reconnect. And one of the things that you can do, if you've typed a command before, you can press the up arrow and you will get back the last typed command. And in this case, ifconfig. And we've got our IP address, our network mask, and our broadcast. The broadcast is essentially the address you would communicate to on this network if you wanted to send traffic to everyone. If we want to go ahead and go into the interface file, we can go into the etc network interfaces file. So this is essentially all the interfaces that the system knows about initially. So it has pulls the information from the interfaces.d file. If we wanted to add additional interfaces to start at boot time, we could do that And you could also do it from the command line as well. And this is actually the man page or the manual page for the interfaces command. So if you wanted to set up different network interfaces with DHCP versus automatic, you could set up static IP addresses. If you see a pound sign in this file, essentially that means that it's an end-of-line comment. Or I should say it's just a comment. End-of-line comments are not supported, so the comment has to be on its own line. And so it gives you some more amplifying information if you want to learn in more detail what your different options are. And there's also some different scripts that are in this folder as well, which are beyond the scope of this course. You could change things like the MTU size or the maximum transmission unit, how much data you want to pass over each packet. You can change the time to live. You can change lots of different things. You can set up tunnels with this command structure. This is the systemd file, which is essentially the service and service manager for Linux. So whenever it runs as the first process on boot, so it essentially brings up all the other services. Anything else from other users get started separately. It's not normally invoked directly by the user, but it is started at boot time. You probably more likely interact with these services that are managed by systemd. Systemd also has some limitations as far as a lack of integrated support for wireless networks, so you may have to rely on other configurations for wireless support. Now let's talk about managing users and groups. So although Kali is most often run while authenticated as a root user, you may often need to create non-privileged accounts for various reasons, especially if you're using Kali as a primary operating system. Additionally, the newer versions of Kali have removed the root account, and they've added in a user account so you can sudo to root. That account is Kali for the username and Kali for the password. So Kali Linux stores the list of users in the etc password file. That's passwd, which is a list of users. It stores the encrypted password of those users in the etc shadow file. So let's go ahead and take a look at what that means. We're going to use the cat command. And there is the Kali user and its corresponding hashed password. Notice the other accounts might be system accounts or for certain services that do not have passwords. If we want to be able to add an account, we have to use the add user command. So the add user command takes a pretty straightforward list of commands. So let's go ahead and add a user briefly. We'll say add user, user1, and then it's going to add the group, and it's going to add that user1 into that user1 group. It's also going to create a home directory and copy some files over to the etc scale directory. Now let's go ahead and give it a password. Of course, strong passwords will be for another day. You can type in some other information here, like their name, room number. You can put their work phone in. put their home phone in, and then any other information you want them to have. And you'll say yes to confirm the information is correct. And now let's go ahead and clear the screen just so we clean up our workspace here. Let's go ahead and cat out the Etsy password file, which shows the list of users. So notice we have our newly created user account here. We have user 1, John, his name, his phone number, and there's his shell. And we still have the Kali account, which comes with our built-in Kali Linux. Let's go ahead and cat out the Etsy shadow file again, and we'll see that we now have the user 1 account and its hashed password. Now, for those that have not taken cybersecurity courses before, hashed passwords are essentially how passwords are stored. It's just taking the plain text of what I'm typing in when I'm creating the user account, and I'm running it through a mathematical function, a one-way function. The idea is that it's hard to undo this hashed version of the password. It's not easily guessable or easy to break what they call the ciphertext version. So this is essentially just a scrambled version of the plain text, and it's been run through something like MD5 or SHA-1. Maybe we learned about SHA-256 when we were doing file integrity. Depending on the security of the system, it may hash the password more securely. So a longer hash is the more number of bits that you output, the more secure it is. So essentially a hashed password is, no matter what you put in as the plain text, it's depending on the algorithm, it's always going to have the same amount of hash value, same amount of characters. So we talked about the wizard to be able to add users. We looked at the hash passwords, and it's fairly straightforward. Now let's also look at the Etsy group folder. Let me go ahead and clear the screen. And notice these are all the different groups that are, some of these come by default. There's the Kali group, there's the user group that was created when I created the account. You can actually add groups manually yourself as well. Let's go ahead and look at the group shadow file, which is essentially the password for any of the groups. We don't have any because you see this exclamation point. That means there's no password set for that particular group. So if you wanted to set a password, you could do that. So now let's look at managing different users and groups. So we can modify existing accounts with several different commands. If you're logged in as a regular user, you can change your password, which will in turn update the Etsy shadow file. So let's go ahead and look at this real quick. Let's look at the shadow file from the perspective of our user 1 account. So notice that the hash ends in a 1, ABU1. So let's keep track of that value. And what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we're going to change the password of that user to something else. And when we do that, it should also change that hash value. And notice we got the prompt that the password was updated successfully. Let's go ahead and cat out the Etsy shadow file of the new password. And notice we got a different value this time. So you're always going to, in the case of you want to make sure that your password is long enough so that it is not easily guessable, but also that it's long enough that there's less chance of there being another user that uses the same password. Although sometimes users may use the same password, and that's just going to happen because of the natural order of things. So that's how an individual user changes their password. What if you want to change the full name of something, for example, or the finger information? So there's the finger command, which is the data that's stored in the etc password file. So if we wanted to finger a particular user, and it would return back that user's information. So only the root can run this chfn command or change full name or real username and information. So this could be the full name, the office number, the phone number, all the stuff that we put in with the default account or when we created the account. And essentially, the default configuration is to keep users from changing their name. Of course, root can do it. And there's different flags with chfn. So if you wanted to change the full name, you could change the room number. Maybe you just want to change the work number. And of course, there's always, if you forget how to use a command, there's usually you can type -help. Now, some commands won't have the -help. So in this case, we have the -o. It's a little bit of a shorter abbreviation of the command than using the man page or the manual page. So let's go ahead and change the full name of user 1. And let's say maybe we want to change the room. Now let's go ahead and look at the change age command or the chage command, depending on how you want to pronounce it. So the change age command allows the administrator to change the password expiration settings by passing the username as an argument. So we'll look at the man page. So you give it the options, and then the login, you can actually say what the last day for their password was changed. You could set an expiration date. You could set a certain number of days before it's locked. So there's the information on user 1. It doesn't expire. It's inactive. Never. And the maximum and minimum number of days. So if you wanted to change the age of the password, you could set a minimum password age. And we could set a maximum password age. We could set it to the last password change. And we can have password expiration warning. We'll leave it the defaults. And when it goes inactive, and we can just view the information now and see that all of our changes were just made. So you can do that with any account. You could also require a user's account to expire, for example. So as a system administrator, you might have to enforce password changing policies for a period of time. So no other unauthorized users can view this information, only the root user or somebody that can sudo to root. So let's go ahead and do a password -e, and then we'll put in the user account, which is user 1. And we've just now set that account to expire. So when that user tries to log in the next time, they should have to enter a new password. Those are useful tools for managing individual user accounts. Now let's look at managing users and groups. So maybe you might want to disable or enable a user's account from a system administrator perspective. You might want to lock an account for somebody that's temporarily leaving, or maybe somebody is moving to a new project and they don't need that particular account anymore, because you don't want them to be able to modify, delete, or add files. And there's also, so the -u flag under the password command allows you to unlock. So you lock it with the -l command and unlock it with the -u. So let's go back to our virtual environment. Let's go ahead and do password -l user1, and we've now locked that account. Let's do password -u user1. And so from time to time, let's go ahead and add another user account. Just because we can, add user2. Go ahead and type their password here. Give it some information. And that's it. Yes, the information is correct. So let's go ahead and do, if we want to lock that new account we just created, and there we go. So that user tries to log in. So we can still switch on the active session, but that won't take effect until the next time that they log in. So these are important things to know when you're managing users. Now, what about groups? Let's talk about managing groups. So each user could be a member of many different groups. You might have a group for one particular department or another, and you have the need to switch around users amongst different departments as necessary. So you can change the user ID command, or the user ID variable, and also the group ID variable. So let's go ahead and look at a user and see what the ID command does for us. So we have, first we'll look at the man page. So this will print out the real and effective user and group IDs. So let's do ID user1. We can see that it's 1001 as the user ID, or UID variable. It's 1001 for the group ID, and the groups that it's a member of. Now let's say maybe we want to add a group to the system. So let's use the add group. First we'll look at the man page. On some Linux distros, it's group add or add group. In this case, add group or add user, they're all part of the same command family. So we can modify these commands inside of the adduser.config file. And essentially, if you don't give it any other options, it'll just set up each user or group as a default. So let's go ahead and do. So we've added a new user group, and notice it created a new group ID. And we can use the, so let's say maybe we want to delete that group. So we'd use the del group user group command, and now that group is gone. So this is, we can also look at, if you put the ID command and don't put any parameters after it, it'll just return the ID for the user that it's actually logged in as. So notice that now user 1 is required to change the password. So we're going to change it to something else. First we have to enter our most current password, and then we're going to change it to a new one. says it must choose a longer password. So note that it does require password complexity requirements. So we're going to do notice that it accepted the password. We can cat out the Etsy password to verify, or I'm sorry, the Etsy shadow. There's the Etsy password file. You can see the new user that was created. Let's go ahead and cat out the Etsy shadow file. Notice we can't cat it out because we're not root. So we're going to have to sudo to root. And notice that user 1 is not in that file. So we'll come to that, back to that in a minute. So let's go ahead and switch back over to root. But we have to do it with the Kali command because, or the Kali user, because that user is in the sudoers file. So we can add groups. Let's go ahead and add another group. We'll call this group HR. We'll add a group for sales, and maybe we'll use those in a future lecture. So add a group and delete group. If we want to modify the group once we've created it, that's the group mod command. So we can modify the group ID, we can modify the name, we can change the password, and different other things. So the group information, as we know, is in the Etsy gshadow file. So we didn't give it any commands, so it won't actually make the change. If you do group mod, if you mistype the command or you type it in the wrong case, you won't get the actual any response back. So let's go ahead and change the name. Oh, had that syntax backwards. So when you're changing the name or you're modifying, you have to put the what you want to change it to first, and then the actual group. And now we should be able to return that information, and we'll see the actual group list that's there. So if we want to add a user to a particular group, we can do that. We just have to use a different command called the user mod command. So let's go ahead and add a user to a particular group. And let's clear the screen. There's the user mod command, so it tells us we can modify the user account. So if we want to append that user to a group, we'll use that with the -G option for the group name. You can change the comment field. You can do different things with the user account, like make it inactive. You can change the password. You can change the user shell. So there's a lot of things you can do with this command, but right now we're going to focus just on the group. So we're going to do user mod -A -G, and then we're going to put in the actual group that we want to change to. Which is going to be the user group, and we're going to add user 1 to that user group. And so we don't have that user. Oh, that's right. We changed the name, didn't we? So we got to make it new user group. And now that user account has been added to that group. So let's add the other user account we created to a different group. User mod-a-g, we'll add the user 2 to the HR group. And there we go. And with the groups command, we can see what users are in which groups. So let's go ahead and do groups, and we'll do user 1, and we'll see that user 1 is part of new user group. We'll do the groups command for user 2, and we'll see that they're part of the HR group. So our commands were successful, and that's what we wanted to happen. Now let's talk about configuring services inside of our Kali Linux distribution, because that's important, because at some point we may want to look at different services that are running. If we do the command dpackage with an uppercase L in the package name, it will list us all the files that are included in that particular package. So let me clear the screen. dpackage-L, just one dash, not multiple. And because Linux is case sensitive, we want to make sure that we're following the convention. And there's all the different packages that are a part of the TCP dump command. Let's say maybe I wanted to find out what all the packages are as part of Wireshark. I can do that. So that's the -L command. Let's see if I can't zoom in a little bit to make this a bit bigger for you guys. So we have the dpackage-s command, which will show us any metadata that also comes with that package, or any requirements. So, for example, if the install is okay, or if there are any things that it might need to be able to function. And then it tells you a little bit about the package itself and what the package actually does. Let's go ahead and look at the man page. Dpackage is an important program to understand. It is a package manager for Debian or Debian-based Linux. Obviously, if you want to be able to understand, the descriptions are not going to be useful. So always consult the software developers' documentation. But you have the man pages, and you also have the dpackage command. So you can see if there are any packages that have been held for installation. You can actually force commands to packages to install. You can remove packages install even with dpackage. And many, many other things. So let's talk about services. So if we want to be able to work with services, it's changed a little bit in Linux of some of the newer versions, but it's important to understand both ways to how to run services. So services run as from configuration files. In the case of SSH or Secure Shell, SSH allows you to remotely log into a machine, transfer files, and run commands. So the tool is SSH, or sometimes called OpenSSH, but it runs a service called the SSH daemon. And OpenSSH is installed by default, but the SSH service is disabled. So let's go ahead and get that service started. We're going to use the systemctl command start SSH. And we should do systemctl status SSH to see that it's in fact running. So notice the server is running. By vendor, it's supposed to be disabled. We can also set it if we want it to run on boot by using the systemctl command enable SSH. So notice it's going to write that information or that script, so when Kali Linux boots up, SSH will automatically be available, which is particularly useful, especially if you're going to be moving in and out of command shells and doing other things with your Linux distribution. Let's go ahead and clear the screen. So the Same results can be gotten by using the service SSH status command, or essentially service and then the name of the service and then status. So any command can be pretty much gotten to. You can also do service status all in older distributions. So in some cases, some versions of Linux will have different commands. So if you type the service -- status all, it'll return all the services that are running. And if it has a plus sign, that means it's actually running. So you can see here, there's a plus sign next to SSH, so it's currently running. But any one of these other services can be called. So we will come back to this command, but I definitely want you to understand how to stop and start services, because from a security perspective, services can help you, or they can also give you away if you're doing a particular type of pen test. So SSH runs the SSH daemon, and then we can configure different things. Many servers will have SSH keys stored in the ~/.ssh directory. SSH listens by default on port 22, but we can change that. But if you change the SSH daemon config file, you have to reload the service or restart the service. So let's go ahead and clear the screen. And we're going to go ahead, and what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and generate some SSH keys with the SSH keygen command. And what that will do, we can actually specify parameters. We don't have to, but it just makes it a little more complicated. But there's no requirement to do so. But if we press enter, it's going to generate a public-private RSA key pair. RSA is the encryption algorithm named after the people who created it, Ravesh, Shamir, and Adelman. And it's going to ask you, what file do you want to save the key in? So it's going to give you the root /.ssh directory and then the name of the key. So you can just leave it default, hit enter, and it created that directory. And if you want a passphrase to add some extra randomness, that's fine. If not, we're not going to worry about it. So notice it tells you where your identification is saved at, your public key, and then it also does a SHA-256 hash of that key and some random ASCII art that goes to it. But if we cat out to the screen in the .ssh directory, got to put a tilde in there, there's our OpenSSH private key. So we actually just created that ourselves. This is not one we've obtained from a server, but it's very common. You might need to create an SSH key to be able to log in securely to a virtual machine or maybe to a web server or something like that. If we change to that directory, and we clear the screen and we do the ls command, we'll notice there's your public key and your private key. So the private key is much shorter, and it also gives the public key is much shorter. So when you log into a server, you might see other users' public keys in this particular folder. So this is very, very common, and it's an important concept to understand. So let's go look at the SSH config file. So we're going to go look in the etc SSH directory, and we can see the sshd_config file. And we're going to edit that with a text editor, in this case Vim. And we can see it's pointed to a particular path of where it wants to look. So this is the system-wide file. In this case, we can notice everything that's in blue. These are all commented out. If there's no hashtag in front of it, that means that it's enabled. So you could make some changes here, such as the default port that you wanted to run on. So you could uncomment this line by pressing the insert key, and we could actually change the port. And notice the syntax also highlighted with it as well. So maybe you wanted to change it to a higher level port number, for example. So maybe we want it to be 49,152 or something like that. So we make our change, we hit the escape, we write it to the file, and then we're going to have to change we're going to have to reload the config. Whoops. And there we go. You can see it's active and it's running, and it will be talking on a different port. So let's go ahead and exit out. So now we're going to talk about some of the databases that you might see on Kali Linux. PostgreSQL is a database server. It's a relational database. Some services will access the database over the network and might need authentication from the database. So if we want to start the database, we'll have to go into our command line, and we can query that service just like we can anything else. I'm going to go ahead and change back to the home directory. And we're going to use the service, PostgreSQL status. And we can see that it's loaded, but it's not currently running. We can do the same thing with the systemctl command. So if we want to start, we can start the PostgreSQL service, and it'll take a moment, and then that database will be open. By default, PostgreSQL listens on TCP port 5432 and on a particular socket in the var run PostgreSQL directory. Whoops. So we're going to change to the run directory. And there's the PostgreSQL directory. And we can see some different things in here. Notice it has a lock on the file that it's calling because we don't want to have mistakes made or unauthorized changes made. So there's in the etc directory is where most of the configuration is. So we can see in here this is version 12, and we can see here there's the different config files with Postgres, the PostgreSQL.config file. Just going to cat it out to the screen so you can see what it looks like. You may not have to mess with it too much unless you're doing some customized operations. But essentially, the PGA_HBA.config file will define who's allowed to connect and how they're authenticated. So you can set up, if you want customized extensions here, so if you want, this is kind of almost like your firewall for an example. Where do you want to allow connections? Of course, you don't want to disable the rules. These are just the different networks from which, if you want to allow connections that are non-local, you have to add more host records. So let's talk about some more configuring the services. So services like Metasploit and others require the PostgreSQL service. And PostgreSQL allows for multiple versions of the database to be co-installed in what they call clusters. You can actually create new users with respect to Postgres and new roles. So we can switch over to the Postgres user account. And we're going to say we want to go ahead and create user MSF for Metasploit Framework P-S-R-D. And it's going to ask for a new password. And there we go. So we've created a new user account. And notice I didn't type exit properly. I typed it in all caps, so it did not work correctly. So if you wanted to drop that user, you could do that. There's also the so if you need to remove a PostgreSQL account, of course, only super users and users that have the appropriate role can remove PostgreSQL accounts. So of course you have to be able to sudo to root. You can also use, you can create databases. Let's go ahead and do, so if you want to create a new Postgres database, you give it a connection option. So normally if you're the one creating it, you'll be the owner unless you want to specify a different database type. You can put the location, the version number, many other things. There's usually some different options. So you could set it to be on a certain port number. In this case, we'll go ahead and create database. We'll just call it demo. And because we don't have root, that did not work. So you can see that the new versions of Kali have locked it down somewhat, but just know that this is basically the same process that you're going to follow. So if you want to create a new super user account, you also have to connect as a super user, not just with a create role privilege. So if you're a super user, that means you can bypass all the service permission checks within the database. So you want to keep your super user control close hold. It should not be granted lightly. You can also use the drop user command to remove an account, and you can do the drop db command to remove a database entirely. So there's no real difference between creating databases from the command line and doing it from the graphical based utility, but at least now you've seen multiple ways of doing this process. So, and there are some important tools to manage these different clusters. There's Postgres create cluster, drop cluster. If you want to list out the different clusters that are there. So, and these things may change from version to version. Notice I made a typo there. So there's only one cluster right now listening on 5432. If I wanted to create a cluster, we can do that. We'll just call it new. So you have to give it some options. Who owns it, the group ID. So that's beyond the scope of this course, getting in too much into the weeds, but we will. So it's important to understand the different types of databases, especially as an ethical hacker or a Kali Linux pen tester, because you may have to probe certain databases, and different databases between MySQL and Postgres, they'll have slightly different commands, which we may cover in future lectures. So how do we configure the web server? So besides having a database, we might have to have a web front-end component. Generally, Apache is the most common web server that's on the internet. Most of the web services, I think like 60% of all web servers run Apache. So Apache created the HTTP server project as an effort to be able to maintain an open source server for modern operating systems. And essentially the idea was that it would be modular, it would be very easy to work with and add new functionality. Let's see. And in the newer versions of Linux, it's named Apache 2 by the version, because we're on version 2.4, I believe is the latest version. If you wanted to find out more information about Apache, you could go to HTTP D, as in it's named after the HTTP daemon. You could go to that particular resource and they will show you information about the latest and greatest versions, all the different modules, and you can see it's been the most popular server since the 90s, and this year it celebrates its 25th anniversary. So it's a well supported, well documented web server, though from a security perspective that also makes it a big target because it's installed a lot of places. So let's go ahead and look at some things we can do with Apache. So we can see the same commands with the systemd versus the service commands. So let's go ahead and service Apache 2 and let's go ahead and start it. And we'll see that it'll take a moment and then we can query it. Now it's active and it's running. And we can see that if we go to a web browser inside of our Kali Linux distro, we will see a default web page. Let's go to our usual applications and we'll open up. They've added in the newer versions, they've added in Chromium. We'll just open up Firefox so we can have a web browser. And we'll put in the local host IP address, or the 127.0.0.1 address, and we'll see that we have the Apache default web page. So this shows the location of the Apache config file, any ports that are open, what modules are enabled. So of course you want to disable this from a security perspective. And most of the Apache website files will be located in the var/www directory. So let's go back to our slides here. So once we create Apache, or once we enable Apache, it has different modules that we can use. We can enable mods with it. You can use the a2n mod command. So if you need to enable or disable an Apache module, you can do so. You can set it to quiet mode so it doesn't show informative methods or messages. There's other commands like the Apache 2 controller. We're working with Apache services. So this is the Apache server control interface. So it takes more simplified one-word commands. So if you want to make quick changes to it, or you want to start the Apache, so you can do Apache 2 controller start. So it's going to invoke the systemctl command as well. So it's already running. So what if we change this to stop? So now we'll notice that the Apache server is no longer running. So let's go ahead and start it again. And we have our web server running. So on Apache and its config file, it can load what are known as virtual hosts. These are essentially extra identities for the web server. So you could have multiple hosts on a web server. The default virtual host is in the etc Apache 2 default config file. And then every virtual host after that gets described by the site's available file. So you can do a minimum virtual host for the website, which is stored in the /srv/www.example.com. Let's go ahead and look at the Apache config file. And there's the default Apache config file, or the default virtual host. So you can see that the document root is the root where all the websites go. You can see the server admin. This is the webmaster, or the person that manages the website. So a lot of information can be obtained from this file. So you want to guard this file very carefully. So let's talk about some more things. Requiring authentication. So if you want to run additional directives outside of the normal Apache config file, one of the ways to do that is through something called an htaccess file. Now, this htaccess file is essentially a distributed configuration file. So every time a request comes in, that htaccess file will handle those requests. And this is done normally on a per directory basis. So you can rename htaccess files something else using the access file name directive. And you could also allow them to be overridden or not. So in this case here, if you want to require authentication, you could require a valid user using the auth name private directory, and you could set the authentication user file at that etc Apache 2 auth files /ht password -private. So some extra information. Typically, we've talked about the network manager. We've talked about command line tools. We've talked about different ways of managing users and group accounts. We've talked about adding users. We've talked about SSH. We looked at Postgres as well as Apache. So in summary, we talked about configuring the network, the different ways with desktop command line using systemd. We looked at managing accounts, creating accounts, disabling accounts. We looked at different ways to configure services like SSH and the Apache daemon. We looked at Postgres SQL services. We looked at setting up SSH for remote logins and how to generate SSH keys for particular servers. And now you should be more familiar with working with Kali Linux and particular services, networks, and user accounts. Hello and welcome back to the official Certcop series, the Certified Kali Linux Pentester. This module will be on monitoring and managing Linux processes. And we'll talk about Linux process management. So it's generally important to think about security in the terms of the scope of all the different methodologies that are out there. There are so many different types of tools, and picking the right balance of security can be difficult. And it also largely depends a lot on your organization's objectives. So providing security to a system has to be built in from the ground up. So this is the outline. We're going to talk about security policies. We're going to look at risks. We're going to look at different security measures to minimize risk. We'll look at the different types of attacks that we're going to mitigate. We'll talk about network firewalls, network services. We'll look at Linux's IP tables,
as well as the different rules and other monitoring and logging resources. And this is our chapter flow, so we're going to start out with security policy, network policy, and we're going to work all the way up to depackage and post-intrusion detection system. So the security policy of Linux is the definition that outlines the rules and practices that are going to be followed with respect to security in an organization. How should an organization protect their sensitive data? This is typically driven by a security policy or potentially by a compliance framework that might dictate security policy. So in creating a security policy, you want to make sure that it's simple and easy for everyone to understand. And the objective of the policy is to be able to protect data while keeping the privacy of users intact. So for these 3 points on the screen here, you think about, what are you trying to protect? What are you trying to protect against? Or what types of attacks? And who are you trying to protect from? So whether it's advanced persistent threats, script kiddies, nation states, insider threats, all of these things go into your overall security policy. So how do we do security measures? Well, we can do services like fail to ban that'll make it a lot harder to be able to brute force passwords on servers. We can install fail to ban. If you're running Apache or Nginx, you want to always run in HTTPS mode or port 443. You always want to be running securely. You can also use full disk encryption for devices like laptops, and especially if they're going to be portable or the people are going to be traveling. You want to think about this from a perspective of your data in use and your data at rest. So if data is just sitting on the system not being used, that's generally data at rest. If you're talking about data that's on a system, it's in use, that means data in use. And then you have data in transit, which is data that's traversing over some type of network. So let's go ahead and open up our Kali Linux VM. And we're going to go ahead and run the netstat command to see what service we actually have running. And we can see we only have port 22 open right now, listening. So let's go ahead and do, let's clear the screen. Let's do an apt-get install fail to ban, so you can see what that looks like. And we have to make sure we're root. In this case, we're using the Kali Linux account, or the Kali and Kali account. And it's going to take a little bit of time to download. While it's downloading, Kali Linux has some other things that are available. There are not firewalls by default in Kali, but there are programs like the uncomplicated firewall, and there's even a graphical version for it as well. So the new version of uncomplicated firewall is usually UFW, so it's not installed by default. So we'll do an apt-get install the uncomplicated firewall, or UFW. So the main thing to think about when you're talking about Kali Linux, there are certain choices you have to make, and really for any Linux distro for that matter, but notice it created a config file in the etc UFW directory, so that'll be important for later. But let's also install the GUI for the uncomplicated firewall, just so you can have some contrast. Kali Linux also has a nuke password function, which can be used to essentially destroy all the keys on a encrypted partition. We're not, of course, going to do that because we're at a virtual machine. But this is the program if you're managing encrypted volumes. And it supports various algorithms like AES, TrueCrypt, which has since been replaced by VeraCrypt, and even the Windows BitLocker solution. So let's go ahead and quit out of here. So what we want to do is we want to set packet filtering rules on the firewall to stop people from being able to scan the network. So how do we do that? So we have to lock down services. So there are rules, or basic security rules, and these are things you should definitely take with you, whether you're on an ethical hacking perspective or maybe you're on the defensive team at one point. But if you don't need a service, turn it off, because every service and every port that is open gives an attacker even more room to maneuver and potentially find another way in. It adds to what we call the attack surface. So some services that might be on by default, they don't have any credentials, or they allow you only to set credentials on the first use. And also many services will run as root with full administrator privileges, so you want to be careful with that. For example, the browser exploitation framework, which is built into Kali, has the default password of beef and beef, which are hard-coded into the source code. So if we look at some of the exploit frameworks, in the new version, they've moved things around a little bit. So depending on the version you install, you may see things in different locations. You can also type at the search box, but beef is the browser exploitation framework, which has been removed in the newer versions because of security considerations, but you can always install it. So let's look at a firewall. So what is a firewall? A firewall is really just a piece of software or hardware that checks the incoming and outgoing packets, and based on a certain set of rules. So the point of the firewall is that there are a couple of different kinds, and we'll talk about those in a minute, but you have to think about traffic from both directions, incoming and outgoing. There's, firewalls on many systems, like, for example, the Windows Defender firewall, or the uncomplicated firewall, which is in Kali. So let's go ahead and check on the status of the uncomplicated firewall. You can see that it's currently not running. So we're going to go ahead and start. And we can see it's now active and it's exited. So it started and finished. So there's not currently any rules set, but you can see this is the program for managing the Linux firewall. The other option you have, it's also called net filter or network filter, but you have the IP tables component, you have ARP tables, you have many different options with respect to packet filtering inside of Kali Linux. So Linux kernel essentially uses the net filter firewall, which can be controlled from the user space with the IP tables and IP6 tables. So it's IP6 or IP tables, that's for IP version 4. If it's IP6 tables, that's for IP version 6. And there's also another tool called Firewall Builder or FW Builder if you want a GUI-based tool to be able to put rules in. So let's go ahead and take a look at the GUI uncomplicated firewall. And this is pretty much what it looks like. You can set different profiles for different networks. You can pick whether it's incoming or outgoing. And you can set different rules based on certain programs. Of course, it's off right now, so we had to turn it on to be able to set rules. You can do simple, allow, or deny, or just even limiting particular traffic. You can limit certain applications based on categories, and you can pick a direction, incoming or outgoing, or both. So let's say I want to block games traffic from, I don't know, the Battlefield 1942. And we'd say deny both directions, and we hit add. And then we now have a rule. And notice it added that port for that particular application. And then whenever we try to run that application, we'll get an entry in the log. Let's go ahead and open up a new tab. Let's do a sudo app-get install fw builder. And put our password in. So it's 40 megabytes. It's a little bit bigger than the uncomplicated firewall, and this will work on both Linux, Unix, and Windows. I believe Mac OS as well. So the firewall builder is also on SourceForge as well as GitHub. If you want to download it, you click download and pick your, it's under the GNU GPL license. You go and download the version that you want, whether it's Windows or whether it's, if it's Ubuntu, you've got Debian packages. Of course, you can just install it from the Kali repository. Now that it's installed, we can look at the multi-platform firewall configuration tool. So it's a GUI, and it supports firewalls based on IP tables for the kernel, IP filter, pfSense, Cisco PICs, and many other different types of firewalls. So how do we configure firewalls? Well, we have NetFilter, which does 4 distinct tables. So it has, of course, the filter itself, which are the rules. And these are, NetFilter is a mechanism provided by the kernel that enables you to customize handlers to implement various network-related operations. For packet filtering, NAT, network address translation, where you're translating source and destination addresses to particular ports. And then you have NetFilter can be controlled with the help of the terminal and IP tables and IP6 tables. Mangle will actually change the IP packet itself, and then the raw filter or the raw table allows other modifications before the packet reaches the connection tracking. And each table contains a list of rules called chains. The firewall uses standard chains to handle packets based on predefined circumstances. So with respect to the different chains and the tables we have, let's now take a look at the different standard chains on the NetFilter table. So there are 3 standard chains, essentially input, which are packets that are destined for the firewall itself. Then you have the output, which are packets that are going to be forwarded by the firewall. They're going to be sent out. And then you have forward packets, which means packets that pass through the firewall, which is neither their source nor their destination. So with the NAT table, there's also 3 standard chains. One for pre-routing, which modifies packets as soon as they arrive. One for post routing, which modifies them when they're ready to go on their way. And lastly, the output to modify packets generated by the firewall itself. So let's look at the different syntax table, or syntax of IP tables and IP6 tables for IP version 6. So notice that the three major options are -L, which lists the rules in the chain. So let's go back over to our Kali box. Go ahead and make it full screen. So we can see IP tables -T for the table, and then -A, C, or D for the chain, and then the rule. So we'll go ahead and do so IP tables is not currently in use in this case because it's using the uncomplicated firewall. So that was one of the things I was saying about you have to enable it for the system. So you can either use IP tables or you can use the uncomplicated firewall. So if we do IP tables -N-L for input, we notice we don't have, it's not showing up because we're not sudo, so we have to be root. So there's all of the IP chains, or the IP tables chains. Some of these were added in by the uncomplicated firewall. Notice we have accept, we have drop. So we can pick our, let's go ahead and clear the screen again. So this is all the input rules. So uncomplicated firewall before logging, before input, after input. So these are how you essentially manipulate the rules. If we're going to do a -N, that will actually create a new chain. So if you want to test a new service or something like that, that might be a reason why you would create a new chain. So we just created a new chain. And there we can see our new chain at the bottom. So if you need to create new chains, that's definitely the way you can do it. If you're doing a chain that is empty and you decide you want to delete it later, you can do that with the following command. You do IP tables -X and then the name of the chain. And now notice when we do the IP tables -L command, that the chain is no longer there. So that's how you add and remove chains within IP tables. We can also add rules at the end of given chains. We can delete individual rules inside of the chain. And we can use the -F for flushing a chain as well. And the syntax is pretty much the same for IP6 tables. You just put a 6 in front of the, or in between IP and tables. And there's all the IP6 chains. So if you wanted to, once you have your chains, then you can start working with things like rules. For example, if you wanted to deny all incoming traffic, you could do IP tables -P, and you could say input drop. And essentially, all of the traffic would now be not permitted to come through based on the rule. So we do an IP tables. You can also do -- list as well, which does the same thing as the uppercase L. And then there's the input policy drop. So let's change that back to accept. Clear the screen here. And there we go. So we can now accept traffic again. You can do that for many different ways. IP4 tables or IP tables applies to IP version 4. IP6 tables, of course, applies to IP version 6. So now let's look at the different rules. So each rule creates essentially one invocation of IP tables or IP6 tables, and rules are stored in a script. So the system is automatically configured the same way every time it boots. So we already installed FW Builder, so let's go ahead and run that. And we now have our GUI here. We see our quick start. You can watch the guide, or you can just hit close and you can go ahead and start looking at your different rules. You can look at standard filters, standard rules. You can do user. We can create new firewall. We'll call the new object new firewall, and we'll pick what software it's running on. So we can add in, we can essentially build out our network with this tool. It's very useful. Let's say this one's an ASA, and we'll say next, and then you'll have to give it the SNMP read and write community string, or you can configure the interfaces manually. And then you have to actually add the physical interface and the IP address. So the main thing to think about when you're building out your actual firewall, you want to think about your interfaces, your networks, your servers, and then what ports you want to allow. So the services are based on IP, ICMP, TCP, UDP. It could be even be done based on policies. You can actually add new firewalls and services from this menu as well. We'll say this one's IP tables. We'll call it the Kali firewall. And we'll say boom. And finish. And now let's talk about monitoring and logging. Monitoring and logging are pretty important. with security, especially from a defensive side, but also from an offensive side, because you can get a lot of information from logs. So they need to be monitored securely. There's a program called Log Check, which will monitor logs every hour by default, and it'll send unusual messages to administrators. And so let's go ahead and switch over to our Kali box, and we'll go ahead and do an apt-get install log check because it's not installed, so you'll have to do a little bit of work there to get it installed first. You can have it report different values, whether it's a paranoid level, server level, and even a workstation level. So paranoid is very verbose and should be probably restricted to servers that are your high importance servers, and things like firewalls and so on and so forth. So server is the default mode and is recommended for most servers. So let's go ahead and look at log check. So this will scan your logs for interesting lines. So the list of monitored files in the Etsy log check config folder. And it also will look at the rsyslog directory as well. So there's log check, and we can see the different log files and also the config file. There's the config file for based on what you want it to monitor. So this is the rsyslog config. So this is what is kind of getting run by standard on Linux. So it's keeping track of the cron job, the authorization log, the privileged authorization log, the user log. These are all going to be in your var/log directory. So you could have log check monitor some of these as well. Generally, you want to customize log check to include some extra messaging depending on services, unless you want to get a lot of just non-useful information. So again, we saw the log check, log files, and now let's talk about Top. Top is a very flexible tool. Comes with most Linux distributions. Let's go ahead and go back to our Kali distro. And let's look at Top. So this displays Linux processes, and essentially you can look at things like your command line, you can look at CPU, memory, all that kind of stuff. So unlike other commands like PS, it's interactive, so you can browse through the list or you can kill processes. So let's just go ahead and open it up. So there's Top. You can see that it has the uptime, currently 1 user, what kind of load it has. You can see things like memory, and then notice there's a process ID, the user, and then a priority. And it also keeps track of the percentages of your CPU and your memory. So the upper half has the output with resources, while the lower half has the processes. So you can actually use the arrow keys to scroll down through it, or the page up and page down keys. And if you want to quit, just press quit. There's one more logging tool that I want to show you, because I do like variety and I like color in my slides. So let's go ahead and look at HTOP. You're not going to have it by default in most cases. It's very much like Top, and it also has a little fancier interface, for lack of a better word. So let's go ahead and look at HTOP. Notice that you have a color-coded scheme. You actually get kind of a bar graph chart showing how much memory out of how much swap space as well, and what the average load is. And it's just, and it has some at the bottom. Notice it has some different commands. You can change the nice values, which we'll get into a little bit later. You can search for specific processes. Like for example, I wanted to search for Firefox. It's not currently running, but maybe I want to search for the cron job, so I can jump right to it. So it's a nice way to be able to work with it. You can actually look at the tree structure as well and see where the processes have spawned from. So if you scroll up to the top, you can see what folder the file is coming out of and where it's running from. So it's a very useful monitoring tool. You can also filter out based on certain criteria. So maybe I want to filter based on just USR. So it's very, very useful. And once you're done, you can hit enter. If you want to collapse everything, you can press F6. Maybe you want to customize it to what you want it to show. So it's, even though it's a command line utility, it's a very useful tool. Let's go ahead and quit out of here. Let's look at one more. There's Genome System Monitor, and it is very much like Top and provides a lot of the same features, but it may not be installed by default depending on what flavor or what desktop environment of Kali you installed. So you will have to install it, and this is the actual package, but there's a couple other dependencies that the libraries that go with it. So we're going to go ahead and let that install. Go ahead and clear the screen. And there's the Genome System Monitor. So it's roughly the same features as Top, but it's in a more graphical interface, so you can click between resources, processes. It's also very similar to the Windows Task Manager. You can click on processes and end them, or you have a little menu down here at the bottom right where you can get some more information. How much CPU time, what the priority is, the nice value, any other information about it. So it's a very, very useful utility to have. You can see your CPU kind of in real time. See what file systems you have loaded. Of course, I'm on a singular disk, so you may have more disks here if you run this, but no. So we looked at Top, HTOP, and also GNOME System Monitor. So if you want to kill an application that you're in, you can hit Control-C, and then we can go back to HTOP and just make sure that it's not still actually running. So it's very important to be able to search for things and monitor things within Kali Linux or any Linux distro for that matter. Let's go ahead and get out of this menu. F10 to quit. Clear the screen. So we looked at Top, we looked at HTOP, and we looked at Genome System Monitor. There's also one more we can look at. There's PS, and if you type the PS AUX command, you kind of get a similar view to what you get in Top. You just don't get as much information, and it's not formatted as nicely. So some people like the PS command, or essentially it's just a snapshot of the current processes. So if you want a more up-to-date, real-time monitoring solution, that's why you want Top. So let's talk about the Advanced Intrusion Detection Environment. The Advanced Intrusion Detection Environment. So this may not be installed. Essentially what this does is it looks at things like file integrity. So if any files were modified or you have any previous images with the system, this will help guard against that. Let's go ahead and clear the screen. Do an app-get install aid, and of course it is case sensitive. So it's roughly 2,500 kilobytes, and it takes a little bit to set up the config files. So aid stores its configuration in two places: the etc/aide/config file and the etc/aide/aide.config.d file. All right, notice the aid went ahead and installed. So the Advanced Intrusion Detection Environment. So you can do a check for inconsistencies. Of course, you have to have initialized the database to do this. And you can sort based on regular expressions. So let's go ahead and do AIDE-I. We have to first, let's go look at the config file actually. So there's the config file, and it's going to say this is an example of a log that's being set. And notice you can run this as a daily cron job based on a database. There are lots more useful things you can do with this program. So that's the config file there. Some people have called aid the free tripwire, which is the professional version. So essentially, if you're going to do some additional hardening on a system, this is a good option. Aid is a small yet powerful open source IDS tool, and it has many different features. So you can install it on almost every flavor of Linux. So we can do a aid-v to see what version we're running. So notice we have SC Linux, we have different hash files. So these are some of the different options that come with it. If we want to edit the aid config file, we can open it with our favorite text editor. And sometimes instructions do change, so just be aware that just because something is in one place the first time you do it, it may not necessarily be there the next time. So in the etc aid directory, now we're going to have to actually change to the directory, or putting in the full path would have actually helped. So now we have the aid config file. So there's some default permissions or default rules that it looks at. You can actually define new custom rules. So for example, if you wanted to look for things like access control, you could put in a rule And it has a pretty well documented file as far as config files go. So of course you want to make sure these paths are good. You can change the verbose level. Maybe we want to go ahead and add a rule. And what we'll do is we'll go ahead and comment here. This rule is going to check access control only. Changes in file / directory permissions. So then we'll make the rule. We'll call this perms equals p plus u plus g plus acl plus se linux plus. So essentially we can almost use regular expression type syntax. So there's our rule that we've just added. And we're going to go ahead and escape from insert mode because we're using VI. We're going to right quit. And there we go. Maybe we might want to check file and content type. There's all kinds of rules you can put in for. So let's look at one more command since we have the AIDE taken care of. Let's go ahead and change back to the home directory. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to look at the dpackage command. Another useful command, which is essentially the Debian package manager as it's aptly named. So if we want to understand the different options that dpackage can do, so it actually maintains a certain amount of information on installed packages. So if you want to get a whole lot of information, you can do dpackage-l and see all the different packages that are there, what version they are, and a little bit about them. So maybe this is not so useful, so let's not look at the whole thing. Let's do a dpackage-l and let's grep for Apache 2. Maybe we only want to see the things that are with respect to our web server. Maybe we want to look at the list of the packages that apply to the uncomplicated firewall. And there we go. So there's all the different files that were installed by a particular package. You can also install with dpackage as well. If you're sudo to root, you can do dpackage -i and then the name of the file. So if for some reason a package won't install with the apt, you might be able to do it with the dpackage command. You can also uninstall certain packages as well with the -r command. And you can also verify a package as well. These are all the different checksums that dpackage is going to be concerned with. So it will take some time. So this command should print out a line for every package that fails verification. Let's go ahead and do dpackage-v. And so sometimes these commands do change. Let's see if it's still in there. -V for verify. Oh, I gotta put the package name. Silly me. So let's go ahead and do, let's say, TCP dump. All right, how about now let's go ahead and get into some practice questions. So the network layer firewall works as a frame filter, packet filter, or both a frame as well as packet filter, or none of the above. Correct answer is B. Network layer firewall works as a packet filter. It can also filter against certain ports and protocols as well. But this is one of the most basic types of firewalls that we talked about. Question 2. Network layer firewalls have two subcategories known as stateful and stateless firewalls, bit-oriented firewall and byte-oriented firewalls, or frame firewalls and packet firewalls, or none of the above. The answer is A, stateful and stateless firewalls. Again, many of the firewalls of today are considered what are known as next-gen firewalls. They combine elements of both stateful and stateless filtering. So a stateful firewall means that it can keep track of the state or the TCP connection. Stateless firewalls are typically just packet filters. So a firewall is installed at the point where the secure internal network and untrusted external network meet, which is also known as what? A choke point, a meeting point, a firewall point, or a secure point. The answer is A, choke point. This is also another word for DMZ, or demilitarized zone. A DMZ typically has two firewalls, one facing the public internet and one facing the internal network. And then in the DMZ, or the demilitarized zone, is the last bastion of servers and security that users and also administrators can go through before they are allowed to get access to the trusted network. You might have things like an email server at the choke point, or some web server that needs to be accessible from external systems. All right, let's get on to number 4. Which of the following are the types of firewalls? We just went over this briefly. We have packet filtering firewalls, dual home gateway firewalls, screened host firewalls, or D, all of the above. Answer is A, packet filtering firewall. So a proxy firewall filters at what layer? And we're referencing the OSI model, which is prerequisite knowledge for this course, but the physical layer, the data link layer, the network layer, or the application layer. And the answer is D, the application layer. So let's recap what we've talked about. So we talked about running Kali on publicly accessible servers. You want to change any default passwords for services that might be configured. If you don't need the service, turn it off. You can also use fail to ban to detect and block password guessing attacks. If you do run web services like Apache, run them over HTTPS to keep attackers from sniffing your traffic. You can implement firewall rules to forbid all the outbound traffic. Remember, we talked about firewalls filtering both ingress traffic and egress traffic, or inbound and outbound. We looked at the log check program, how to monitor log files every hour by default, and also sending unusual log messages and emails to the administrator for further analysis. And we looked at top and HTOP, as well as the GNOME System Monitor, for an interactive tool to display currently running processes. So you want to have log checks and monitoring your processes as part of your continuous monitoring program. Ideally, you want to have those logs being generated and sent somewhere that's centrally managed. And then we looked at the Advanced Intrusion Detection Environment tool. This tool checks for file integrity and will detect any changes against a previously recorded image of the valid system. So it has to have a baseline first, and it must have a database that's been initialized. So as a summary, to recap, we talked about security policies. We looked at different security measures that are out there. We looked at securing network services. We looked at using firewalls for network security and the different types of firewalls, stateless and stateful. We talked about the uncomplicated firewall. We talked about the graphical uncomplicated firewall. We also looked at the firewall builder program, if you want to build out your network and your firewalls from a graphical perspective. We looked at IP tables and the various chains that are part of that, and we looked at the different rule sets that can be applied to them, and how to add and remove different chains, as well as adding and removing rules. We also talked about monitoring and logging with top and HTOP, and monitoring systems in real time. And we also looked at the Advanced Intrusion Detection Environment, or AID program. I thank you for your attention in this module, and we'll see you in the next one.
All right, welcome back to the official Certcop series. We're going to talk about package management and other repositories. So package management essentials for the Kali Linux operating system, and useful things that will help you better optimize your penetration testing distribution. So this is the outline. So we're going to look at the Debian package management tools, or the D package, which stands for the Debian package manager, and also the APT. One of the essential qualities of Kali Linux is its adaptability of packages, which makes installation, upgrading, and removal process very easy. It's important you understand how to take advantage of these so you can streamline your operations. If you're working for a Linux for a long time, you'll understand the difficulty in many cases of compiling programs from source code, because compilers take so much time and debugging and making changes. It can be very stressful even to run only a few tools. So the Kali package management system, as well as the repositories, make it easier on you to stay up to date on the latest and greatest tools without having to compile them by hand. This is our chapter flow, so we're going to look at packages, we're going to look at APT, we'll look at APT and dpackage together. We'll talk about the sources.list file and what needs to go in there, and what some optional things that might go in there as well. We're going to look at the dpackage.log file, and as well as the Synaptic package manager. So let's do a brief introduction to packages and APT. So, of course, it's flexible to upgrade packages, software, remove software, and even the OS itself. So we've got to take some hat tips to the Debian operating system of which Kali Linux is based on. A binary package, which is a .deb file or a Debian package, contains the files that can be directly used, while a source package contains source code. So if you have a .deb file, you have a prepackaged program. If you just have some executable code, then you have to actually compile it in order to be able and make it executable in order to be able to run it. So dpackage is built to be able to process and install .deb packages, but if there's an unsatisfied dependency, usually dpackage will list the missing dependency and let you install them manually, so you can be able to install the file. So the Debian package contains all the application's documents and any other metadata, including application dependencies and the contents that help you be better able to manage the package's particular life cycle. So the APT stands for the Advanced Package Tool, and we're going to go ahead and look at the man page for that. Let's go over to our Kali Linux distribution, and let's look at the APT. So again, this is a high-level command line interface. You have the update command, the upgrade command. You can do a full upgrade. You can install, remove, purge. You can auto-remove packages that are out of date. You can even show the apt cache. So APT, or the Advanced Package Tool, can let you install applications, remove applications, and even upgrade your whole system. So dpackage installs a package locally or located on your system, and it does not automatically resolve dependencies. So that's the main difference between dpackage and APT. So APT retrieves its packages from a repository, a package storage system, or more importantly, the etc apt sources.list file. So there are some capability with being able to edit the sources.list file, but you're better off going to the file itself. So let's go do an apt-get update. We'll notice it's going out to the Kali repositories, and it's pulling down some information. Again, this is a new install of a virtual machine, so even with only a short amount of time, there are updates. So you can see how frequently updates do come along. So let's go ahead and clear the screen. Let's go ahead and apt-get auto-remove, so we'll get rid of any obsolete packages. So no packages there. Let's do an apt-get upgrade to see if there are any upgrades. And yes, there are upgrades that need to be done. So let's go ahead and do that. And while that's going in the background, we'll go ahead and open up a new tab. And let's go ahead and edit. I'm going to use gedit because it's a little bit easier to see in my view and work with, especially for live demos. Sources.list. So gedit is not installed by default. So I'm going to go ahead and grab that as well. Of course, we have to wait on the update here now. So we'll go ahead and use vim. So this is the sources.list file, which contains the http:/kali.org/kali rolling main non-free contrib repository. And it gives you some comments, things that you might want to enable later to add other functionality, or if you need maybe source code, for example. So generally, you're only going to have the one entry on a standard clean install of Kali Linux. But if you want the source code, you can go ahead and go to this line and you can uncomment it. And now you'll get the latest source code if that's something that you require, or these source packages.
we're going to go ahead and escape. We're going to right quit this file. And then once you update your sources.list file, you want to go ahead and do an app-get update because you may have new updates that come out with it. So notice we got a change here to open SSH, and that's fine. It'll usually let you know what changes there are so you can read the updates, or you can just hit Q to quit. Notice it's telling you every step that it's doing. It's pulling down the .deb files or the binary packages, and it's going ahead and unpacking them for you. Just imagine if you had to do this by hand yourself. It's also running some shell scripts with the .sh extension, and it's unpacking a few more libraries. Let's go ahead and clear the screen, and I'm going to go ahead and zoom in so you can see it a little better. All right. All right, now that our installs are completed, we went ahead and ran the auto remove tool, one package. So now we've updated to our latest version. We can see we're on Kali rolling update 2020.2. That's using the lsb_release-a command. And let's go ahead and get back into the lecture. So again, the main Kali repository contains packages that fully comply with the Debian free software guidelines. So if there's non-free, that means it's not going to always be free. So essentially, they can be distributed, but they don't always conform to the package guidelines. There's also some that are contrib, which is short for contributions. So these are open source that cannot function without some non-free elements. So the other Kali repositories, you have the Kali rolling repository, which is your primary repository for your end user type or your end client installation packages. So they can be overseen by proper testing and making sure that each package can be fulfilled, and bundles should work without any bugs. So of course there's testing each day. Kali rolling repository will also get updated as well. So then there's the Kali dev repository. So this is not open for utilization. It's essentially where engineers try to make things work and they test out different things. New packages arrive, and so if you require a refresh and maybe has not been into the Kali rolling repository, you might be able to get it from this particular location, but it's not best practice for regular use. Then of course there's the bleeding edge repository. If you want to be on the latest and greatest, the bleeding edge of everything, you want to be on the top of the line repository. The latest version built directly out of the Git or Subversion code repositories, that's the bleeding edge. So you can enroll in this bleeding edge either by editing the sources.list file, or you can make another record under the sources.list.d directory. So additionally, there's the Kali Linux mirrors repository. So this is essentially a server running MirrorBrain 2, which will redirect your request to a mirror that's closest to you. So you get a better performance, a better download.
And this is the guidance from the Kali developers, offensive security. So again, as we spoke about, the clean version will only have the one entry. So if you want to verify, you can issue this command and make sure you have the correct repositories enabled. So if you don't have the exact output there, you may not be able to install new updates. Maybe you did an offline install for some reason. Maybe you switched to branch. And then there's some other regular repositories that you want to make sure that, you know, whatever the best option for you. There may be sometimes you need a certain tool that requires you to add this repository. And there's some other offline installs as well. There's even some non-Kali repositories. And the list of the official Kali mirrors is located here. You can actually set up your own, but this is essentially, if you wanted to run a private mirror, there is documentation to do that on the offensive security website. Now let's look at how we work with APT, or the Advanced Package Tool. So it's a big project, and the original plans for it had a graphical interface, but essentially it's centered around the command line interface. And when you're working with APT, you should first make sure that you have the latest update using an apt-get update or an app update. So depending on the size of your internet connection, you may have different performance metrics. So we can also install with dpackage. So for doing this, you can download a binary directly. A great example of this is, for a good number of years, the Chrome browser was not able to be installed on Kali Linux per se. So you could install the Chromium browser, which is what it's based on. But if you wanted to install Chrome, let's go ahead and open up. So we have the web browser. We do have several different options, of course. Let's go ahead and download Chromium. If you wanted to get the official Google Chrome from Google, you could actually download it in a Debian package format. So we'll go ahead and demonstrate installing that. So if you're on the latest version of Kali, let's see, let's do this. Just go to Google Chrome download, and we'll click on the download button. And we say download, and it's going to give us the option either for an RPM file, which is more for Fedora and SUSE. Of course, I've got to enter the password because it is installing a file. So I'm going to accept, and I'm going to keep that. It'll actually try to say that it could be harmful, but notice we have this Debian package right here. So this is, we're going to install this outside of the normal APT tool. So let's go to our downloads directory. Let's see. So there's our Google Chrome stable. So we're going to do dpackage-i. Then we're going to do the full file name. And it's going to go and read the database, and it's going to unpack it and prepare to install it. And so just like that, that was fairly quick. So let's go ahead and open it up. Actually, that may not be the command to run it. Again, sometimes things change, so just know that your process may vary if you're doing this sometime in the future. And there's Google Chrome now as an option. So if we want to make it the default browser, that's fine. But that was an example of installing something with the dpackage command. So if you want to do apt, let's say I want to get the Kali Linux GPU. Let's go ahead and open up our terminal again. We have a couple of these already open. Need to go ahead and close them down. So if the package is in the repository with apt, it will find it. In this case, this one may have been moved to another repository, or it just may not be there at all. Let's do an apt-get install. Of course, if you do try to do a command that's already there, or a package that's already there, it'll tell you that this is already the newest version. And there you go. So we go back to our user mode, because it's never good to stay logged in as root all the time, because that just presents an opportunity for attackers to get into our system. So again, notice in the screenshot here, it'll show you the package, and then it'll go out and it'll look for some new packages if it can find them. So if you want to upgrade Kali Linux, like you saw there, you want to do apt update followed by apt upgrade, or apt-get upgrade. So if you wanted to do these together, you could do apt-get update and put 2 ampersands. And we're already going to be at the latest version. Of course, it's going to ask me for the sudo password. And this ensures that we're up to date at the latest. Let's see, let's try that again. I may have just mistyped the password. Remember, Linux is case sensitive, so if you make a mistake, just fix it and move on. And the good thing about it is generally it will tell you, but if you're typing in the wrong case, or you're missing a character, or you type your password wrong, you may not be able to see it. And so, following packages have been kept back. That's fine. Some packages were not upgraded. I'll go ahead and, so apt-get clean, we're going to go ahead and clean out the repository. That's going to do a little bit of update for us. You can actually do the apt-get with a Y in front of it, and it'll go ahead and bypass that whole, like, or do you want to do this command. So that's another little trick. If you want to, if you know what you're installing and you want to maybe script it out, or you want to bypass that process. So the apt-get command line tool will be a little more demanding than aptitude or apt, because it will refuse to install packages that were not installed beforehand. So you might want to tell apt to use a specific distribution. So when you're searching for certain packages, so you might have to put a -t or a -- target release in front of it. So it is possible also, if the package will not install, you can do a force with dpackage to force it to install. Sometimes that might, so you have to do a -f. But apt-get, apt install pretty much do similar things. You can also use apt combined with dpackage. And once you're done, if you want to remove a package, you can use the dpackage -- remove command. You can also install multiple packages together. You can do apt install and then the names of the packages if you know what they are. So let's do an example of that real quick. So let's say we want to go ahead and install a couple of different packages at once. Let's do an apt-get. install, I'm going to install RAID Array, which is a reverse engineering tool. And also going to install Ether8, which is a graphical monitoring tool. And it looks like we were able to type in 2 at once. It had a couple of extra dependencies that it found. So we'll let that go ahead and run. And it'll take a moment. And notice we were able to install one package right after the other. So there's one other command that's interesting if you want to get all of the Kali Linux tools in the repository, because Kali is designed to be kind of lightweight too. You don't necessarily want all the tools at once, but in case you do, there's this command, the app-get install Kali-Linux dash. So sometimes old commands that used to work don't always work, so don't get panicked if things don't always work for you. There's a couple little fun programs that have nothing to do with packages, but I always like to give students an option. There's the Steam Locomotive, and if you're used to typing in the command ls for list file structure, right? So to list your folders, well, some people type it backwards, and there's the little Steam Locomotive that, but for some reason on newer versions of Kali it doesn't work, but this will work on just about any Debian-based version of Linux, so you can make the Steam Locomotive do different things. And it hasn't been updated in a while, but it is a lot of fun. It's more of an Easter egg from the command line, but again, you should be able to have fun with the command line while you're doing this as well. So other things you can do, maybe you want to remove a particular package, so you decide that now you don't want that package there, so we're going to go ahead and get rid of it. So we're going to get rid of the Steam Locomotive, and we have to run this as root, and the Steam Locomotive is gone. Notice it'll say no manual entry for Steam Locomotive if it can't find it. It may not actually tell you that it's not there. You can also remove packages much the same way you install them. If you do apt-purge, you can also remove all the data that might have been with the packages. So it's not installed, so let's install another program. This is a little Easter egg program too, but it's called Fortune. It'll actually install your, it'll tell you your fortune. So again, if we want to get rid of this fortune program, you have to be root for it. So there was no extra data from it, so we can also do it with dpackage as well. Of course, we have to be root. And it just purged all the files for her. So there you go. Hope that was useful. We can also do some other things. We can query the database of available packages and look for specific packages by name. So let's say we want to look for oh, I forgot the dash. So app-cache search ARP spoof, and it'll give us the various packages that are related to it. This information gets gathered from the sources.list file, and we can also search based on keywords as well. There's all the Nmap tools. And there's all the Python tools. Let's go to the screen. So again, a lot of functionality there. What about the dpackage-log file? So this keeps a log of all the actions in the var log dpackage-log. So every time a package gets installed, you can go here. And we'll just cat it out. And these are all the different packages that have been installed. So it can get very verbose, but it's useful to find out if there's ever a problem with a package or a system, and you can see what's been installed, and this will definitely help you in your troubleshooting as well. We can also use the tail command, which will give you the last entries. So we haven't talked about tail yet. Tail will output the last part of the files, the last 10 lines. You can actually tell it how many lines you want it to output. So let's do var/log dpackage.log. And instead of getting the whole log, we just get the last 10 lines. So with tail, you can do a lot of things as well. It's a useful command to have at your disposal. So we can also do apt reinstall. So if you mistakenly damage your system, you can use a reinstall for a particular package. If you need to do a full upgrade or the force option, and there's a broken dependency, like if you're getting a problem with something updating and not being consistent, you can do the apt-get-f upgrade. Apt-get and this will force the upgrade. So now I have some packages that are no longer needed. Let's see. Oh, whoops. I typed it incorrectly. So you want to make sure you do the auto remove command on a regular basis, so you'll keep your system in a good, consistent state. All right, so let's now look at Synaptic. So Synaptic is a graphical package manager, so if you don't want to do this from the command line, you can use Synaptic. Of course, it will not be installed by default on Kali Linux 2020 if you don't choose the genome installation, so you'll have to do a sudo apt-get install Synaptic, and I've already got it installed. And we'll go over to the search bar, and we can see Synaptic Package Manager. I probably have the name wrong, but you have to authenticate with the sudoers credentials, and you can see it's a graphical user interface. It says the software on your system is organized in so-called packages. The package manager enables you to install, upgrade, or remove. You should reload it regularly, otherwise you might miss important security updates. So let's go ahead and reload, and it's going to go download new information. Notice there's 56,000. There was 56,000. Now there's the same 56,708 packages, and 2,222 of them are installed. So you can actually go here and click on different packages if you want. You can sort by category, sort by origin from the Kali.org repository. If you wanted to install something like VirtualBox. Notice these are already, they already have a check mark. That means they're already installed. Once you make some selections, mark for installation. So this is essentially you hit the apply button, and that's going to go and tell you what's going to be installed, give you a little summary. So 41 packages are going to be held back and not upgraded, and you'll watch it go through and upgrade. So there are lots of filters, lots of things you can do. You can see any obsolete packages, things that become out of date. You can look at by architecture, and you can also just search by search string. And at the top, the menu is pretty robust as well, so you can set different preferences. You can add repositories. You can pick whether you want the toolbar to be there. You can have it even fix broken packages. So if there's any broken packages, it'll go out and it will fix that as well. And it keeps a running history of all the packages that were installed. So a very useful program. So in summary, we talked about binary packages, we talked about DBN packages, what they actually are, the way to install both binary packages as well as standalone DBN-based packages. We looked at the Advanced Package Tool, APT, on how to install and remove applications, update packages. We looked at the concept of a source package being source code versus an actual binary. We looked at the sources.list file to be able to configure different Kali Linux repositories. We also looked at the different repositories like the rolling, the dev repository, the bleeding edge if you want to be on the latest and greatest. We looked at dpackage-r, the DBN package manager, if you want to be able to remove packages or install packages, or even just run queries to find out what packages are installed. We looked at the DBN package log file, and we also looked at Synaptic Package Manager. So now we'll get into our practice questions. So a twofold binary package bundle contains records that can straightforwardly be utilized is called a what file? A .deb file, a .exe file, a .apt file, or an MP4. The answer is, of course, A Debian package file. Then we have question 2. What does APT stand for? The Advanced Package Tool, the Advanced Port Map Toolkit, Automatic Package Management Tool, or the Advanced Packet Tracer? The answer is A, the Advanced Package Tool, APT. Not to be confused with Advanced Persistent Threat, which is a different type of discussion altogether. Then we have question 3. These are the 3 types of Kali repositories. A, main, security, and update. B, main, contrib, and non-free. Or C, contrib, security, and free. And then D, update, security, or non-free. The answer is B. Main, contrib, and non-free are the main packages. Or the main repositories, I should say. So definitely want to know those, and that's going to help you a lot, especially if you're trying to get source code versus being on the bleeding edge of Kali Linux. Let's look at number 4. Which Kali repository contains only installable and recent packages? Kali main, Kali rolling, Kali dev, or Kali bleeding edge? The answer is B, the Kali rolling. So these are the rolling updates, or the rolling installable and recent packages. So
Practice question number 5. Which repository of Kali is not for public use? Kali rolling, Kali main, Kali dev, and then Kali bleeding edge. The answer is C, Kali dev. Kali dev is the development or testing ground for Kali repositories and not generally recommended to be for public consumption of packages. So in summary, we talked about the different ways to manage packages on Kali Linux. We talked about the advanced package tool, the Debian package manager. We looked at the different Kali repositories. We looked at the dpackage log file. We also looked at Synaptic package manager and a few other commands along the way. Appreciate your attention in this module, and we'll see you in the next lecture.
All right, everybody, welcome back to another Certcop series. This is a certified Kali Linux Pentester module on installing LAMP on Kali Linux, which LAMP stands for Linux, Apache, MySQL, and PHP. So this is our table of contents or our outline. We're going to talk about what makes a web server, what exactly is a LAMP stack. We're going to talk about components of a web server. We'll get into installing Apache, installing MySQL Server. We'll get into installing PHP and Node JavaScript and being able to run your first web page as well from a local machine. This is our flow. We'll start off with the web server material. We'll work into installing each of the components in series. So what is a web server? So programs that run over the web request to serve files which create web pages to users and respond to requests. So the response gets sent through a computer's internet connection, and that's usually done over HTTP or HTTPS. There's many kinds of web servers. Generally, we're using Apache if it's on the internet. If we're talking about Microsoft Windows, then there's Internet and Information Services, or IIS. And Nginx is one of the new players that's designed to kind of try and be a direct competitor to Apache. So web servers often come as part of the larger part of the internet, and their protocols and platforms are how we get things like email, how we pull down websites, how we watch videos online, we stream media. That's all done from web servers. So let's talk about a LAMP stack. So a LAMP stack is really a set of open source software that can be used to create websites. So each component goes together to form a platform. So you have a Linux operating system like Kali Linux or Ubuntu or SUSE Linux or CentOS. Then you typically have the Apache web server. And then you have the open source MySQL database. SQL stands for Structured Query Language. It's a relational database system, which means that there's tables of information that have relations to each other. And MySQL is just one type of relational database. There are others like Postgres. There's Microsoft SQL and many others. And then lastly, we have the programming language that lives on the top of the web pages and the web server. So a web server usually has, in the old days of Web 1.0, content was largely static, read-only. Things, you would go out to a web server, you would make a request, then the server would send back the information a short time later. So now, if you think about the web the way it works today, we have Gmail, we have Dropbox, we have YouTube, we have Facebook. Everything interactive on the web has to go through some type of web server. So the web server has typically a Linux kernel. It has some hardware that it runs on, and that
kernel will have various components like the firewall, maybe SE Linux, a network interface card, and then of course different kernel modules. And then you'll have the web cache front end like Squid or something like that, and that web server will be serving up the web page. And then there'll be a scripting language like Perl, PHP, or Python. So LAMP can mean many different things, but it kind of works very similarly to other implementations. So what are the components? You've got your Apache, your web service, your web language. Those sit at the application layer. Then you've got your hosting, your firewall, your IDS, and lastly, your operating system. So let's look at installing Apache on Kali Linux. In our case, we've already got it installed, but we'll go ahead and go through the process. We'll go ahead and log in here. And we would do a sudo, we're already root, apt-get install Apache 2. We'll see that it's already installed. We have 2.4.43.1 version installed. And of course, you want to make sure that your system is fully up to date. So you want to do a sudo apt-get update as well. That way, make sure you have all the latest versions of the software from the various repositories. Notice even in a short amount of time, had a small update there. So I'm going to go ahead and clear the screen, and we're going to go ahead and start the Apache 2 service. And let's check on the status and make sure it's actually running. And there we go. We can see that it's in fact running. So if you want to start or restart or stop the server, you can do this command, service restart. Or not, that's the daemon. You can do there we go. If I could type properly, we would get this done. Service Apache 2 restart. And then okay, we clear the screen again. And let's do service Apache 2 stop. And notice we can press the up arrow. We can see the status and see that it's loaded, but it's currently inactive or dead. So let's go ahead and start it up again because we want the web server running. We want it to be alive and well. And let's open up a web browser. And we're going to go to that localhost port 80. And so we're going to see that our first web page. It's going to look something like this. Go ahead and minimize this. Let's go to our web browser. In this case, we'll just go with whatever the default is. We'll say localhost :80. And there's our default Apache page. So we see some information about where the location of the files are at. We can see that Apache has the web pages in the var/www.html. So let's go ahead and change. So this is where your websites are going to go. So right now it's serving up the index.html, which you can edit with a text editor or you can edit it with other things. But this is the page that it's currently serving up. Go ahead and close this. All right. So obviously, if you want to change that, you'd have to do either create a page, or you could actually take that page out if you didn't want it to be shown at all.
So now we have a functioning web server. So let's go ahead and install MySQL Server. So we're going to open up the terminal, clear the screen again. Let me go ahead and zoom in just a little bit more so it's a little bit easier to see. All right. There we go. So we don't need a sudo. Let's go ahead and change back to the home directory. So apt-get install mysql-server, and that server is not available but is referred to by another package. Now, this does happen from time to time. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and go to our MySQL documentation. You can always go to Ubuntu. You can actually go get a fresh copy of MySQL. You can build it from source. But the recommended way is to get the repository. So you can get MySQL Workbench if you want the client libraries. So you could do an apt-get build dependency of MySQL Server. Or you could just download the file, the binary straight from them. It is possible to work with the MySQL repository. So in newer versions of Kali and also Ubuntu as well, they've started replacing MySQL with MariaDB, which is actually a fork of MySQL. So let's go ahead and do apt-get install MariaDB-server. The command is basically the same thing, but it's going to download a MySQL database, and we now have the server. And since we have the server, we can go and do a startup. MySQL has something called the secure installation. Essentially, it's not mandatory that you set a password for the root user for startup, but for security practices, you definitely want to do that. So let's go ahead and, if you look at the start menu in Kali, if you go down to usual applications and under system, there's actually usually that's where the SQL would be, but in the new version they've changed it, and they've actually replaced, they've added in a SQLite database browser. So if you want to look at databases like those that would be stored on mobile phones or things like that, but for the SQL database, you'll have to just work with so the MySQL service is actually stopped right now. So we're going to go ahead and do service. We're going to go ahead and start it. And we see it's now running. It's actually doing some tasks. This is the MySQL service, which is actually running from the MariaDB database. So what we could do now that we have Linux, we have our Apache, and we have our MySQL, now we're going to get our PHP set up. So PHP, we're going to do a sudo command, but first, let's go ahead and check the latest version of PHP on the website, because it does change periodically, so it's always good to get the latest version. And so for PHP, generally, you have to, if it does not show up in the initial repository, so I'm going to say 7.4, which is the latest, and it actually does show up in the repository. If just for some reason it doesn't, then you might have to actually add the PHP repository. But if for some reason it does not get updated, if you're on an older version of Kali, you may not have this option. And you might have to add the trusted packages repository. But in this case, we have it. So we're going to go ahead and hit yes, and we'll let that go through and do its installation. It's creating some configuration files. And then once we're done, we're going to verify that PHP is actually installed. So PHP-version, we can see around 7.4.5. And we can also add modules to it if we need to. But let's go ahead and go look in the var www/html folder, and let's see if the PHP info page is there. So we're going to go ahead and basically create a PHP info file in this directory. So we're going to, we can nano or we can vim, whatever, call it info.php. Of course, from a security perspective, this is not always a good practice, but we're going to go ahead and put this on here anyway. We're going to call PHP. We're going to call the PHP info function, put a semicolon to close off the function. Then we're going to do the question mark and the greater than sign. And then we're going to write this out to info.php. And then we're going to exit. And now we've got our info.php file there. So what we can do now, so PHP actually stands for Hypertext Preprocessor. So that means that it's an HTML embedded web scripting language. So you can insert PHP code into the website and have it do interesting things. So in most cases, you're going to want to modify the way Apache serves up files when it requests a directory. So we can type the following command. I'll go ahead and clear the screen so you guys can see this. We're going to go ahead and do nano etc apache 2. That's where Apache 2 folder is located. Mods enabled /dir.conf. And we're going to go down here and we're going to make sure that we have added the index.php to the beginning of the file. So we're going to add index.php right here. And we're going to write this out to a file. To enable it, and we're going to exit. So now that that is done, we're going to have to restart the Apache web server. So for that, we can do a few options. We can do systemctl restart Apache 2, or we could have done the Apache controller and restart the service as well. So let's go ahead and do, so for just a refresher, this is the Apache controller. So if we want to start the daemon or we want to restart or stop, we can do that as well. So Apache controller status, and we can see the browser not found. May need to install a package providing the browser or adjust the Apache links variable. So systemctl status Apache 2. So we see it's currently loaded and running. And let's also look at PHP's status. So we see that the PHP service is not running just yet. Let's go ahead and look at service status all. And we see Apache is running. The cron tab is running network manager. We have no PHP service. So let's come back to that in a moment. And we also verified that our PHP is actually running because we were able to go to the browser and we put in localhost /info.php and we can see some information about our PHP installation. This is a lot of valuable information. We can see the Apache handler is in fact configured. We can see the number of connections as well as the keep alive. So let's go ahead and install Node JavaScript. So we can do it with curl. If it is not, let's go ahead and minimize this. Clear the screen. So Node JavaScript is recognized. You could do the curl command if you want to. There's multiple ways to get things in Linux, as we've already seen. So we're going to go ahead and install this. Clear the screen. Now that we have the programming language installed, we're going to go ahead and run a quick update. Make sure everything is up to date before we move forward, just to make sure there's no errors. And just to be thorough, we'll go ahead and do it. We'll do it the way of curl as well, just so you guys can see that. We haven't talked about the curl command that much, but it is a very useful and important command for Linux. And we're going to pipe that to sudo -e bash. It says no, JavaScript 11 is no longer updated. You should migrate to a supported version. So we're most likely on version 12. So let's go ahead and switch that to version 12. And there we go. You should get no error this time. So it's doing some things in the background, going out to the code repository, looking at the sources.list file. It's confirming that our particular operating system is actually supported. So it said run sudo apt-get to install. So we'll go ahead and run it this way. Oops. And it's going to tell us most likely that it's already installed, but there are some few extra updates. It asks us if we want to install the yarn package manager. We're not gonna mess with that. So that's already done. And now that we've done that, we can do node-version. go look at the server-side JavaScript runtime. So we have version options. We have a lot of different options here with this. We're not going to worry about too much, but just be aware that these server-side technologies do have a manual page as well. So we're going to go into the next part. That's what I was going to. So we have version 12.18.1. And we're going to go ahead and restart our web server service. So it wants me to set the server name directive to suppress this message. That's fine. Now we're going to go back to the web browser. And we're going to reload info.php. And we have, this time, the Apache handler. We also have the Apache environment. And we have some more information down here now. We got MySQL. We got a lot of different options here. Even have JSON. There's different PHP credits, additional modules, anything that you might need to install. Then there's some licensing information down there as well. So we'll double check the version one more time. So we're on 7.4.5 from the command line. And we're going to go ahead and we've done that part. And we've got this service now running. And we've successfully gotten our first web page on Kali Linux. So in summary, we talked about setting up programs that use web services, web browsers, and web pages to serve up requests. We send things over HTTP. Web servers usually come as part of a larger package of internet and intranet related programs for serving up email, downloading requests, things like FTP, building and publishing web pages. Obviously, you're going to want to make changes to Apache like we did, because Apache usually looks at a file called index.html. We wanted to prefer PHP, so we had it look for index.php first. And then we have some practice questions. So question 1, where's the default location web server directory in Linux? Is it in var HTML? Is it in var www/html? Is it in the opt/html directory? Or is it in the opt/var/www directory?
The correct answer is B, the var www/html directory. And again, that's where most of your websites are going to be served up from. So you definitely want to remember that path. Question 2, blank is the name of the default text editor in Kali Linux. We have Vim, we have Nano, Mousepad, and Notepad. Of course, the answer is Vim, or the improved version of VI. Now, Nano is another text editor. You saw me use that. You can pick and choose the type of text editor you like, but Vim is always going to be installed regardless of what flavor of Linux you're working on, so it's a good one to get experience with and exposure to. There's also gedit, there's Emacs, there's lots of different text editors. Number 3, what command is used to stop an Apache server? Service Apache 2 stop, service Apache 2 reload, service Apache stop, or service lamp stop. There's also the Apache controller, the APACHECTL command, but that's not one of the options here. So the answer is A, service Apache 2 stop. Next question, which is the correct name for the config file for PHP? Or the hypertext processor? Is it php.config? Is it php.inc? php.ini? Or is it php.exe? Correct answer is C, php.ini. Number 5. What is the command used to install Node JavaScript applications? Node-install, Node.js-l, npm install, or nvm install. The correct answer is npm install. So if you want to install JavaScript applications, you have to use the npm command. So let's go take a look at that real quick.
Now you may see questions sometimes that we did not cover, and that's okay. That's why we're covering them now, and we're going over them together. So npm has the quick help. You can look at different usage info. So if you want to install modules for JavaScript, you can do npm ls to see what command or what modules are actually loaded. Oops. Right now it's currently empty. Do the npm view command. We've got an invalid package.json. You can publish modules. Important command to have. So to summarize, we went over web servers. We looked at LAMP stack. We looked at components of a web server. We looked at installing Apache. We looked at installing MySQL server. We looked at installing PHP, the hypertext processor. We also looked at installing Node JavaScript and running your first web page from a local web browser. So here's some important acronyms to remember. We have the LAMP stack, which we talked about, the Linux, Apache, MySQL, PHP. We have the MySQL, which is the open source relational database management system. We have SQL, or the structured query language. We have PHP, which is the hypertext processor, which is the code that lives in the middle of web pages. Then we have HTML, which is a language or a hypertext markup language, which allows us to, through the use of tags and other things, to put text and render pictures and run scripts and do things on web pages. You can think of it like a document type language. And then we have HTTP, which is how the hypertext markup language gets information from place to place. So, or otherwise known as Port 80, or the World Wide Web traffic, the Standard Transport Protocol or Transfer Protocol. And then we have IIS, Internet Information Services, which is Microsoft's alternative to things like Apache. And that is the end of this module. I thank you for your attention, and I will see you in the next module.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the official Certcop series, the Certified Kali Linux pen testing. This is the information gathering module. We've gone through all the basics for Linux, and we're now into the part where we're going to start our first foray into the offensive arts, or the offensive gathering of information. So this is going to cover reconnaissance, footprinting, and enumeration. So this is our outline. We're going to cover several topics, including what is information gathering, what information is being gathered. We're going to talk about the different types of information that can be gathered on a target. We're going to look at the open source reconnaissance framework. We're going to look at the various tools provided with Kali Linux, like Uniscan, Directory Buster, Nmap. We'll get into Recon NG and even some Maltego and Google hacking, or Google dorking, as it's called. So this is going to be our chapter flow, based on the tools. So what is information gathering? It's often referred to as the preparatory phase, where we collect as much information as possible about the target of evaluation, or TOE. We usually collect information about three groups: the network, the hosts, and the people involved. And there are essentially two main types of information gathering: passive or active, and then there's also semi-passive. So if we're talking about information gathering, or footprinting as it's known, active information gathering means directly interacting with the target, such as using an Nmap tool to scan the target, or confronting the target through some type of social engineering attack. Then there's the more passive options, where we try to collect information about the target without directly accessing it. So this is things like social media, public websites, and many of the tools we're going to discuss today. So what information is being gathered? Well, of course, there's domain names, IP addresses, namespaces, DNS servers, authoritative servers, A records, MX, all kinds of stuff. Employee information like phone numbers, social security numbers, personally identifiable information, anything that can link you to your organization, or potentially paint a picture of what you might be holding, or what also, based on this information that's being gathered, attackers will figure out what to do in the next phase of their attack and what kinds of targets they might want to go after. This could also include things like job portals, job listings, all that kind of stuff. LinkedIn, Indeed, Monster, Career Builder, these are all targets of information gathering. So for tools of the trade, there's lots of different tools. These are just a few of the tools. If you want a complete list, you can go to the tools.kali.org website, and you can see the very, very lengthy list of tools with respect to information gathering. We would be here for essentially weeks and weeks if we tried to cover every single tool that was in just this one category alone. So we have these tools. We also have social media, and we'll look at Whois as well. But first, we're going to talk about the OSR framework. The OSR framework is
So the OSR framework is a set of libraries to perform open source intelligence tasks. They include references to a bunch of different applications related to looking for usernames, DNS, deep web searches, as well as ad hoc Maltego transforms. So essentially, it's a way of making queries graphically, as well as having lots of different interfaces. So this is the GitHub page, and if you want to look at the different tools that are included with the open source framework, there's a tool called USUFY. It's a Python script that goes out and looks for a user profile in
up to 290 different platforms. Online tools. There are different arguments you can pass it. There's a tool for checking for the existence of a given mail framework. So there's many different tools here which you can use to gather that information. So this is what the OSR framework looks like. Let's go ahead and jump into our Kali Linux distro. So we go to our file menu and look at information gathering. There's a whole section in Kali that will gather a lot of this information for you as well. A lot of the tools are here. There's open source intelligence analysis. A lot of the tools come pre-built in for you to find information. So if we want to install the open source framework, we can go to GitHub and look at its repository. This is the i3 Visio repository. So it's got a description. So it's GNU GPL licensing. And if you don't have it, you can do it with pip to install the framework. I need to probably install pip on mine. So if you don't have pip, there's a way to get it, and I have to go back real quick. So this one was prerequisites. Sometimes tools have special ways to download them, and it can be, and these things can change all the time. There we go, python-pip. So we have to have a few things in the library before we can be able to get the pip command to get the latest and greatest version of the open source framework. Oops. All right, so that's done. There we go. So pip is being invoked by an old script, so which means we need to run the later. So you're going to run it with Python. So we got a small error here, and that's okay. This has to do with the fact that Kali updated to Python 3. We're going to install the OSR framework. We first had to do an install of pip3, which is the Python-based installer program. So it's downloading some updates here. So because of the updates to Python and the old 2.7 version being deprecated, we now have to make sure we're on the latest and greatest version. And if we're following the official instructions from the open source framework repository, this is the process. So it's downloading all of the prerequisites it needs to be able to install. And then when we're done, we can do the osrf command --help. We can see
the open source framework command line interface, collection of tools that are included in this framework. So there's checkfi, which will verify an email address given a pattern. There's domainfi to check whether domain names using certain words and nicknames are available. You can look for information linked to spam by a phone number. There's also USUFY, where you can look for accounts with given nicknames. So in the OSR framework, this is the description, the licensing, and then there's the commands pip3 install OSR framework. So let's take a look at that process briefly. So for the OSR framework to work, you have to install pip3 because it does not come with Kali 2020 by default. And then there's the command to install it. Once you get there, then you can be able to interact with the open source reconnaissance. Now let's look into how we actually use the OSR framework. So first, we can do the OSRF health command. There's a couple sample commands, so we're going to go ahead and look for a few things with this framework. So I'm going to go ahead and clear the screen. And we're going to do USUFY-N, and we're going to use the repository name. I'm going to look for similar things on Twitter and Facebook. And there we go. This is free software, so there's the creators, this is the warranty information. It's starting the search on the two platforms, and now all we have to do is wait. And that will take a little bit of time to come back. So we'll wait on that to finish. And notice it came back with some results from Twitter and with Facebook for that particular username. It even tells us where we can find the profiles. So if we want to look for different things, we can use different modules as needed. Again, it's a great tool for just looking at what's out there and finding credentials, even a starting point. So if we want to upgrade this, we can do OSRF upgrade, and it will go out and try to update for us. And notice we're on the latest and greatest version. That's fine. If you forget how to use it, you can use the -help command. You can look for certain domains, certain phone numbers. And so on and so forth. Now let's look at a program called Uniscan. So Uniscan is a open source tool capable of scanning web applications for critical vulnerabilities like SQL injection, blind SQL injection, cross-site scripting, remote file inclusion, web shell vulnerabilities, hidden backdoors, and many others. Besides vulnerability assessments, Uniscan can also do Bing and Google searches for domains on shared IP addresses. It's a tool that's written in Perl. And if we want to install it, this is the process. Although, keep in mind, sometimes these tools, the processes do change. So you have to be root. And so we're going to go ahead and get our updates for this program. And we're going to say yes. And it's going to go out to the Kali rolling repository. And it's going to pull in some information, pulling in some additional Perl libraries, and things like that. And once it's complete, and there we go. So we can look at the help file for the Uniscan. So you can put different options together. You can try and fingerprint web services. So they even give you a few examples. Let's go ahead and run this tool on example.com. We'll run the Uniscan. Notice it's a .pl, so that's PL for Perl, and the U is for the URL. And then we want it to do stress checks. And in some cases, you may have to enable the appropriate library to run with the Perl command. There we go. So it's going out to example.com. It's running mini stress tests. It's looking for best cost. Of course, this is all just reconnaissance. This is not actively interacting with the system. So if you want to install it from GitHub, that's another way you can do it as well. You'll go out to the latest and greatest version. So if you want to use it, you've got the help file. It also has a GUI. So let's go ahead and open the GUI. Go ahead and zoom in here. And there's the GUI. So if you want to work from the GUI versus the command line, we'll just start a scan on our local host, since we do have a web server running. Actually, let's make sure that our service is still in fact running. And make sure we're root. The Apache server is in fact running. Let's go ahead and go back to our tool here. And it's running directory checks on local hosts. We can see that it's an Apache server. We're going to run a file check. It's going to look for the pages that are running, and this is all of the stuff that it's crawling. It's looking for backdoors. It's looking for anything that it might be able to enumerate. So a very useful tool. I didn't check all the boxes, but you could, in theory, check all the boxes to get all of the information, and it has logging capability as well. There's the actual log file. So once it finished the scan, then you can see the actual report, and it even saves it as an HTML file, so you can look at that as well. So then we have dirbuster, or directory buster. This is a multi-string Java application to constrain indexes and document names on application servers. So frequently we have web servers that have default pages and default services running. So let's go ahead and take a look at how to get it. Depending on your version of Kali, you may not have it available by default. Let's go ahead and we'll let this scan run. Oops. So DIR Buster is already installed. There's some packages that are no longer needed, so we'll go ahead and do the auto remove command. The auto remove command will help us keep a good eye on our disk space and keep things cleaned up as best as possible. So now that dir Buster is there, let's go ahead and look at the help file. Not all programs will have these, but again, it's nice when they have a quick help file, so you can just use the -H command. And essentially, these are some examples if you want to pull down the information. Of course, you want to run this on sites that you have permission to go after. So dir Buster also has a GUI version, so let's go ahead and look at that. So this tool is put out by OWASP, so if you want the latest and greatest documentation, you can always go to OWASP. You put in your target URL. In this case, we're just going to put in our local host, and you can pick out how many threads you want it to do. Do you want to brute force directories? So you have a lot of different options. So Directory Buster comes up with a bunch of different lists that essentially crawl the web to find hidden directories. So we'll just leave things as default, and we'll go ahead and click Start. And it'll take a little bit of time to come back, but it will try and enumerate any directories. We're starting with root, and we're looking for PHP. You can change the extension if you want. dir Buster also has the ability to fuzz websites as well. That is essentially generate random data to hurl at a website to see what vulnerabilities it might spit out. You've got the file menu here. You have some different options you can set. So what it can do for you, so it'll find hidden pages and directories, thus giving you another attack vector, maybe an unlinked administration page. It will not actually exploit things. It's just the whole goal of Directory Buster is to find attack vectors. So it also helps developers understand that just because you don't link to a page does not mean that it cannot be accessed. Then we have Nmap, or the Network Mapper as it's known. It's a free and open source utility for network discovery and security auditing. Many systems and network administrators also find it useful for tasks like inventories, managing service upgrades, and monitoring host uptime. Nmap uses raw IP packets in different ways to determine what hosts are available on the network. And so also what services, and it can even enumerate different operating systems, what versions of those operating systems are running, if there are any packet filters or firewalls in place, and many other things. It was designed to rapidly scan large networks, but it works great against single hosts as well. And it's available on all of the major operating systems, Linux, Windows, and Mac OS. It also has a command line version, which comes with most of the versions of Linux. But in this case, in Kali, you have Nmap. You also have something called Netcat, which can be used as a debugging tool, or it can be used to do other things like open sockets. Nmap doesn't have a warranty, but it's a very popular tool. It's downloaded many, many times a day. So why? Because it's flexible. It has both TCP and UDP capability. If you want to download Nmap, You can simply go to their website and you can download it for Windows. You can download it for Linux. So go to the download page and get the copy that you want. You will need to install a couple of dependencies, the np capture library. If you're doing it on Windows, the Windows installer will handle all that for you. If you're doing it on other operating systems, you might have to do that. Here's the different Linux distribution binaries. Of course, in the case of Kali, it's already there by default. So we're going to go ahead and so if you go to apt-get install nmap, nmap is already the latest version. Notice it's 7.8.0. So let's go look at the man page. Oops. Put a dash in there. So network exploitation tool and security port scanner. So for example, we can do nmap scans and it will give you back things like port numbers. It will give you back services. It will try and do operating system enumeration. This is the common platform enumeration. That's CPE. That's what nmap can do for you. Now, it's not perfect. There are false positives, but nmap does have its own scripting language as well, and its own scripting engine. It can do traceroute, it can do ping scans, and we'll get into some of the different scans you can do as well. So it can not only be used as a network scanner, but it can also be used as a vulnerability scanning tool. So let's go ahead and just do a quick ping scan of the network, and since we're on the /24 network, the 192.168.7.0, we'll go ahead and run the scan, and it'll take a little bit of time to come back. You want to make sure that you're on the same network you're scanning with. You can also run it from Windows if you have it installed. You can run it from the command prompt. You can do nmap-sn. You can run the commands pretty much the same way, and it will function generally the same way, though sometimes you may get errors on Windows, so the preferred method is running it on Linux. Let's go ahead and first we want to know what our IP actually address is, so we can do ifconfig, and we see we're on the 10 network. So sometimes when you want to be on the same network in VirtualBox, you may have to go into your settings. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. This is only going to work if you're running it in VirtualBox. We're going to go into the network tab under settings. We're going to change it from being NAT. We're going to make it bridged adapter, and we're going to bridge it with the Ethernet adapter, which is what I'm currently connected to. We'll select that. There's more advanced settings, and you can put on promiscuous mode if you're doing traffic capturing. So that's important depending on the type of wireless card you have. So I'm going to go ahead and hit OK. And sometimes VirtualBox will crash, and that does happen, and that's okay. So why nmap? Why is nmap useful? Because it comes with source code that we can also modify and redistribute. It has many different tools. This is some of the sample options you can get from it, such as a SYN scan, a connect scan. And so if you want to scan a single IP, you can do nmap 192.168.1.1 for the IP. You can do nmap by host name. You can scan a range of IPs. You can scan subnets with slash notation. You can even read in lists of IPs. So it's a very versatile program and very useful for many different operations. So if you want to scan on a single port versus a range of ports, you can do nmap-p and then the port range. You can scan the most common ports quickly. You can do service detection, banner grabbing. And let's go ahead and do some of these together. Waiting on our virtual machine to power up. We can also do OS detection with the -A command or the -O. There we go. We have our virtual machine. Go ahead and make this into scaled mode. There we go. Put in our password. Let's go check our IP address. We should be on the same network as my local network here. Let's open up a terminal. And it takes a little bit when it first boots up, but notice that we can see we have a connection here. The wired connection is in fact active. We're going to go ahead and sudo to root. And we're going to ifconfig. And we're on 192.168.7.205, so we're going to nmap. We're going to ping scan the local network. The slash notation. And then we'll find some different hosts and we'll scan them one at a time. Notice we got 7 hosts that are up, took all of 2 seconds. So let's pick a host that's up and we'll look at the 239 IP address. So let's do service detection. So we did the uppercase A, which is going to try and make its best effort at detecting services. And it takes a little bit of time because it'll also do some randomized scanning. So while we're doing that, let's go ahead and look at the graphical version, which does not come with Kali, but if you want to see what the graphical version of Nmap looks like on Windows, maybe you're not as comfortable with the command line yet, so it's a good way to start out and do some scans very quickly. And it will also give you the actual command. So all you have to do is type in the target in this top box, and it'll give you the command. And the nice thing about it is, let's just do a ping scan first, or we'll do a quick scan, because we want to enumerate some results here. So we'll go ahead and click scan, and it's not open the device because it's I believe it's already scanning. Let's try. So from here you can also save scans. You can print scans to, if you want a hard copy, you can save them all to a directory. So let's go ahead and come back to our scan here. We can see that it's going to give us kind of a progress bar. It says 44 seconds remaining roughly, and about 66% done of one host. So the more detailed of a scan you do, the longer it will take. If you scan on all ports, even if it's a very small network, you can plan on it taking a good chunk of time. So Nmap, let's open up a new tab. And let's go ahead and go look at the Nmap. For some reason I had the caps lock on. We're going to look at the Nmap directory. It's in the USR share Nmap directory, and we're going to ls the different folders here, and we can see inside the Nmap directory we have different payloads, protocols, but look down here, we have an interesting script directory. So if we change into this scripts directory, we can see there's a whole bunch of scripts for different types of vulnerabilities, NFS, DNS, and then there's even some SMB for Windows systems. Maybe we'll go look at Microsoft vulnerabilities. We have Microsoft SQL, dump out the hashes.
So these are all the different scripts that come out of the box with Kali. There's SMB vulnerabilities, so if you want to enumerate systems that have been unpatched, so there's a lot you can do with it besides just port scanning. And let's go see if we've got our port scan finished. It's about 85% done, and it's almost complete. NSE stands for Nmap Scripting Engine. So if you're wondering what that's about, notice it also gives us, just from a ping scan, we got a MAC address and we got an IP address. There's other programs you can do this with, like Angry IP or many others, but Nmap does a lot of functionality for you from the start. So it's almost done scanning. Let's open up a command prompt, and we can also, from Nmap, if we forget how to do it, we can get the help file on the Windows command prompt as well. So you can even run it on Windows, and it gives you some examples. Also has the scripting engine. Notice it tells you the version. Maybe we want to scan a particular host. Let's scan the router that we're connected to, and we'll put it into version detection. So we're going to do a lowercase s, uppercase V. And so we're going to go out and we're going to scan that, and we're going to see what it gives us back while we're waiting on our other scan to finish. It is almost done. Now notice in a VM you're going to have a little bit slower performance in your scan than you ordinarily would on a physical system. But notice there's lots of different tools. Nmap is in there. So you can type it in the command prompt, or you can type it into the search bar. You can also just click on the link to go ahead and start it. So if you keep hitting enter, Nmap will keep updating the status in real time. Let's go see if our other scan. So for some reason we're getting a failed to open device. Now this does happen sometimes, so don't worry about it. It may just be try to connect to a different interface. So we got our scan back, and look at all the information we got. So we got a couple of different ports open. We got some SSL running. We have an SSL cert. We also have some TCP ports open. So we see port 9000, 10,000, and then down below it's running a Linux kernel. And it ran a couple of scripts to try and figure out what it was, and it also did a trace route to it. So there's a lot you can do with Nmap, and a lot of functionality you can get from Nmap. So definitely, if there's a tool to spend a lot of time with, Nmap is definitely one, because the better you are with Nmap, the better you will become as an ethical hacker. So you can do TCP connection scans. Essentially, all the Nmap commands have similar syntax. If you want to do a SYN scan, which is otherwise known as a stealth scan, you can do a Nmap-lowercase s. Notice that the lowercase s is always in the beginning. The uppercase letter will be the type of scan you're doing. So if you're doing an ACK scan, it's a dash uppercase A. If it's a UDP scan, it's a uppercase U. If you're just doing a ping sweep, that's lowercase. You can even scan as if you were scanning from another machine. That's called the zombie scan. And then you have decoy scanning. If you want to set up several randomized IP address to scan a target from, you can do that.
All right, let's talk about ReconNG. ReconNG is a full highlighted web reconnaissance framework written in Python. So it has autonomous modules, database communication. It is very useful for keeping track of online reconnaissance efforts during the various phases of the information gathering process. So it looks and feels like Metasploit framework, but it's very different than Metasploit. It's not designed to look for just existing modules. It can be modified. It can be configured in many ways. So if you need to use Metasploit for Metasploit, use Metasploit. If you're trying to do social engineering, use the social engineer toolkit. With ReconNG, they have quite a robust usage guide, and even the Python developers can actually create new modules, custom modules along with that.
So Recon NG does look like Metasploit, but it has its own flavor. So it's a measured system, and it makes it simple to create specialized modules. There are basic interfaces to perform tasks, and you're able to completely oversee things like API keys, and the hard work has been done for you. So this is a sample of what it looks like. Let's go ahead and jump into our virtual machine, and we'll run through our process. Alright, so Recon NG is, if it's not installed by default in Kali Linux, you can do a sudo apt get install Recon NG, and it's currently installed the newest version 5.1.1-2. So now when you first launch it, you can just type in recon-ng, and you're going to see some red notifications, and that's perfectly fine. This just means there's some things that have not been set, and that's no problem. So what we're going to do, there's 85 Recon modules. There's 15 disabled modules, there's 8 reporting modules, there's even exploitation modules. Although this is not primarily an exploit tool, it's just not. So we can do some tools here. We can say show. We can show companies, and there's currently no data right now. So in this particular, notice that we have Recon NG, and then we have a workspace name, which is default in this case. So what we want to do is we want to go ahead and type in workspaces, and if you do tab complete, you can type list, and notice we have 2 workspaces that have been already created. There's the default one, and then there's the one we created called Certcop. Now, if we want to load a workspace, or workspaces, we can type workspace load, and we'll type in the name of the workspace, and now we have, if we do show companies, we can see we have some targets of interest in here. There's also the ability to add contacts. So we have added a couple of contacts just to have some individuals in here. And we can see we have the John Smith or Agent Smith network admin. We have the region they're in. And let's go ahead and fix something real quick. Let's go ahead and fix our display setting on Kali again. That way we have the better picture and everything is on the screen as it should be. So let's do 1024 by 768. And that's better. So we can kind of see a little bit, but this is still slightly cut off, and that's fine. So if we want to do question mark, we can actually see the different commands that there are. So if we type in dashboard, dashboard will give us a summary of what we currently have. If we do show domains, we have our 2 domains here. If we show, we also have credentials, vulnerabilities, and the way Recon NG works it works with keys. So if we do keys list command, we can see that we have a couple of API keys loaded in here. Now, you'll have to go to the various sites here to download your API key. What that means is you'll actually log into the site and copy and paste your API key into here. Now, of course, these are, you can put in fake keys as well. You don't have to put real keys. That's for demonstration purposes, that is good enough. So, and you can also take snapshots of different workspaces and many other things you can do with this framework.
So some of the things that have changed with the new Recon NG, it had a major update in June of 2019 from version 4.9.6 to 5.0.0. And the major differences is that Recon NG is now hosted on GitHub, and that's where you obtain it from GitHub. It has the new version of Python 3.6. The modules have been moved into a marketplace, and so if you do not have the environment set up, which initially you will not, there are a few things that you will want to do. So let's go ahead and exit out and clear the screen. So from installing this, we have done the sudo apt-get install recon ng, which we know it's already installed. We can do a sudo apt-get upgrade because you want to be on the latest and greatest version, which we are. We can also do sudo apt-get install-y to get python 3-pip. Now, if you already have this installed, that's great. On the new version of Kali Linux, the 20.0.2, it's there. So we can change into Recon NG once we clone it. We're going to git clone https github.com/landmaster53/recon-ng.git. Now this is the GitHub repository. So we already have the framework here, but we can go ahead and clone the repository, and once the repository is cloned, then you will install some requirements and you'll be ready to go. So now that we're done cloning the repository, what we'll want to do is we'll want to go ahead and change into the repository directory. And of course this will already be done, or we've already done this, but for demonstration purposes, we'll do pip3 install-r requirements.txt. And that will make sure that all the appropriate requirements are installed for Recon NG to work properly. I typed it incorrectly. That's a lot of the other tools require this to be installed. So we'll notice that if it's already satisfied, then you'll get a pop-up like this. But now we have all the requirements, and we can do a pip3 install so pip3 install py pdf 3 py AES and BS4, just some other dependencies to make sure that Recon NG is fully functional on the first go. So the first time you launch, you can actually launch and create a new workspace. What you can do is you can type in Recon NG -w, and then we'll call it a workspace test, and it will create us a test workspace. So notice we launched into test, and so now we can do show workspaces, or not show workspaces, workspaces list. We now have 3 workspaces. So the first time you'll do it is you're going to use the marketplace, and you're going to install all. Of course, in our case, everything is already installed, which is fine. It's just going to go through and check all the different modules to make sure they're good to go. You're going to see some red come across the screen for certain API keys that are not loaded, but that is not a problem. So it takes a little bit of time, and then we'll be done with all the modules, and we can get into configuring some options and start adding in some data. So we're going to look at the global options, and we're going to change the timeouts for it. So basically the options are going to be in all caps. So you want to know that it is case sensitive. So we're going to do options list, and we see we've got the name server, which is fine. We're going to set options set timeout 15. So notice that it put timeout with an arrow there. So we go back to options list, and we now see we have the timeout set to 15. If you don't put in the right case, it will not work. Let's go ahead and insert another domain. We'll do db insert domains, and we'll type in a domain. We'll do certfirst.com. This is certfirst, and we'll type in show domains, and we now have the new domain in this new workspace. So we have our other workspaces. So you can have multiple workspaces to work from, multiple companies, multiple domains. So it becomes a very nicely organized utility. So how do we run a module? Well, let's go ahead and run a module. We do modules command load domains and dash hosts. In this case, we're just going to try a example, and notice that our prompt changed from our workspace, and it added in the name of our module. So now we can type in run, and it's going to go out to that host. Sometimes it may not work if there can be network issues. There are a whole host of reasons why the module might not work. So we have to have something in the domains table first, because that particular module is going to start with something that's already in the domains table. So once we've seen how to install ReconNG, how to see what modules are available, you definitely should spend some time with it. There's a cheat sheet on the Black Hills InfoSec website, which you'll have the link to. You can take a snapshots of the workspaces as well. But it's a very intuitive, very user-friendly. Maltego. Maltego is a tool that's created by a company called Paterva that is used to perform open source intelligence gathering. And essentially, it can collect information from many different locations. Things like real-world links between groups of people, organizations, websites, domain names, network blocks, IP addresses, and even documents and files. So if you go to the information gathering portion in Kali, let's go ahead and close down our terminal here. Let's go to the start menu, we go to information gathering, and we click on Maltego, and it's going to open up the community edition of Maltego. You can also do it from the command line, and it's going to do some module setup and things, and then you'll be ready to go.
So it says memory settings optimized. Will require a restart. Let's go ahead and restart it. Sometimes you get that error. It's not really an error. It's just a warning, just to let you know that you want to tend to heed the warnings to make sure you're running the program to the best setting possible. So when you first set up Maltego, you have to set up a. You can activate it with a key if you want to purchase the Pro version or the. There's also a free version of their new case file, but we're going to run the community edition. Essentially, you go down, you accept the license terms and agreement. And if you've not registered yet, you can go register here, and it'll open up a browser for you to register. And they give you the CAPTCHA to solve as well. So it's going to redirect you to their website, of course, because it's doing authentication. It's going to ask you to unlock it in Kali. That's perfectly fine. So you put your information in here and then click register. I've already registered, so I'm going to go ahead and skip this step. All right, I'm going to go ahead and put in my information. I'm going to go ahead and log in. Do the CAPTCHA. Probably timed out considering, of course, the CAPTCHA was incorrect. So this happens all the time. It's lots of fun. So it sent me a new one. And there we go. We are logged in. And once you log in, it will ask you to do some configuration. This is a summary of the install, what's been opened, what's been updated. And so I'm going to go ahead and say I want to automatically send error reports. And then you pick your privacy mode. Do you want stealth or do you want normal? I'll just keep it normal because I'm not doing an investigation right here. So it's been successful. So we're going to open up an example graph so you can see what it kind of looks like. It's a very intuitive interface. And essentially it'll allow you to map out websites to different organizations. So we can click on an IP address. We can see different relationships in the detailed view. Might take a little bit of displaying. This is actually from Maltego. We have incoming, outgoing, and we have a date. We can view things in different ways. If you want to change up the view, you can do that. If you want it by graph view or you want to see it by incoming and outgoing. You can see your different organizations here. And click on different buttons to change the way things are displayed. You can see the machines window, any usernames. You can also import data as well into Maltego, so it's a very robust program. Definitely spend some time with it. It will help you in your open source intelligence gathering. So now let's talk about Google hacking, or Google dorking as it's been called. It's utilizing a web crawler, for example Google, to find things that might be on the web that you may not necessarily want people finding, or maybe somebody was just careless
and forgot to make it private. So Google hacking or Google dorking can give us a lot of information. So let's go over to the Google hacking database. And this is part of ExploitDB. And it actually has a lot of already added Google dorks or hacks. Essentially the way it works is you pick what you want to find. Maybe you want files containing usernames. Maybe you want sensitive directories. Maybe you want a particular type of server login. So what it's designed to do is essentially go out and crawl the web and optimize and focus your search process. So maybe you want to find servers that are vulnerable. So we can click and copy this. If you click on an individual entry, it'll give you more information. But we're just going to go ahead and open up a new tab in Google. You can actually paste it right in the browser, or you can go to the search engine. These are all the different hits that it came up with. So notice instead of tens of thousands of results, you get a handful. So let's say maybe I want, let's go to Google, the tab itself, or let's go to google.com. And we'll grab another one. Let's go get a different one. So let's say we want index. So everything in the title of admin/XML. Now this is essentially just using different keywords. So if you want to find out servers that are vulnerable to this particular setting, and there's all kinds of lists of Google keywords. If you wanted to look at something all about a particular site, if you typed in site:CNN.com, you would get all the CNN.com results. Same thing with Facebook, Facebook.com, you get all the Facebook results. And you can use these different keywords. You can also use the advanced search. If you go to settings and from within Google, click on advanced search, and you can actually type in the keywords here as well. You got, if you want to find maybe pages that are similar to a URL. Maybe you want exact words from your search, or maybe you want sites that are related. So let's say I want related to CNN.com. And it says unusual traffic, because sometimes when you do this, they'll think that maybe you're doing it from a robot. But again, so it gave me all the sites that are related to CNN.com. So it's a very quick way to be able to research a target and find a lot of information. And there's all kinds of lists of the top Google hacks or dorks that are there, and they get updated regularly. So these are some sample queries. So you could search for all certain phrases in the page. You could look for certain phrases in a URL. Maybe you want certain types of file formats. So there's a lot you can do with Google dorking. If you want to do, maybe you want to find passwords, or maybe display usernames for database connections. So since we're on the Google hacking database, this is a screenshot from the ExploitDB as well. And so that is our summary on information gathering, open source intelligence, reconnaissance, footprinting. This helps an individual and an organization figure out a way to retrieve data that would otherwise be harder to find. We talked about the different types of information gathering. We talked about semi-passive information gathering. We talked about passive versus active. So passive being you're not interacting with a target, whereas active you actually are. You might also hear it called open document searches. We talked about the open source reconnaissance framework and how to install that. We looked at the Uniscan for remote file include detection, local file include, and remote command execution. We also looked at Directory Buster. And we looked at Nmap, Maltego as well.
So now let's do some practice questions. Information gathering helps in what? Gathering passive and active info about the target. Helps in setting up a lab. Helps in preventing attacks. Helps in alerting admins on attack. The answer, of course, is A, gathering passive and active information about a potential target. Number 2, what are the two main types of information gathering? Active and passive, pro and community, proactive and reactive, and up or down. The answer is, of course, active and passive, as we just discussed. So remember the different methods of information gathering. They will help you paint the biggest, broadest picture of your target. Number 3, what are the prerequisite software needed to run the open source intelligence framework? And you need Node, JavaScript, you need Python, Shell, or Nmap. Correct answer is, of course, Node, JavaScript. Number 4, what does Uniscan do? Uniscan performs remote code execution vulnerability scan, performs SQL injection vulnerability scans, performs port scans on the target, or none of the above. And the correct answer is A, remote code execution, so RCE. What is the main purpose of Nmap? A, network vulnerability scans, B, web application scans, or C, network troubleshooting and pen testing, or man-in-the-middle attacks. Correct answer is, of course, network troubleshooting and pen testing. Nmap can be used as a vulnerability scan, but is not the main purpose. It's also not a web application scanner. A better web application scanner tool would be something like Nikto. So these are some of the acronyms we talked about. Open source intelligence, we talked about the Google hacking database, the open source reconnaissance framework, the remote file include, local file include. So in summary, we looked at information gathering, we looked at open source reconnaissance, we looked at some of the various tools, as well as how to do Google hacking or Google dorking. And I thank you very much for your attention. Hope you enjoyed the module and you learned a lot more now about open source intelligence gathering than you knew before. And we'll see you guys in the next module.
Friendly product.
Hello and welcome back to the official Certcop series for the Certified Kali Linux Pentester. This is going to be the vulnerability assessments module. We're going to talk about vulnerability assessments. We'll talk about the various tools to conduct vulnerability assessments. And we'll also look at different ways to analyze and prioritize vulnerabilities. So this is our outline, our table of contents. So we're going to talk about vulnerability assessments. We'll look at the different types of vulnerability scans. We'll look at the different tools that are used for vulnerability scans like Nessus, OpenVAS, Nikto, and even some tools for scanning services like WordPress and Joomla. We'll also look at different countermeasures for vulnerability scans as well. So this is the chapter flow. We'll look at what are vulnerability scans, different types of vulnerability scans. We'll look at Nikto, the web vulnerability security scanner. We'll look at WP Scan, Joom Scan, OpenVAS, and CMS Map. So what is a vulnerability assessment? So it's really the process of defining, detecting, categorizing, and prioritizing vulnerabilities in computer systems or information systems
as well as web applications and even network devices. This all with the goal of providing an organization with an assessment that they can use to drive their different security strategies and also help enforce a certain level of security. So if the organization does not do proper vulnerability assessments and vulnerability management programs, then they will be at risk for hackers and ethical hackers based on the software, hardware, or other systems they have. There are many different ways to do vulnerability assessments. Vulnerability assessments may be done as part of a larger scale compliance program. So let's get into some of the tools and some of the different vulnerability types. So we have network-based vulnerability scans. These are used to find vulnerabilities that can be exploited over the network. Usually vulnerabilities come out in two flavors, either local or remote. There are also some host-based vulnerabilities. So things like servers, workstations, and even switches, routers, and all that kind of stuff. Then, of course, we have to look at wireless networking. So we have to look at the organization's Wi-Fi posture, if there is Wi-Fi allowed, or maybe there's a guest Wi-Fi or some commercial Wi-Fi platform. These can be targets of attack through rogue access points and many other attack vectors. We also, of course, want to scan applications that are running on websites, because websites are not largely static anymore. They're very dynamic with Java-based websites, even Flash in some cases, although Flash is moving towards being retired. And then, of course, we have the databases that hold those precious, confidential, or maybe proprietary information, the crown jewels, if you will, of your company. So if you're a online retailer, your database may be the most important thing that you have, because it holds all your records of your inventory, your clients, your customers. And so their databases are vulnerable to things like SQL injection or command injection, any kind of attack that allows me to, as the attacker or an ethical hacker, to run commands on a database that maybe it wasn't intended that by the creator of the database. So let's look at Nikto first off, and we'll talk about just where to find these vulnerability tools in Kali Linux. Let's open up our virtual machine here, and we go to the Start menu. We've got a whole section. It's actually the number 2 of vulnerability management tools. Notice we have Nikto as well as Nmap. There are other tools that are in there, which we don't have time for, but there are many different tools for vulnerability analysis. They even have, they put some of the tools under the web applications section, like SQL Map and WordPress Scan, but that's only because they typically are vulnerability assessments for things like websites. Now, there are many other tools besides this, so take it with a grain of salt and understand that there are lots more tools than just these that are being presented here. So Nikto is a web scanner that addresses web servers for dangerous files, malicious, common gateway interfaces, or CGIs that are outdated, maybe unpatched servers, and other problems. So it runs more than 6,700 different tests, so that apply to various different server types. And so there's even a few variations of Nikto that run on Mac as well. And so Nikto, just keep in mind that it's not stealthy. It's not a tool that's going to set off some alerts. So let's go ahead and open up a command prompt or a terminal, since we're dealing with Linux here. And we're going to go ahead and look at the man page or the manual page for Nikto. So we want to scan a web server for known vulnerabilities and look for potential problems like default files, insecure files. And Nikto has many different options. It can also display HTTP redirects. It can look at cookies that are received. It can show any 200 responses. We can also set it to verbose. So let's go ahead and just run it on the local host here, because we should still have our
Apache server running. And because I'm not, we have to sudo. So Apache is not currently running, so let's go ahead and start that with the Apache controller command. And Apache should be, there we go, it's now running. So let's go ahead and do nicto-h, and we can see the help information. We can list plugins. So this actually requires an argument, so let's go ahead and do -h localhost, and we're also going to do -v for verbose mode. Let's put in what is our actual IP? I totally forgot in the process of doing this. 192.168.7.205. Let's try that again. So we have a different. So it's still saying it's an invalid IP. So we'll go ahead and get that fixed, and we'll be right back. So we'll go ahead and run a scan on another machine on the network that I do know has a web server running. Or we'll actually go ahead and enable it on this local workstation. Because we're on the same subnet. I'm using the XAMPP web server. So I'm going to go ahead and start Apache and MySQL and FileZilla. So we're going to go to 7.223. Let's make sure we have a network connection just to be on the safe side. There we go. So I think the -v was the problem. That does happen. Again, when you don't work with these tools, again, I say this all the time, you want to make sure that you use the man page, and these tools can change. Sometimes switches will change. Notice it's already found the type of server, and this happens to be a Microsoft IIS server, Internet and Information Services, and it found some vulnerabilities to look at. We could actually take this and write it to a file, but that's a basic run of Nicto. If you don't have any other vulnerability management tools, it is a great option for finding out quickly what's going on with that system. So Nicto has proxy support. You can save reports in plain text, XML. It even has several templates. So if we want to test on different websites, let's go ahead and see some other things we can do with it. So we went ahead and reran the same query with the verbose mode. So basically it's going to show all the different web tests it's going through. Again, it's a lot of data coming across the screen, I know. But it tested a host, and it actually did over 7,000 requests made. And we can actually cat. So to look at this, we're going to set up basically a simple web server. And clear the screen. We're going to call this in Python. It's a simple web server that will actually serve up local directories. Now let's look at a tool called WP Scan. WP Scan is for scanning WordPress websites and obtaining vulnerabilities within the core version, any plugins you might have. In addition, it can also look for weak passwords and other security configuration issues. So it'll look at your robots.txt file, your debug log if you have that, any changes that were made, and so on and so forth. So we go to our web application analysis tools. We have our WP scan or WordPress scan tool, and it's going to execute the help file if you just click on it. And notice there's the version. You can put verbose mode. You can output to a file just like you can with many of the other tools. You can enumerate, look for plugins that are vulnerable on a particular WordPress site. So that was just a partial list. If you do the 2 H's, you get a more detailed list of options. So there's a lot of tools built into WP Scan. Of course, you don't want to use this on any sites that you don't have permission to. And it's a very powerful tool for finding vulnerabilities in WordPress websites. So you can run the wpscan.rb and then the URL to look for vulnerable plugins. You can enumerate vulnerable themes. And you can also check for users as well. Let's talk about JoomScan. JoomScan is a vulnerability enumerator as well for the Joomla web platform. So JoomScan is not in the Kali installation by default of 2020, but you can do just an apt-get install of it, and it'll download it. See, it's already downloaded. Of course, you have to sudo to root. You can see here it's on the latest version 00.7-0, and it installed the necessary Perl libraries for it to be able to work. Let's go ahead and clear the screen. And there's no manual page for this program, but there is a help file. So this is another OWASP tool. If you want to enumerate a system that you know is running Joomla, which you could go out and find vulnerable Joomla websites with Google dorking, of course, and you can also run it from behind a proxy. So essentially the command looks like this: joomscan --URL, and then the website you want to scan. Now let's look at a tool called Drupone. This is a play on words of the Drupal system. So Drupone has 2 separate modes: enumerate and exploit. So with enumerate mode, you can enumerate files, you can enumerate what modules are running, and even what themes. And it actually allows you to exploit vulnerabilities with it. So let's switch over to our Kali box. And we'll open up a terminal. Go ahead and sudo to root. And Drupone is not in the Kali repository, so that's one of the first things you'll see. So you have to essentially go out to its GitHub site and pull down a copy. But sometimes these tools do get updated. Sometimes there might be a long time before they get updated. So this is the GitHub repository. You can see version 1.0.4. and it's been tested on version 7 and 8. So again, it may not be able to do all systems. And the installation, you have to call it from Python, as it is a Python tool. So we'll go ahead and grab the link or git, and we'll git clone, and we'll paste the link in there. All right. We'll go ahead and look at the README file. So this can also be run from a Docker container. As an alternative. There's basic usage commands, and then there's the installation. So first we got to run some commands. Got to run the required commands to make sure that everything installs correctly. Clear the screen. We're using pip for this one. So it's collecting a few things that it needs to be able to install it, and it's finished. So now there's the help file. You pick the mode. There's the host name, the target to go after, enumeration. And of course, you could use Google Dorking to find out a system that's actually running Drupal. And there you go. Now let's talk about OpenVOS. OpenVOS is best for doing vulnerability scanning, where manual scanning would be a very time-consuming and tedious process. Now, Kali Linux, the old version used to have OpenVOS with it. OpenVOS is actually a fork of Nessus, the Nessus vulnerability scanner. So we're going to sudo to root. And you'll usually would go out to apt-get install OpenVOS, and it's going to have to download a whole bunch of packages for it to be able to install. You could go to the Synaptic Package Manager or something like that, but you can see that OpenVOS is not there by default. OpenVOS is actually called the Greenbone Scanner. And if you want to get the community edition for use on other systems, you can go to this website, greenbone.net, and they do have a pro version. You can also run it in a virtual machine as a separate system itself. And they also have a live demo. So they have other solutions too, but we just want the community edition. And they do have various security feeds as well. Notice the ISO is right here. So you download this ISO, and then you can import that into a virtual machine. Of course, they give you the SHA-256 SUM. It will work with either VirtualBox or VMware's ESXi. Of course, you do need to have at least a dual-core system, 4 gigs of RAM. So let's see, our OpenVOS interface, it has both a command line interface as well as a GUI, much like Nessus, so this will take a while to install. This is a brief overview of some of the OpenVOS components. It has a command line client, which you can access to run commands as well, much like Nessus. It has the web client, which you run through the browser, and then there's the OpenVOS manager daemon. And OpenVOS works off of a SQLite database. And then it has something called NVT plugins, network vulnerability tests. These are essentially the signatures for the different vulnerabilities that are out there. And then OpenVOS has its own scanner that you can customize, and you can run different scans on, either discovery scans, you can run compliance scans, you can do system by system vulnerability scans, and generate reports, as we'll see here in a moment. So NVT is a plugin that's written in the Nessus attack scripting language, because NVTs follow essentially the same pattern as Nessus. So if you go to the OpenVOS website, openvos.org, you can see they have more than 50,000 vulnerability tests, and it's been maintained by Greenbone Network since 2009. So you can actually go to their site and try out their live demo, or you can download the virtual appliance as we've shown. So this is the live demo site, and it actually gives you the username and passwords. This is similar to what you would see on a regular network. So you have your dashboard here, which you can customize. You can look at some example scans that have been run. Some of these are done in the cloud systems. You can generate reports. You can see what the results were, what hosts were enumerated. Notice they give you a vulnerability list and then a severity. So you can click on individual IP addresses and you can see what the vulnerability actually was. So it's a very versatile program. You can set up different sets of credentials. So right on here, there's a domain admin and a scan user. You can set different permission levels. So maybe you have different groups and different roles for your system administrators. Let's look at the NVTs. These are all of the different network vulnerability tests. You can see 81,343 as of this recording. And you can click through and see all the different scans and all that good stuff. They sort by numerical score, and it even has a common vulnerability scoring system, or CVSS score calculator. So if you want to figure out what the severity level of a particular vulnerability, it's a very useful program in that regard. Let's go see if our download is done yet. All right, looks like it's there. So then we're going to run the OpenVOS-setup command, and it's going to run through its setup to build out all of the vulnerability tests, and then we'll be able to actually start it. It's going to go through and put all of its shortcuts. So you notice now you have access to the menu items that were not there before. So we're going to let this finish, and then we'll come back. These are some of the different components of OpenVOS. It has a management protocol, a SQLite database. You can run many different scanners if you need to, based on the different types of systems. It has the ability to start, stop, and resume scans. You can even pull in from a centralized repository, much like Nessus does, and the feed gets updated on a regular basis. It also has a command line interface that you can run on Windows, Linux, and you can also integrate OpenVOS with SNMP tools like Nagios or any other SNMP program. So OpenVOS uses the OpenVOS transfer protocol, and it always uses SSL or transport, and it has some support for the Windows management instrumentation interface. This is the sample demo, what it will look like when you run it. Now let's talk about CMS Map. This is a Python open source scanner that automates the process of detecting security flaws for a lot of the most popular content management systems. The idea is to integrate this into a single tool. So the content management systems are WordPress, Joomla, Drupal, and Moodle. The CMS Map comes with Kali Linux. This is the GitHub repository. If you want to get the latest and greatest version, you can do that. You can also do it, you can install it with Python if you want to be able to run it from anywhere. So let's go over to our Kali box and we'll go ahead and type in CMS Map. And notice that it's not in the main download or the 2020 version of Kali amongst all the other tools that are here. So what we can do is we can go ahead and use Python to install it. We'll do it both ways so you can just see the process. So there's no CMS map in the repository, so you're going to have to do it from the GitHub page. Make sure I actually copied that text. We're going to do paste. There we go. So now that we've cloned it, the second step we're going to use pip to install it. There's the directory, or we can just run the Python script. You can look at the README file. There we go. So now it's actually setting up the CMS map. All right, successfully installed, and now we should be able to run it from anywhere. So CMS map doesn't have a man page. So there is the help file. So if you want to run it, you pick the website that you want to run on. You pick the type of scan you want to do, whether you're running WordPress, Drupal. You can actually set it to enumerate without searching for exploits. Just keep in mind this is an attack tool, so if you run it on a system that you don't have permissions on, you can get yourself in serious trouble. So this is some examples. So let's talk about some of the different countermeasures that are out there. So we know that the bad guys or the non-ethical hackers can search for vulnerabilities and exploits and be able to do these things just like we can ourselves as ethical hackers. So what you want to do is you want to set up your firewalls and your IDSs and your security appliances to block these types of probes, like from tools like Nmap and vulnerability scanners. You want to filter out any unreachable messages. So if somebody tries to send a ping or an ICMP packet to see what is there, you don't want that information to get out. So you'll tell that to your firewall to filter that out. You always want to make sure that if you're using a firewall, make sure that your latest service pack is installed. Make sure you've installed anti-spoofing rules. So if you have spoofed IP addresses on external interfaces, those will not be accepted. And now let's do some practice questions. So we have a question here. This tool can detect the shell shock vulnerability. Nmap, Wapiti, URL scan, or SQL map. Correct answer is B, Wapiti. So an Nmap can do some vulnerability scanning and detection, but Wapiti has specific logic for the shell shock vulnerability. Let's go to the second question. Which tool is used for scanning WordPress websites? URL scan, WP scan, Angry IP scanner, or John the Ripper. The answer is WP scan or WordPress scan. Angry IP is more of a network discovery tool. John the Ripper is a password cracking tool, and URL scan can scan websites, but it's not meant for specifically for WordPress sites. Which language is WP scan written in? Is it PHP, HTML, Ruby, or Perl? Correct answer is Ruby. WP scan is written in the Ruby programming language. Number 4, what tool that is built into Kali Linux for vulnerability scanning Joomla websites? So keep in mind this is not true for the latest version, but older versions of Kali did have this tool built in. Is it WP scan, Dirbuster, SQL map, or Joom scan? Keep in mind that the name kind of gives it away. Correct answer is D, Joom scan. Number 5, what open source vulnerability scanner that is built into Kali Linux was developed by Nessus engineers? Is it Nikto, OpenVOS, WP scan, or Joom scan? Correct answer is OpenVOS. So OpenVOS is a fork of Nessus, and it has the network vulnerability test. We know Nikto is the web application scanner from the command line. If you only have one tool to use and not any commercial products, or you don't have OpenVOS at your disposal, you can use Nikto. And of course, WordPress scan and Joom scan are not correct because they're for WordPress sites and the Joomla content management system. So in summary, we talked about different processes of discovering, prioritizing, ranking vulnerabilities based on risk factors. We talked about the different types of vulnerability scans, be they wireless, database scans. We looked at Nikto. We looked at Wapiti. We looked at OpenVOS, the Nessus, or the network vulnerability tests. These are essentially plugins that are developed in the Nessus attack scripting language. And this is a fork of the original Nessus codebase. OpenVOS is good for large networks where manual scanning would be too cumbersome. And we talked about CMS Map, which is a Python open source CMS scanner that helps detect security flaws in some of the most popular CMS programs. So this is a summary of the topics we covered: vulnerability assessments, vulnerability scans. We looked at some of the tools for vulnerability scans, as well as some of the countermeasures. Thank you for your attention. Hope you learned more than you knew before about vulnerability scanning and vulnerability assessments. It's an important part of the process, especially doing a full-on pen test or red team engagement. We will see you in the next module.
And some may be based on different work environments. Some might also be based on security frameworks, compliance frameworks.
Hello and welcome back to the official Certcop series. This is the Web Application Exploitation module. In this module, we're going to talk about Metasploit. We're going to look at web app exploitation. We're going to look at cross-site scripting. We're going to look at SQL injection, many different types of vulnerabilities. All right, this is our chapter outline. We're going to go into an introduction to Metasploit and the Metasploit framework. We'll look at some different Metasploit modules, how to generate payloads using MSF Console, MSF Venom. We'll get into SQL injection, as well as cross-site scripting and directory listing. So where do we get Metasploit? Well, there's a lot of different places you can get it. It does come pre-installed with Kali Linux. So if we log into our Kali box and we go to the Start menu and we go down to Exploitation Tools, notice we have the Metasploit framework, we have the Metasploit payload creator, social engineering toolkit, SQL map, all kinds of stuff. So we can click on the Metasploit framework and it actually gives you the commands for running Metasploit. It first has to start up a database. It runs off of a Postgres database. And it sets up a database named MSF. Now, so sometimes you do get compiler errors, so don't get panicked if you see something like this. Just go ahead and run it again from the command line. You always want to make sure that you're on the latest and greatest updates. So we want to go ahead and do a quick apt-get update. Make sure we have the latest data from the Kali Linux repository. While that's updating, we'll go ahead and take a look at where to actually get the Metasploit framework from. So you can go to metasploit.com/download, and you can go here to Metasploit and pick the version you want. There is a pro version, which is commercially supported. The open source version from Rapid7, this is more of the easier version of running Metasploit, or if you want to run it on Windows, they have a desktop supported version. So they have an MSI install, but just be aware when you go to install Metasploit on Windows, it will flag your antivirus. So just be aware that, of course, there's you can get it on Linux, and they provide a script to do just that. So you have really two options for Metasploit, the GUI version or the command line version, which comes in with Kali. And the main difference between the GUI version and the command line version is really ease of use. If you're not real comfortable with command line, you may prefer to start out with the GUI version initially, just to make it a little bit easier to run exploits. So this is the nightly installers available from GitHub. Of course, if you get the latest and greatest version, just keep in mind there may be bugs. These are all things that just, it does happen. It's an exploit framework and it's constantly updated. So for the latest and greatest version, always check back here. This is the command you would enter to curl the Metasploit framework, and then you run the Metasploit installer with MSF install, and then you have to change the permissions to, so we can this is another way to get Metasploit from any Linux distro, not just Kali Linux. So let's go ahead and clear. make sure we don't have any extra packages lying around. And that's fine. The best way, of course, is to copy and paste this from the site, but I'm just going to type it out. We'll just run this part of it. And there we go. There's the download. Go ahead and clear the screen just to keep it a little bit cleaner. All right, now that we have Metasploit running, notice that it gives us a running tally. We can see the version number right here, 5.0.93-developer. We have over 2,000 exploits, some of them auxiliary, which we'll get into them, 562 payloads. And you can actually open an interactive terminal with this as well. We can see this is version 5 because it has an MSF5 next to it. So let's look at some of the different Metasploit components. We have the payloads portion, we have exploits, we have different types of attacks like SQL injection, cross-site scripting, and directory listing. So the Metasploit framework is a gathering of different projects and different payloads, exploits that can be then utilized to exploit targets. So it's the most widely used exploitation/penetration testing framework. And it's a collaboration between open source and Rapid7. They not only verify vulnerabilities, they also try to improve security awareness. So it helps not only attackers, but also the defenders to be able to stay up to date on the latest and greatest exploits that are out there. So this is the MSF console, which you just saw. It's the preferred way to be able to access it, but it's not the only supported way to access the Metasploit framework. As we said, you can run the GUI version, which we will look at in a little bit. It's an all-in-one centralized console and allows you to efficiently access essentially all the options in the Metasploit framework. It can seem very daunting at first, but once you get the syntax, you'll be able to run commands much more efficiently. And most of the features, and it's essentially the most stable Metasploit framework interface. So these are some of the different commands. So let's go ahead and go back. If we type the word banner in, we can actually change our banner. We can get different pictures. So things this is really more of just a preference thing. It's not really anything to do with functionality or making it better, but it is one of the options. Now we can type the help command, and help will give you a basic tutorial Gives you a lot of information about the different commands that are there. You can change the current working directory. If you want to exit the console, you type exit. You can actually grep the output of other commands. You can load different plugins. You can check the version. And it has some different commands for working with the database itself. So if you wanted to see what credentials you had, they would show up here. If you want to see the version, this is the current version we're on. Lots of different commands. So if you want to get into scripting mode, you can type IRB. And notice we get into an IRB shell. So you can pick what functions you want to look at. If you type exit, you can get back out to the Metasploit framework. Change the banner again. So if you want to launch the web GUI from here, you can type in go_pro, and if it's installed, it will launch the web GUI. Again, these things do change from time to time, so the web GUI is normally installed separately. So let's go ahead and oh my gosh, can't type. So we have Metasploit installed on our Windows workstation, which we'll open up here in a moment. Now let's talk a little bit about vulnerabilities. A vulnerability is essentially any flaw in code or some type of weakness in software. It could be hardware related, but it's a way that attackers can compromise different systems, attack vectors. The vulnerabilities come out all the time. Vulnerabilities are actually, there's a list of vulnerabilities called the National Vulnerability Database. If we go back to open up our web browser here, and we go to nvd.nist.gov, this is the National Vulnerability Database. So if you're in the US, this is kind of one of the standardized places where new vulnerabilities come out, and they have essentially a ID number that is always starts with the 3 letters CVE, and you add in the year and then the 4-digit number at the end. So, and then over on the right hand side, you can see the severity, or the CVSS score, the Common Vulnerability Scoring System. So these are individual vulnerabilities. If you click on one, it will give you some more information about the vulnerability and even links to the vendor website where the vulnerability is posted. Now, there may be Metasploit modules that actually show up down here, potentially. Now, not always, but there are lots of different vulnerabilities. We can go over to the search menu. We can actually search for all different types. We can search by number. We can search by vendor. Let's say we want all the Microsoft vulnerabilities. We can actually click on that and just hit search, and it will return us any vulnerability that it finds based on Microsoft. So notice we've got lots of different vulnerabilities here. So you can search, you can filter, but those are the vulnerabilities, the weaknesses that create attack vectors. And where we run into problems is when there's a vulnerability and there's no fix, or there's no patch, so attackers may use malware or payloads, as we'll get to talk about later, that use or exploit multiple vulnerabilities. The vulnerabilities allow attackers to take advantage of systems, elevate privileges, and potentially take over certain systems. So what are exploits? Well, exploits are what we have in Metasploit. These are essentially payloads that take advantage of some vulnerability that an attacker can use to take over a system. So if we go to show exploits on Metasploit, we're going to get a whole bunch of information returned. Usually if you just type the show command and there's too many results, it'll ask you, are you sure you want to show all this, because there's too many values to return. So it takes a little bit of time, but eventually you'll get something similar to this screen here. And so the vulnerabilities will have a name, the date they were found, and they will have a description. So keep in mind that not all vulnerabilities work for all systems. These are some of the different modules with respect to Metasploit. You have the MSF console, which is in the center here, and then you have exploits, you have payloads. So under exploits, you have different systems like Windows, Android, Unix, and then you have these auxiliary modules which deal with things like SCADA systems, databases, and then the payloads could be designed for particular systems like Android. They could be PHP. They could be a lot of different things. So payloads are an important component to understand, as well as the different Metasploit framework modules. So you can think about payloads as the dangerous part of Metasploit. So what is an auxiliary module? An auxiliary module is used for gathering information. So Metasploit framework has hundreds of auxiliary modules that perform scanning, fuzzing, sniffing, and many, many more different functions. So these modules will not give you a shell, but they're extremely valuable when conducting a penetration test. Things like SQL databases and also doing man-in-the-middle attacks. Then you have exploit modules. Exploit modules are commonly used to convey code. They are the actual exploit. And these are constantly updated and developed. So you can look at what these are the things that actually make Metasploit unique versus other platforms. This actually gives Metasploit its exploit capability. So things like exploit modules will handle the payload, the encoding, the no operate instruction generation, and many other things. So because there's so many exploits already in Metasploit, there's a good chance that there's already a module you can just edit for your own purposes. And there are lots of different samples that you can modify yourself within Metasploit. So this is an example of running an exploit under Metasploit. So if we go back over to our system here, I have too many windows open now. Too many command windows. Let's close one of these here. Okay, so we got our list of exploits that came back. Notice that it's a very long list because we didn't specify anything in particular. So let's go ahead and say we're going to use exploit Windows. We'll say SMB. Then if you hit tab, it'll actually give you different options about which ones you want to pick. So let's say I wanted to use the MS17 _010 _PS exec vulnerability, and then I hit enter. Once I do that, notice the prompt changes here. So it becomes red, and now I have some different options. So let's do a show command. So these are the different options for this particular exploit. So you can pick out what you want to do, what you want to be the target host or the receiving host, and the receiving port number. And then you give it a domain that you want to try and use, a password. So right now it just made some decisions about the local host, which is the system I'm currently on, the local port, and right now there's no exploit target. So you can do different things. So if I wanted to set exploit, set our host, then it's going to, if it has a value, it'll give that value. This one doesn't actually have an rhost variable, but that's very common. So let's do the show payloads to see if we have any payloads yet. So it's going to return a lot of payloads because there's a whole bunch. And then you pick which payload you actually want to utilize. So again, there's a lot of options there. So let's look at some of the different types of auxiliaries. So there's different scanners for SMB, remote procedure call, there's port scanners, there's wireless auxiliary modules, there's denial of service modules even. So a lot of different types of auxiliaries. So let's talk about what a payload actually is. A payload is a piece of software that's used to control the remote system. So the payload is like the device you're going to detonate, or it's the weapon portion of the exploit. So they're different depending upon what type of system architecture. So if it's a 64-bit system versus a 32-bit payload. So there's 4 different types of payload in Metasploit. There's 3 main types, and then there's one that's not really a type itself. So you have inline or non-staged. So this is a single payload for a task that has the full exploit and full shellcode. So inline payloads are more stable because they're all in one. They're self-contained. So some exploits, however, will not support the resulting size of the payloads. If the payload is too large, it may not work. Then you have a stager. A stager works with staged payloads to perform a particular task. The stager creates a channel between the attacker and the victim and reads the execution on the remote host. Then you have Meterpreter. Meterpreter is short for Meta Interpreter. It's the payload generation tool for Metasploit. So it remains in host memory and leaves no traces on the hard drive, so it's very hard to locate the Meterpreter with traditional forensic techniques. Then lastly, we have the PassiveX. PassiveX is a payload which can help circumvent firewalls that are restrictive. It essentially builds a hidden Internet Explorer instance using an ActiveX control and is able to communicate with the attacker via HTTP requests, because HTTP traffic generally will be allowed to pass through the firewall. Otherwise, there'll be no internet access or no web access. So how do we generate payloads in Metasploit? We can do this from within the Metasploit console. So there's generate, pry, and reload commands. Again, keep in mind that these tutorials do change periodically. So what works, always consult the documentation for the latest and greatest options. Let me go back into our console because I'll go ahead and close this because this is, or at least minimize it because it's distracting. So we're going to use payload /windows/shell find _TCP. So we have the listening port and the receiving host, so pick what target we want to be. We'll set it to the system I'm currently hosting this virtual machine on. And so there's the options. And then if we want to actually generate the payload, then we're going to use the generate command. So this is, do we want to force encoding? We can set the payload size, any characters we should avoid, and what output format we want it to be in. And if we just type in the word generate, it'll just use the most common default payload. And there's our actual payload. Similar to the example here. So let's say maybe we want to generate the same shell code as before, only this time we're going to tell Metasploit to remove some unwanted bytes. So you're getting a null byte free payload. So it tells you if you wanted to set it to verbose mode, you would get a little bit more information. So notice the size here, 328 bytes. So if we do, this time we'll do generate -B, and we'll do '\x00 or the null byte character. Let's see what happened here. Oh, whoops. Does happen. I make a mistake, and there we go. Notice it was a little bit bigger size this time. So that's generating payload. So how can we use this to go after web applications? So we can integrate some different tools like Nmap and WMAP, and maybe find a website that's vulnerable to SQL injection. There's also the Browser Exploitation Framework project. All right, so now we're going to do a sample exploit or how you would attack web applications inside of Metasploit. Keep in mind that you only want to attack applications that you have permission to. So we open up our Metasploit console. I'm going to go ahead and clear the screen so you can see all these. We're going to use the auxiliary scanner HTTP crawler. And once we do that, we're going to hit enter. And notice our text went to red. We're going to set the rhost value as localhost because we're just going to run it on our local machine. We're going to set the local port to 9000. And then we're going to type in run to run the crawler. And it's going to take a little while, and it'll come back with some information. All right, now we're going to load WMAP. So this is the plugin, and we're going to WMAP _sites -A, We're going to use localhost. If this is a remote host, you'd obviously use the host IP and port number. And the site has been created. We're going to type the wmap underscore sites -L. And we see we've got some available sites here now. So now we're going to use wmap underscore target -D 0. And wmap underscore run -E. Let's see, something went wrong with the target selection. So again, sometimes these commands do change. So just be aware that sometimes some commands may change between versions of Metasploit. So I had a small typo in there. It's targets is the command. So now I've got my target. So now I can run my wmap run command, and it's going to start doing a test against the local website port 9000. And it's going to load in those modules. And we can see the time the testing started. And that'll take a little bit of time to finish. Now we're going to take a look at some SQL injection, which is also known as SQLI. It's a common attack vector that uses malicious SQL code for backend databases. Essentially, things that the developer or the creator of the database maybe didn't necessarily intend on being displayed. SQL injection is very common on, matter of fact, one of the top vulnerabilities that is out there on OWASP, the Open Web Application Security Project. So if we go out to our browser, and we look up OWASP top 10, we can see that SQL injection is essentially the #1 flaw. Not just SQL, but any kind of command injection, essentially where some information gets sent that maybe the application wasn't expecting. So the only way to prevent these types of injections is through input sanitization, which we'll get into a little bit later. But OWASP has a cheat sheet for how to prevent the different types of SQL injection. SQL injection may result in the unauthorized viewing of passwords, maybe deleting tables or dumping out the hashed versions of passwords, since in many cases passwords are no longer stored in plain text, they're stored in their hashed version. Ultimately, if a website is vulnerable to SQL injection, then that means that an attacker can do many things to exploit that site and gain access to potentially private company data. So this is an example. When you go to a web storefront and you click on an item, notice this item has an ID number, and then at the very end it has this little or 1 equals 1. So what that means is that or 1 equals 1 is always true. So when you're doing a select, which that is the way in which you select tables of information inside of SQL. And SQL is the back-end logic. So that web page that you're viewing the store on in your browser has to convert that query to a SQL query. And then it has to take that and essentially say, select item name, item description from the table called items where the item number is 999 or 1 equals 1. So instead of just returning that item, it's going to return everything potentially in the database. So that's one example of a SQL injection attack using a tautology. And we'll see how this is done. Of course, you can manually do this, but there are automated tools that will do this as well. So maybe in this case, the attacker sends the web string. We're going to www.estore.com/items/items.asp and item ID equals 999 semicolon and then drop table. So essentially, this could be drop table users. So if the database is vulnerable, then that website is going to convert that string into a query, and it's going to go back and it's going to delete the user tables. You can also use the union command, which if you want to essentially get data from a database and stick it on top of your query, you can use the union command. Essentially, it's just taking two columns and putting them on top of each other. Unless if you're doing row by row, that's called a join. So let's look at some of the tools inside of Kali for doing SQL injection. We have a tool called SQL Map. And it's actually in the menu. If you go to Web Application Analysis, it's in this menu right here. But we'll go ahead and look at the man page. So SQL Map is an automatic SQL injection tool. So the basic way of doing SQL injections you don't need to do, because this Python script will handle it for you. So you basically do SQL Map -u for the URL. You pick out what you want it to do, what sites you want it to go after. So let's go ahead and scroll down. And the nice thing about the man page is it even gives you some examples. So that you can do regular expressions, you can do OS shells, you can do elevation of privileges, lots of different things with SQL injection. So here we have a site that we're allowed to actually go after with SQL Map. So we're gonna go after this test site, and we're going to try to enumerate what type of database it actually has. So of course, using SQL injection for sites you don't have permission for is problematic. We're testing on a get parameter, which is a HTTP parameter, to see if it might be vulnerable to cross-site scripting. So you can sometimes combine these attacks together. So it looks like the backend database management system is MySQL. And do I want to skip the payloads for other ones? So if it finds MySQL, SQL Map can also look at things like Postgres database. It can look at Microsoft SQL. It can look at Oracle's. So they're very, very similar relational database management languages, but in the order of time, we'll go ahead and skip. And says, do I want to include all the tests for MySQL provided level 1 and risk values? So we'll say yes. So it's going to run through some different testing. And it's going to even do some blind SQL injection where it's querying with a sleep function to see how long it takes to come back. So blind SQL injection works in a way that essentially if you're not getting any output, you can send things to the screen or send commands. Whereas even if you don't get any output returned, you can just tell by how long it takes for something to come back what type of database management system it might run. So this particular one is vulnerable. So do I want to keep testing the others? We'll just say no, because we already found the vulnerable one. So we now have the database name, and we have the information schema, which is the information about the different tables. So most SQL or MySQL has a table called information schema.tables, which is actually essentially like a table of tables. It's the information that is on the back end of the database. So now that we have our database names, we're going to go ahead and run this command. We're going to test out to see what actual tables we can get. So it found out that it's greater than 5.0, and it did not paste correctly. So let's try that one more time. Now we're going to run this command with the correct parameters, and it's trying to do a union of the tables. So it says unable to retrieve the table names for the database. Do you want to use common table existence check? And we'll say yes. So this does happen. And we're just going to press enter. Enter the number of threads. We're going to do 1. It says if we run it in single thread mode, it could take a while. So we'll pause and we'll come back when this is finished. So our database test didn't return any tables, but we did get confirmation of the database existing, and we got a little bit of information from it. Again, this is just a sample of how you would do a website to test and see whether it's vulnerable to SQL injection. And there are several different other SQL injection tools like SQL Mapper, Burp Suite, many other tools. So how do we protect against SQL injection? Well, there's of course source code review, and there are tools to employ to help fix the vulnerabilities that lead to SQL injection. You can utilize something called a secure library, which that will help you to an extent. Another option is to utilize prepared statements. Sanitize your inputs. Make sure that you only allow sanitized inputs and appropriate characters. Certain characters that are unsafe, you need to make sure that your developers know to filter those things out. Of course, checking account permissions to the database is also important, using strong passwords for your SA and any administrator accounts you have. Intrusion detection systems and intrusion prevention systems like Snort can also go a long way to help protect against SQL injection. Because SQL injection is such a dangerous threat to proprietary data, company data, private data, all these things that attackers might seek to exploit to get access to other systems. So ultimately, you want to use the best protection possible. OWASP recommends the use of prepared statements, which are parameterized queries. Instead of taking direct input from the user, put parameters instead of the just raw input data. Store procedures, which are essentially just groups of SQL statements that can be used. Of course, input validation and escaping user-supplied input. So whitelist is really a secondary defense. So now let's talk about some of the other types of vulnerabilities. Cross-site scripting. This is otherwise known as XSS. This is one of the most well-known application layer attacks. And if you want to look and see just how bad some of these vulnerabilities can be, we can go over to exploitdb.com, not the Google hacking database, but we can actually search cross-site scripting. And we can see that they are still vulnerable, or they're still showing up even today. And then we have SQL injection as well. So SQL injection still alive and well. And if you click on one of the exploits, you can actually just copy the code and run it on a vulnerable website. So these are for this particular content management system. So SQL injection can be done with minimal tools. Of course, we've talked about the legal repercussions. And then we have cross-site scripting. So cross-site scripting is usually done by storing some information on a page that gets run client side. So you have client side versus server side. Client side is basically the browser. The server side is, of course, the back-end logic where everything is stored at. So the idea of cross-site scripting is to be able to modify a web application to run some code, maybe install some content on a page. And cross-site scripting attacks can be done via the web page itself, or it could be sent via email. Many different ways of getting a cross-site scripting attack onto a web application. So this is the basic flow chart. You've got the attacker and the user. The attacker puts the malicious script on a vulnerable website. The user takes the vulnerable website and sends data to the attacker. And then the malicious script can also go into the back-end database and steal data and whatnot. So there are some different types of cross-site scripting attacks. There's the stored cross-site scripting attack, or type 1. These are usually persistent, where the input is stored on a server, such as a database, in a message forum, maybe in a blog post. So essentially the victim retrieves the stored data from the application without that data being made safe in the browser. Then there's the reflected cross-site scripting, which is also known as non-persistent, or type 2. This is essentially when user input gets immediately returned by the web application in an error message, search result, or any other response that includes some or all of the input. So all of these attacks essentially come down to the concept of malicious code running on your site. For example, JavaScript. So the ability to execute arbitrary JavaScript on another user's browser can allow attackers to perform theft of things like session cookies, session IDs, log keystrokes. It could be even used in phishing attacks. So an attacker could send a fake login form through direct object manipulation, which is the third type, which is otherwise known as type 0. But this is essentially where the entire data flow or the source of data is in direct object access, and it never leaves the browser. So the attacker will set a form in a web page to target his own malicious server and trick the user into submitting sensitive information. So you might ask, how can attacks like this succeed? Well, reflected attacks might seem harmless because it requires the victim to actually send a request containing a malicious string. Since nobody would willingly attack themselves, well, there seems to be no way of performing the actual attack. As it turns out, there are at least two common ways to get a victim to launch a reflected attack against theirself. So an attacker can send a malicious URL to the victim, either via email or instant message, and trick him into visiting it. If the user targets a large group of people, he could potentially put the link to his own website, or maybe on a social network like Facebook, or maybe on a site that a lot of individuals from his target, the company, visit. So the attacker will craft a URL containing the malicious string and send it to the victim. The victim is tricked by the attacker into requesting that URL from the website. The website gets the request but doesn't include the malicious string in the response. So now the browser looks at the JavaScript and says, that's legitimate. I'm going to run that. I'm going to run that code. And the browser executes the malicious script, thus sending the victim's cookies to the attacker's server. Now let's look at how this actually works in a sample environment or a test environment. We're going to go to, first before we do that, there's actually a website called Cross-Site Scripted. It's essentially all the different attacks information on cross-site scripting. And it's a bit dated now, but you can see all the different sites that have been victim to cross-site scripting. The LA Tribune, Microsoft, Harvard, every major site at one point or another has had this type of threat. So let's open up the cross-site scripting game. And this is actually a free website. You can actually run this yourself. And I've done this demo before. And in this case, I'm just going to write some code to pop up an alert message. And essentially that alert message is everything that is contained within this script. Now imagine if you were to write this on a box on a website. And as long as the code is valid, and as long as the box is big enough, then potentially you can run this vulnerability on a vulnerable site. I forgot the... This should be... I noticed that we were able to pop up an alert box on the screen, which means that we've effectively taken over the website, or that the site is in fact vulnerable. So there are different hints here you can use, and it'll tell you to see the source of the application. You can right click and you can view the actual code of the website and see that it is actually vulnerable. And it'll show you other hints too, like when you change different tags to the code. So what if you were to modify this inside of the developer options on Chrome? So script and then something alert. So we go to the next level, and this is actually just a sample blog that is vulnerable. So the welcome page has HTML in it. So you'll notice that this is a telltale sign that this does not escape strings properly. So we can't do a script tag on this one. We have to do an element with a JavaScript attribute. So there are lots of different cross-site scripting tools that are out there. If we want to be able to prevent cross-site scripting, we can go to OWASP, and they have a whole cheat sheet for doing just that, and different ways to be able to prevent. So essentially, never allow untrusted data inside of the script. Always do parameterized query. Make sure you properly escape your untrusted data. So you convert, what they mean by escaping is you're going to take your unsafe characters like ampersand and convert it to the ampersand AMP semicolon, and your less than symbol into this ampersand less than sign. So that's properly escaping characters. Of course, there's other things you can do, and the libraries that call this will help you. Using a secure library will help you prevent some of these. But whatever you're going to do, make sure that you use a secure library. There's lots of different cross-site scripting tools like OWASP, Zap, Z-Attack Proxy, Burp Suite, and many others. So again, never insert untrusted data except in allowed locations. Make sure you do those escape characters. Escape your JavaScript properly. Sanitize your HTML inputs with a library that's meant for that. use HTTP only cookie flags. So there's a browser extension that's very useful, and I actually want to give that to you guys as well. It's called Edit This Cookie, and I believe that they have it for most of the browsers as well. Essentially, it's one of the most popular cookie editors for Chrome, and it allows you to edit cookies, export cookies, and essentially on this site we're currently on, we can see all of the cookies that are here in the browser. So and what they're used for, and the type of cookies, so whether they're HTTP only or whether they're secure, and the different flags that are set on them. So it's a very useful tool for cookies. Then let's talk about directory listing. So directory listing is a function that essentially displays all the files when there's not a index file, like index.php or something like that. So web servers, have to have, if they don't have the record page, an attacker will be able to more easily find things. So if you go to a website without specifying a file, that request is going to get processed by the web server, and it's going to return back that index file. If the index does not exist, then the web server must return a list of the contents. So this could be something like the directory structure on Windows. So for example, if we go to this website, and close some of these tabs down. So this is one example of what would be returned from a vulnerable website. So if it returns something like this, the directory, and it also, notice at the bottom it gives you the version of Apache and what library it's actually running. This can be advantageous for an attacker to be able to get directory information. So things like passwords, database connections, logs, those types of information can be found from directory listings. So there's not really a good reason to provide directory listings, and disabling them may at least put some level of protection against an attacker. So you want to configure whatever web server that you're using to prevent directory listings for all paths beneath the web root, and place into that directory an index.html or some type of index file that the website will display instead of returning a directory listing. So in summary, we talked about the Metasploit framework and the ability to conduct exploits and pen test systems. We looked at the various payloads, interfaces that can be used. We talked about vulnerabilities and vulnerability, how they lead to exploits. And so exploits are part of Metasploit, but there are some exploits that are custom, that are outside of Metasploit. We looked at how Metasploit shows you the different exploits that are available and how they map to different vulnerabilities. We also looked at payload creation and generation. So once you create a payload, you can send payloads by email, SMS, drive-by download, and many other ways. We also looked at some of the auxiliary modules for doing things like data collection, port mapping, etc. So we looked at the different stages in attacking a web application using Nmap, WMAP. We looked at Metasploit and how Metasploit can integrate with the browser exploitation framework. We also looked at ways in which we could discover databases that are vulnerable to SQL injection. We can use Google Dorking or the Google Hacking database, as well as SQL Map to automate the process of enumerating web servers. These are some of the acronyms. This is not an all-inclusive list, but there are many more to add to our already growing list of acronyms for this course. Now let's do some practice questions. So what are the little programs which are used to perform malicious actions on a particular vulnerability in order to get into a system called? A vulnerability, B, a payload, C, MSF, or D, exploits. The answer is exploits, D. These are the vulnerabilities, or the malicious code or the malicious action to exploit the vulnerability. Number 2, which one of the following is not a type of payload? Inline, B, stagger, C, multi-line, or D, interpreter? Answer is C, multi-line. So inline, stagger, and interpreter are types of payloads in Metasploit. Then we have number 3. What is the module in Metasploit which is used to generate payloads without accessing the Metasploit console? MSF Venom, MSF, MSF DVEOM, or MSF console? The answer is, of course, A, MSF Venom. So if you want to generate payloads outside of the Metasploit console, you can do that. Number 4, what is the module which is used to embed the payload with the exploit? Is it console, virus maker, a wrapper, or an embedder? The answer is C, the wrapper. Number 5, which of the following is not a security exploit? A, eavesdropping, B, cross-site scripting, C, authentication, or D, SQL injection? Or E, none of the above? Correct answer is C, authentication. Authentication is not a type of exploit, it is a type of security parameter. Eavesdropping is where you're listening on someone else's communication, either via email, sniffing, tapping someone's cell phone, things like that. And then, of course, we talked about cross-site scripting and SQL injection. And that is the end of the web application vulnerability module and exploit module. I appreciate your attention. Hope you learned a lot about exploit development, Metasploit, cross-site scripting, and we'll see you in the next module. All right, hello and welcome back to the official Certcop series for the Certified Kali Linux Pen Testing certification. We're going to talk about exploiting Windows systems, Linux, and even some OS X. So essentially you can call this category the operating system exploits. So this is our general outline. We're going to look at the different types of security controls. We're going to talk about technical, administrative, and physical controls. We're going to look at owning systems with Metasploit. We'll look at systems, different types of exploits, how to generate payloads, and things of that nature. We're also going to get into some ARP poisoning attacks, the address resolution protocol. We'll look at how ARP plays a role in different types of attacks. We'll get into some of the different phishing attack vectors. We'll look at vishing, smishing, whaling, spear phishing, and we're going to also talk about the various countermeasures and how organizations can protect themselves against these different types of attacks. So this is our chapter flow. We're going to look at Metasploit's Meterpreter, which stands for Meta Interpreter, but it's essentially the command interpreter for Metasploit. We'll talk about pwning Windows machines. We'll look at ARP poisoning, phishing, and we'll follow up with some demos and then the different countermeasures. So first we need to understand the different types of controls that exist with respect to information security. So there are physical controls, there are technical controls, and procedural controls. So technical controls you can think of, these are things that use technology, things like firewalls, encryption, passwords, anything that uses a technical implementation method. Then you have administrative controls. These are usually more policy-based, things like user awareness training, or acceptable use policies, or password reset policies. These are things that have to be implemented and enforced by your administrative elements, like your HR, your human resources. Then lastly, you have your physical controls. You have controls that you can touch, so physical barricades, security cameras, door access systems, man traps, anything that you can physically put your hands on. So let's talk about technical controls. So these are using technology to reduce vulnerabilities. So the goal with these controls is not to completely remove risk, because that's not a realistic idea. Risk is always going to be there. Risk is going to be something that is inherent in any type of system. No matter what you do, any kind of business, even driving down the street, if you think of something non-technical, that has an inherent amount of risk. So the goal with these controls is to try and get risk down to as close to zero as possible, or at least mitigating the different threats that are out there. So encryption, we mitigate unauthorized people being able to access our important files. So we encrypt them so that they cannot be easily read. That could be encryption on a disk. That could be encryption done in transit. Lots of different ways to do encryption. Then you have antivirus software. Things like desktop antivirus that check for malicious signatures of known malware, and some of them even implement behavioral detection, but that's another type of technical control. Then we have intrusion detection systems and intrusion prevention systems. Many of the devices these days just combine both functions together, and they're generally thought of as being able to detect threats but not able to actually prevent them. So if you have an IDS versus an IPS and you want to prevent different vulnerabilities, you would want to go with an IPS at a minimum. Then you have firewalls. So firewalls, for years, they were the last bastion of security between the dangerous network, otherwise known as the internet, and your internal corporate network. Although these days, firewalls can be almost anywhere. They can be on the host, they can be on the network, they can be in the cloud, they could be on your personal mobile device. These are all different types of technical controls that are out there. And then lastly, of course, least privilege kind of runs the gamut of all systems. Any system, you want to give the least amount of privilege possible from an access control perspective. Don't give somebody full administrative rights on a Windows machine when maybe they can get by with power user. Don't give somebody root access when maybe all they need to do is sudo to root. So those are technical controls. Then let's look through administrative controls. So things like risk assessments, vulnerability assessments, penetration tests. Now these, even though these are administrative or management controls, they do have potentially a technical component to them. So don't get those confused. Now, but most of these, risk assessments, vulnerability assessments, like we've talked about, they have to be driven by some type of management policy from the top down, from your C-level executives all the way down to your lowest level. Other types of administrative controls are user awareness and training. So when you first get your account, you have to go through some type of training that says you're not going to do anything inappropriate with that account. And then, of course, you have your configuration and change management. You might hear it called CM. This is essentially making sure that people aren't arbitrarily making changes to systems. without actually documenting things. And then, of course, you've got your media protection, your contingency planning, continuity of operations, or COOP, which is a very common term. These are all administrative controls. And then, of course, your physical and environmental protections, your HVAC systems, your temperature control systems, your thermostats. These are all managed by an administrative method. And then lastly, we have the physical control. So anything you can physically put your hands on, whether that's a camera, whether that's a door system, an access badge system. Of course, signs, security guards say keep out. Don't, by entering on this property, you consent to search or some other type of action. So those are our security controls. So what is exploitation? So we've looked at vulnerabilities, we've looked at exploits and Metasploit, but exploiting can really be a lot of different things. It could be software or hardware. So exploitation means taking advantage of some vulnerability that results in a loss to a company. So usually that involves privilege escalation. You get access to a system and then you elevate privileges to root or to an administrator, and then you take over that system and use that system to perform other nefarious things like denial of service attacks or botnets or many other different things. So that's exploitation. So there are essentially two types of exploits. We have local and we have remote. Local generally means you have to be on the same network or have physical access, some type of local access to the system. Remote means generally it can be done over the network. So how do we get access to some of these systems and build exploit code? Well, we've looked at Metasploit. So Metasploit's known for its anti-forensic and evasion tools, some of which are built into the Metasploit framework. And basically, the process goes something like this. You choose an exploit, check and see whether the target system is vulnerable, configure the payload, figure out how you're going to encode that payload, and send it to your target. So MSF Venom, as we've talked about, is the combination of MSF payload and MSF encode. They essentially replaced the old methods of creating payloads outside of the Metasploit framework. So the advantages are it's one single tool, it's standardized across the command line options, and it's much faster. So this is an example of a payload generation on a Windows system. Let's go ahead and run one. We'll boot up into our Kali Linux machine because we've seen how to do exploits inside of Metasploit, but we've not necessarily gone through an exploit in MSF Venom. So we'll type the MSF Venom command and then a -A, and then what platform we want. MSF Venom. Let's look at the man page first. So payload, generator, and encoder. And there's some different, you can pick what architecture you want to use with the -A. And we're going to do -- platform. And we're going to use Windows. And we're going to do -P for the payload. And we're going to pick Windows shell, because we want to get a shell on a Windows system. And we want a TCP binding. And with that, we're going to do the -E x86 /Shikata _GANAI, and then -B, and then we put in our null byte. Whoops. And then -I. And as long as we didn't make any mistakes, we should get our payload. And it might take a little bit since I'm doing it in a virtual machine. It means I probably made a mistake for the So since we were having issues with that payload, I went ahead and picked a different one. So MSF Venom-P, I'm using the PHP interpreter reverse TCP shell. I put the host as the IP of the target and the port that I want to use, and I had it output the payload to example.php. And there's the payload that was created by MSF Venom. 30,688 bytes. So this is what would get run on the target system. So I can generate from MSF payload as well, which we saw in the previous module. So if we clear the screen and go into our interpreter session, first we have to start up Metasploit. Use payload shell bind TCP. I'm going to and there's a lot of payloads because I didn't quite type it just right, which does tend to happen with the command line. So that, again, you want to make sure that you're just being mindful of the case sensitive nature. So really you can pick any payload that you want out of this menu here. Doesn't matter which one. There you go. So we got our payload now. And we're going to say we're going to go ahead and generate. We can look at -H, which will tell us what to do. We're just going to go ahead and generate without any parameters. Oh yeah, we got to set the host. So we want set lhost to 192.168.7.223, and we're going to generate. And there's our payload. We can do the same thing with removing the null bytes. We've already done that. We're not going to do that. There's other tools by which you can create these types of payload. There's the Fat Rat. There's Nmap, has its own scripting language. If you remember, if we go into a new tab here, and we go into the Nmap directory, we have some payloads. And these are all the different payloads that come built into Nmap. So depending on what version you might want to do, of course, there's Wireshark is more of a tool for capturing packets. If you want to look at Wireshark, it's built into Kali Linux. It's under the let's see, where'd they put it? Under the sniffing section, along with some of the other sniffing tools. But notice it's already open here, and we're going to just use the Ethernet 0. So I didn't run this from sudo, So that means I don't have permission to run it. So you want to make sure you run Wireshark as root. I'm going to go ahead and close that down. Okay. Let's try this again with the correct permissions. Or the correct, yes. Okay, now we have it. So we can go ahead and start capturing, and immediately we're going to start seeing bits come across the wire. We can see frames, we can see information, we can see the IP address, we can see the source and destination MAC address, we can see what type of packet it is. So this is going out to an Eero router, a broadcast. Some of these are standard HTTP traffic, simple service discovery protocol. Let's see what happens when we open up a web browser. We should start to see some ICMP connections and some TCP connections as well. Look, there's some ARP traffic saying who has the IP address for this. And we've opened up our browser, and let's just go to CNN.com, and we'll start seeing some TCP queries coming across. So we're currently on 205, and essentially this is how you can look at your network and look at the traffic and see what ports and things are open, how protocols are communicating, and see it gives you a message at the bottom that says live capture in progress, and it tells you how many packets are being captured. This number on the left-hand side is just arbitrary. So if I want to filter out just TCP traffic, I can do that by just typing in stuff in the search box here. Maybe I want to TCP dot port equals maybe just what's on port 80. Maybe I only want to see from particular ports. And if I want to stop capture, I hit the stop button, and now I can actually save this as a file. I can even open captures from other places, use different utilities to analyze the traffic. If I right click on one of these streams, these TCP streams, I can actually follow the stream, and I can see the data that was sent back and forth between the website and my virtual machine. I can look at the whole conversation, or I can only look at one side at a time. You can change the format if you want to see the raw input, maybe the YAML. You can change it to different formats. The hex traffic, which you can see the hex in the bottom pane here. If we move this up and we scroll down a little bit, you'll be able to see the hex over here. So ideally, if this traffic is in the clear, you'll be able to see anything that's in plain text on the right-hand side. So that potentially could get you things like passwords, session tokens, and many other things. So that's Wireshark. Let's go ahead and close that. So before we get into ARP, we saw some ARP traffic there. ARP is actually Address Resolution Protocol. And we can look at ARP traffic from the command line. Let's go ahead and clear the screen. And we can see these are all the IP addresses and MAC addresses that this network interface card knows about, that it's able to talk to, and what interface. You might have a few more, you might have less, but ARP can be very useful in finding out information. And it's a chatty protocol that essentially, if a system wants to communicate with another system over a network, it has to first send out an ARP broadcast to find out what IP address and MAC address that system is on, so it can update its own cache. The cache is essentially a table that each device has, and it stores that information. That's what I just retrieved there from the command line. So maybe I want to -V for verbose mode, so I can get a little bit more information, if there actually is any there, or about a particular host. So maybe I want to delete an entry, or potentially I can also use this command to add a new entry. So if I was an attacker and I could change the ARP cache, then I could potentially redirect traffic to myself or to my website. So that's one of the things we're going to look at here momentarily. So how does ARP poisoning work? Well, an ARP poisoning attack is where an attacker sends messages to the local area network via ARP traffic. So in this case, we have the one computer, the 192.168.0.102, wants to talk to the .104, which is this computer over here. Now, the attacker can associate their MAC address with another host's IP address, which essentially means that all the traffic is going to be sent to them. So notice the attacker says, hey, this is my MAC address. Send me all the traffic that was destined for this other host. So ARP poisoning is essentially changing or ARP spoofing as it's called. You can intercept, modify, and collect traffic data across the network. This could be the start of other types of attacks like man-in-the-middle or session hijacking. So what is ARP spoofing? Well, ARP spoofing is essentially where you forge packets. If you send a bunch of ARP requests to try and overload a switch. So essentially what you'll end up doing is you'll run a tool like ARP scan, or the top method here is in Windows. So let's look at Kali first. Let's go ahead and clear the screen. Let's go ahead and look at ARP-scan. So this is the ARP scanner. So if you set up what options you want and what hosts you want to actually scan, so there are some options here for the different types of packets and different headers you can modify. And here's some examples. So ARP scan interface. So I'm going to use the Ethernet 0 interface. Oh, whoops. Dash interface equals Ethernet 0. And I'm going to send it out over the network 192.168.7.0/24, which is the network I'm on. So now it's going to go out and it's going to send an ARP request to all those packets. So all the packets came back for the 8 hosts that responded. There's another tool called ARP spoofing, where I can essentially, and sometimes it may not be installed in your Kali Linux distro, so you may have to go download it from the repository. So in that, as does sometimes happen, these tools get removed from the distribution. So let's look at one other tool for spoofing MAC addresses. There's a tool called MACoff, which essentially will flood a network with a bunch of MAC addresses to try and essentially poison the MAC table. So it works like this: MACoff-I and then the interface name. So in my case, it's Ethernet 0. So I'm going to press enter. And again, some tools get taken out of the repository. So as does happen sometimes, tools get removed. So if the MACoff and the ARP spoofing tool do not come up for you, you have to do an apt-get install dsniff, which is the library that contains these tools. So once you do that, then you'll be able to run these commands no problem. So MACoff-I and then the interface I want to flood it with. And notice it's going to send essentially, I think it's like 130,000 MAC addresses out that interface. So if I were connected up to a corporate switch, I could potentially flood the switch table to update new MAC addresses into its ARP cache. Now, there are ways to block this with port security and other things, but this is one tool for doing that. Then we have ARP spoof. So this tool will allow you to intercept packets on a switched LAN by essentially forging ARP replies. So you put the interface and you put which one you want, which hardware address to use when you're restoring the ARP configuration, and then you put your target. And then R is the if you want to poison in both directions. So let's say I want to go ARP spoof -I for Ethernet 0 -C for both. And I'm going to do -T. I'm going to have my target be 192.168.7.223. And I mistyped it. ARP spoof. -R. So couldn't ARP for spoof host 192.168.7.205. So we changed the gateway to that of the router, and we're getting ARP replies back from that particular system. So essentially all we're trying to do is spoof ARP requests to our target to pretend to be the router, and essentially get that target to send all of the traffic back to us. So we'll go ahead and kill that tool. Notice we've got different information in there now. So that's ARP spoofing, MAC flooding. And next, we're going to look at some of the different tools by which you can do man-in-the-middle attacks. We have Certcop, which is in Kali Linux. We also have Kane Enable. We've looked at ARP scan. So let's go ahead and we're going to open up our terminal. And we're going to look for a file called eder.dns. So there's the Certcop DNS file. And we're going to open it with a text editor like LeafPad or something like that. And we have to give it the full path. So there's no LeafPad on this one. I'm going to go ahead and install it because I like that text editor. It's another option. It comes with some of the versions of Kali, the older versions, but again, they update with new things, and you can always just install it. It's pretty lightweight and user friendly, and it's a little more visually appealing than some of the default ones. So let's go ahead and open up eder.dns. And so there's the file. Let me zoom out a little bit because it's not letting me zoom out. That's okay. It happens. So we're going to add a new entry in here. So we got to go to anything that's not in the query. So there's lots of different things in here. So we're gonna ping a site called hack this site, and let's open up our terminal here. Notice it's keeping a track of the Ettercap. Hack this site is a legal site to be able to practice ethical hacking, penetration testing, and all that kind of stuff. So we're going to go ahead and copy this IP address, and we're going to go back to our DNS file, and we're going to go down here to where it says let's see, where's it at? No one likes Microsoft. We're going to say google.com, and we're going to make it an A record, and we're going to have google.com point to that IP address we just copied. Whoops. So evidently I did not actually copy the IP address. One moment. Where did my terminal go? Alright, let's see if I can actually get that IP copied. Copy. Okay. Let's go back to the site, and we're just going to put it right here. Paste. Okay, good. Now, we're going to go ahead and hit File, Save. And now what we're going to do, we're going to look for the Ettercap program under the sniffing and spoofing section. This is the Ettercap graphical. There is a command line version, but we'll look at Ettercap graphical, and the program will require authentication. And I typed in the password wrong because I had the caps lock key on. So make sure, always paying attention to your, make sure it's case sensitive. So we're going to go ahead and go to the hosts lists. So we're going to say that's fine. Oops. So they've changed it a little bit. So in our host list, we're going to go to our target machine, and we're going to look for that IP address. As we've already got some hosts that are pre-populated in there. So we'll just use this this one here, add the target one. Then we gotta add the default gateway as well. Let's go ahead and run another scan for hosts, because we should be getting, there we go. We're going to add that to target 2. There's the default gateway. So now we're going to click on they've changed it a little bit in the graphics. So we're going to go ahead and do man in the middle art poisoning. Notice there are different plugins you can do here as well. You can set it to log different ways. Go ahead and click play. And it started the unified sniffing. And essentially, we're going to add in a DNS spoofing plugin. Where's it at? DNS spoof. I'm gonna say, oh, it's okay. So it's already loaded, so we're good there. So now we're gonna go to Google on the target machine, and we're gonna try and browse to that website, and we should be redirected to the hack this site IP address. Now we can see that we've got our ARP poisoning moving for group 1, group 2. So group 2 is the default gateway, and the group 1 is our actual target. So what are the countermeasures we can use to protect against ARP spoofing? Well, there's a utility called XARP. There's Komodo anti-ARP. You can do static ARP entries on servers. You can set your IDS to check continuously for a large amount of ARP traffic on local subnets. So the XARP tool, this is the anti-spoofing detection. It's free. You can donate, but all you have to do to get started, you can run it both on Windows and Linux. If you want to run it on Ubuntu, which is what Kali is based on, you'll just have to make sure you install a couple of different prerequisites. So let's go ahead and go back over to our terminal. We're going to go sudo, then we're going to paste. Okay, it already had sudo in there. So we're going to install XARP, and then we'll be able to see so again, this may not work for Kali because some of the repositories aren't there. But if you want to install it on something like Ubuntu, that would be the best recommended practice. And again, sometimes these tools get out of date. They do have a Debian package that you could install as well. So if you're getting a problem, you might have to change your repository information, your sources.list. So just be aware of that. So let's talk about phishing attacks. Phishing are very prevalent attacks in the world, even in the age of lots more security. So phishing attacks are one of the easiest ways to get information from your target. They are often used in conjunction with attacks like social engineering. There are many different types of phishing attacks, and they happen to banks, social networking sites, large corporations, gaming sites, all kinds of phishing attacks that exist in lots of different attack vectors. You can see on the graphic here for the different targets for phishing. If you go to a website like Netcraft, you can actually look at they keep track of all the fishiest top level domains or the current phishing attacks. So you can click on individual countries and see how many phishing incidents they are per the number of sites. So if you go to somewhere like Russia or Maybe China, like 1 out of every 12 sites is phishing. Greenland apparently has no phishing sites. You can look at the tracking chart to see who has the most phishing incidents. So Haiti is 1 out of 2 sites, but they have much less sites. So if you look at someone like China, 1 in 12, that's a much more impressive number. So phishing attacks can be done via pop-ups. They can be done with toolbars, all kinds of different add-ons. There are lots of different ways, either by email, text message. We'll get into some of the different methods here. Basically, the attacker sends an email to the victim, gets the victim to click on a link on a fake page. It redirects them to a different page, and now they're able to do things like steal credentials and many other things. Sometimes there might be phishing attacks on the local network. So what can an attacker get from these types of attacks? They can get admin rights, your email, username, credit card information, your social security number, anything that they could use to purchase something, to gain knowledge, or to maybe sell your identity on the dark web, especially your healthcare information. And it's easy to set up a website to be able to deploy these types of attacks. So the different types of phishing attacks, and they each have their own sophistication level. So remember that spear phishing is different than whaling. Spear phishing targets specific groups of users, employees, customers, whereas whaling targets high-level executives. Then you have clone phishing. Clone phishing is cloning some type of information or some identity. And essentially this can be done with something like the Social Engineer's Toolkit. So clone phishing could be cloning a legitimate website in order to gain credentials, or setting up a fake website that looks very much like, say, Twitter, for example. And then you have whaling for your high-level executives, your C-level executives. And we're going to talk about each one of the different types here. So spear phishing targets victims who put out personal information on the internet, to be able to look at things like your profile, or maybe your Facebook, your MySpace in the old days. So the more types of attacks that attackers put out, the more chance they have of success. So phishing, and often in conjunction with spam email, can be very lucrative because it doesn't put a whole lot of risk on the attacker. So attackers will set up messages that say, you have to do this now, as to why they need sensitive information. There's urgency, like your bank is contacting you and they're going to ask you for your password, otherwise you're going to lose some data. They concoct some kind of a story that makes you believe that you must do this now, otherwise there's going to be a problem. So victims are often asked to click on a link, open up a malicious attachment. This could even be done with things like mobile apps. Click on a link that downloads an app to your phone and then takes over your phone. So all they need to be successful is one click or one link. So spear phishing versus regular phishing. Phishing is broad, generally automated, and is less sophisticated. Spear phishing means the attacker's already done their homework and they've researched their target thoroughly. So let's look and see how we could create our own phishing page using Kali Linux. So first we're going to open up the Social Engineer's Toolkit. Which it's under the social engineering menu in Kali. So you can click on it there, or you can just type in SE Toolkit, and you'll get the same Oh, yeah, and you have to run it as root. So that's one of the things to keep in mind. And you have to, first time you run it, you'll have to agree to the terms of service, and provide you're not going to do bad things with it. Codename Maverick, and this is their website, the Trusted Sec, where you can get more information on how to use it. Let's just say we want to perform a social engineering attack, and so we want a. Let's look at website attack vectors. So we can pick different modules that are built into the social engineering toolkit. So I choose the type of attack, and then I choose how I want to, what kind of payload. So let's say, let's do the Java applet, and I'm going to look at the website template. I could clone a site as well. Am I using NAT or port forwarding? I'll say no. So what listener do I want? This is what I want it to do. And then I have to decide whether I'm going to use my own self-generated applet, built-in one. In this case, I'll just use the one built into the social engineer toolkit. So depending on the template that I want, if I want to use Google or Twitter, so it's going to inject the Java applet attack into that cloned website, and I want to pick what type of session I want, and I'll say I want the interpreter payload. We'll just go with the default. Pick the port that you want it to listen back to. And what payload do I want to deliver? I'll do the just reverse TCP. And so I want so I have Apache running already. So I'm going to go ahead and have it stop the Apache service within the SE toolkit. So once that's done, it has now launched the web server. Site has been moved. The web server is now listening. So the attacker would set up some type of email payload to get the user to click on it. And then it's going to move me back into Metasploit. So it already started the reverse handler. And now we're ready to go. Now all we have to do is wait for our potential victim to visit the cloned website or click on the email. Ultimately, there are many different ways to do phishing attacks. They're evolving day by day, and scams are becoming better and better. So sites that are set up look like legitimate banking sites. There's even phishing mobile apps. And these sites may look exactly like the real thing, so users have to become even more tech savvy, and they have to improve their user awareness training to make them less susceptible to clicking on phishing emails. There's no really prevention method except for education. Because phishing is so cheap and easy to do, you'll want to make sure that whether you're shopping online, whether you're doing banking, communicate information only via phone or via secure websites. You want to have some type of out of the normal band of communication for your bank. Your bank will never call you and ask you for your password. They may send you a authentication token or something like that, but they're not ever going to call you out of the blue. And things like the the Secret Service scam that says they're going to come arrest you. Regular people may be very tempted to fall prey to these phishing attacks. So bottom line, don't click on links, download files, or open attachments from unknown senders, even if it's from somebody that you might know, like your boss or maybe you're a family member. Never send out personal or financial information, even if you or even if you're sure that there's no threat of that person, just to be on the safe side. And also be aware of any links or emails or any extra downloads that come with, even from legitimate sites that you've been to many times, to keep yourself from falling victim to these types of attacks. So this is a summary of the things we went over. We looked at the different security control types. We looked at technical controls using technology, firewalls, encryption. We looked at administrative controls using administrative or management methods. We looked at physical controls, things you can physically touch. We looked at MSF Venom, which is Metasploit Framework's payload generator outside of the MSF console. We looked at exploiting, different ways to do software, hardware exploits. We talked about phishing. We talked about spear phishing, whaling, and even smishing, and then vishing, which is doing phishing over the phone or over a voice over IP connection. And then we have ARP spoofing, the address resolution protocol, where we send a bunch of forged ARP requests and replies to overload the switch and set it back into learning mode. We also looked at how to man in the middle using EtherCap. So now let's do some practice questions. Are the different types of payload connections that can be generated for Windows exploits using Metasploit? Is it A, Meterpreter, Shell, Reverse HTTP connection, B, Shell TCP only, C, Meterpreter only, or D, A and B? The answer is A, Meterpreter, Shell, and Reverse HTTP connection. Number 2. What is the command that's used to generate Windows payloads using MSF Venom? Answer is A, MSF Venom-P for the payload, the Windows/Meterpreter/reverse. So A and C are very similar, but there's a slight difference there. It's missing the Meterpreter section. And the other two are not correct. So you could have ruled out D because it said Windows, and you wouldn't be in a Linux payload for. Number 3. Oops. Which command prints the ARP table on the terminal or command prompt? Is it A, route, B, chmod, C, arp-w, or D, arp-a? The answer is D, arp-a. Let's take a quick moment to briefly touch on the route command, because we've not yet touched on it. Just open up a new. So the route command is not in Linux, but you can look at the ARP command does work. So the route command does work, but it's a little bit different than in Windows. In Linux, it's just route. In Windows, it's route print. So the route command can get you the routing table in Linux. You can change things. You can add routes, delete routes. So essentially functions much like a routing table on an actual router would. Now let's look over at Windows. If we open up a command prompt and we do a route print, that will actually give us our routing table for our system. So it gives you both IP version 4 and IP version 6, as well as any active routes that are there. If you see it as on length, that means it was generated by the connection. If you see it with a lower metric like this top one here, this is always going to be the preferred route unless I put any routes in myself. These are what are known as persistent routes. So there are none on IP version 6 because routing is not enabled for IP version 6 right now. But that's Linux and Windows route table. Now with chmod, that is for setting permissions on files. So that would not have anything to do with ARP. And then ARP-W is not the correct command to print out the ARP table. So let's do the next question. Which is the built-in Kali Linux tool that's used in capturing network packets on the command line? Now we did look at Wireshark, but we did not look at this particular one. We looked at Nmap, and we know that inline is part of Metasploit, so that is not a packet capturing tool. So the correct answer is TCP dump. So let's see briefly what you can do with TCP dump. If you don't have Wireshark and you want to be able to sniff traffic on the network, you can use TCP dump. It's generally available on about every distribution of Linux that is out there. So you can set it to just start capturing packets. You can set it to verbose mode. You can even tell it to just write to a file. If you don't give it any information, it'll just start displaying the packets on the screen. So much like Wireshark does, except TCP dump just sends it out to the terminal. Now what if we want to do, and I want to write it to a file. So I want to capture only what's going over the Ethernet traffic. And we're going to go ahead and close a couple of these terminal windows because we got too many of them open now. We're going to go to the browser here, open up a few tabs. Because we want some traffic to show up. This is hackthisSite.org, so this is a place where you can practice legally your tradecraft. It's free, safe, and legal, so they give you permission right on the front of the website. So if you need a safe place to be able to practice these things, this is one good example. There are several other ones. You can actually host yourself. OWASP has a practice website called the Juice Shop. You can actually download it and load it up on your Linux box, and it looks just like a fully functional website. It's written in Node, JavaScript, Express, and Angular, and it has a bunch of different challenges and bugs to be able to find. So you can actually install this and run it. There's another one called the Buggy Web App. So again, in an effort to make you better at ethical hacking and make you not get in trouble in the process, give you a lot of different resources to be able to perform these types of tests legally on your own network, on your own systems. So this one has over 100 vulnerabilities just by itself, and it has not only PHP but also a MySQL database, and it could be run on Linux and Windows. Also, they have a virtual machine called bbox, which comes with the Buggy Web App pre-installed. So if you want to run it from your local system as a virtual machine, you can do that. So we give you a lot of different places to practice these tools. So keep in mind that capturing traffic may have legal repercussions depending on where you are in the world. So don't just assume that all these tools are legal based on your country. Check the local laws in your local area and with your local government. So let's go ahead and look at the text file we created. There's all the packets that were dumped out, and you can see we can save this to a file. We can analyze it later. We can take it to another system and analyze it. So that's TCP dump. If you have, we looked at Wireshark. We did not look at the command line component of Wireshark, which is tshark, which works very similar to TCP dump. So of course they don't want you to run it as root. but it's going to show the traffic in much the same way. And we can see the packets are numbered, and we can see the source and destination address, and we can see what type of protocol it is. We can see the TCP connections going back and forth. So there's a lot of useful tools for doing packet capturing on Kali Linux as well. So TCP dump was the correct answer to the question, but I wanted to take a moment to show you that because it's an important tool to add to your repository. So number 5, what are the different types of exploits? Local and remote, passive and active, local and passive, or local only. Answer is A. Local and remote are the two types of exploits. These are some of the acronyms we talked about. And so to recap, we covered the different control types. We covered Metasploit. We looked at going after Windows systems with Metasploit. We looked at ARP poisoning attacks. We looked at phishing attacks, as well as some of the countermeasures. I hope you enjoyed this lecture. You now have a better understanding of the different types of attacks you can do with Metasploit, about ARP traffic, about man-in-the-middling, as well as phishing attacks, and how you can protect yourself from these types of threats. Thank you, and we'll see you in the next module. Well, and welcome back to the official Certcop series. This is the Certified Kali Linux Pentester course. We're on to the password attacks module. We're going to cover different password attacks. We're going to look at password hashing and the various tools that come with Kali Linux in order to work with passwords. So this is our outline. We're going to go over some of the password attack types, some of the different tools. We'll even do some attack demos. We'll look at some of the different countermeasures that can be employed to foil these kinds of attacks. We'll look at rainbow tables and some of the online tools for generating hashes and such. This is our chapter flow. We're going to talk about the password attacks, the tools, followed by labs and countermeasures pretty similar to other modules we've done. So what are password attacks? Well, password attacks are essentially the opposite of authentication. So passwords normally are not made complex by users. Users will do what is easier, not necessarily what is the most secure. So password attacks can be done online or offline, and essentially the online attacks are where you're trying to break into a system that's connected and you're trying to get into a system that's currently functioning. Offline attacks is where you just capture the information or capture the traffic and try to crack the password later on through various methods. So online attacks typically can be stopped by a number of attempts causing the account to lock out or having a password lockout policy. Now, we all know that the number of passwords that people are using is increasing almost daily. If we go and look at some statistics, there's a website called Have I Been Pwned, and this website has over 572 million real-world passwords that have been exposed in data breaches. So you can actually type in a password and see if it's been found. So I just typed in the word password, and we can see that it's been found over 3 million times before. Now, what this means is that this password has been used as one of the most common passwords, or it's been brought out and dumped out on the dark web, or maybe a site like Pastebin. And the main thing to remember here is that everyone at some point or another will reuse a password from one site to the other because it's hard to generate complex passwords. Of course, you can use a password manager like 1Pass or LastPass, things like that. So, of course, two-factor authentication, those things can help to an extent. But what does NIST's guidance say? So they created this pwned password service in August of 2017 after NIST released guidance specifically recommending that user-provided passwords be checked against data breaches. So there was this large password dump of around 306 million passwords. And then another version came out in 2018. And then the third release, another 16 million passwords, to a total of 551 million passwords by July of 2019. And version 6 just arrived here in June of 2020, bringing the total password list to 573 million. You can actually go and download this password database of the most commonly pwned passwords. So this is actually run by a security researcher by the name of Troy Hunt. He worked for many years in the industry. It's a great site for keeping people safe. They even have an API so you can integrate their functionality of the passwords into your program. So there's no excuse to have bad passwords, but this still does happen. So if you look at all the different organizations that have been breached, it's almost just too many to scroll through. I mean, MySpace, BitTorrent, banks, web stores, mobile apps. It doesn't matter the target size. Eventually, everyone gets a data breach. You can actually have it set up to notify you when your email address is compromised as well. So a lot of useful functionality there. But the main point we want to make sure we understand is that passwords and password dumps are easily located. And once you have one password success, finding it, essentially an attacker can use it to another site that you might do business with. So if they get your Amazon password, maybe that's the same password as you use for your banking website. So this graphic here actually depicts how people pick passwords. So a lot of times they pick a place or a thing or something that's meaningful to them, maybe a number that they're interested in, possibly some short phrase. Obviously, rather than doing passwords, the better option is to do passphrases, where you can pick maybe the first letter of each word as your password. But it shouldn't be something that you have posted on your website, on Facebook. And what happens a lot of times is users will post their security question information to one of their sites and not realizing that attackers can go to websites that have password recovery enabled, and based on their dog's name or their girlfriend's name or their birth date, they can try and guess and work out some of these passwords. So the categories of password attacks are generally broken down as follows. So we have password guessing. This is pretty much just using the most common passwords like 1 2 3 4 5 6 or something like that. Or if you know facts about the user and you can steal their password, it potentially can also be trying to sniff it over the network. If you're not using secure transmission, like on a banking website, and most of the banking websites have gotten onto the idea of using digital certificates to secure their traffic and using TLS, but any website that doesn't use HTTPS, essentially everything can be seen in plain text. And if your password or your account happens to go over that, then that can be captured. If your password goes out over email and that email is not encrypted, that password can be obtained. The second type of password attack is the dictionary attack, which is essentially automated password guessing by loading in a predetermined list of possible values or a word list. And then you have the brute force password attack, which is using every possible combination with password cracking software. So if you have a 7-character password, then it'll try AAA, and then AAAA, B. And it'll try every permutation and every variation of those passwords until it gets a match. This is prone to errors, and essentially
time consuming. So a better way is doing something called a rainbow table. A rainbow table is essentially a set of plain text passwords and their hashes. And so the rainbow table works by the work being done beforehand, which saves computer time or CPU time during the actual attack. So a hybrid attack is essentially a combination of several different attacks. And then you have the birthday attack, which exploits weaknesses in the mathematical algorithms which is used to generate hashes using a birth date. So essentially, what is the probability that two different hash values or two different plain texts have the same hash value? The plain text is essentially your plain text password, which then gets hashed using MD5 or SHA-1 and gets stored in your operating system or stored in a database. So the birthday attack exploits that weakness in certain hashing algorithms like MD5 and SHA-1, where there's a greater risk of there being potentially a collision. So there are lots of password cracking tools that are out there with Kali Linux. All right, so let's look at some of the different statistics on the most commonly used passwords. So even in 2020, you can Google search, the some of the top most used passwords. So 123456 or Clarity or let me in. These are just bad passwords, and they can be easily figured out via brute force or some other type of password method. And so there are different tools that come with Kali, like John the Ripper, Hashcat, Medusa, Hydra, and these are all in the password cracking section. If you go to the Kali start menu and you look at password attacks, there are all kinds of tools. Wordless, there's offcrack, and they're even categorized by offline versus online. And there are even tools where you can pass the hash instead of the password to a program. So first, let's look at Hashcat. Hashcat is a open source multi-operating system. Depending on your graphics card on your system, you may be able to utilize different versions of Hashcat. They even have, if you have an NVIDIA driver, you can use the CUDA toolkit. So it's generally considered to be the fastest password cracker, best at cracking multiple hashes at the same time. It's multi-device, multi-hash, multi-type. It also supports distributed password attacks over the network. It supports salting and many other different types of hashes. So the way in which we run Hashcat is we can open up a terminal and we can run it from the link, or we can just open up a terminal, and we'll go ahead and close down some of these. So there's the Hashcat. And it gives you some example commands if you want to crack different types of hashes. So let's say we wanted to run a brute force command. All you have to have is just the list of hashes that you have. So let's go ahead and run Hashcat in brute force mode. And then we have to give it the number of characters long we want. So we want a 6-character long password. We would do something like this. And it has some preloaded
word lists plus rules as well. So it's going to start, and it says not a native Intel OpenCL runtime. I can use -force to override. Let's do that. So this is a sample of what you might see on your hashcat. Essentially, it's hashcat-m for the type of hash, -a for the mode you want it to run in. So this case, it's loading a hash that's on the desktop, and it's picking the word list rocku.txt. And so it's found 5 matches for the particular list. Then we have John the Ripper. John the Ripper is an open source password cracking software. Uses dictionary attack. It does encrypted sample dictionary words and compares those to the encrypted password. It supports DES based, or the data encryption standard. It supports extended DES based, the Cisco and Linux MD5 based passwords, as well as Blowfish on some distributions. It also supports Kerberos and Windows LM password hashes, and Mac OS as well. So basically, once we get the password, the hash file that we want to actually crack, so what we're going to do here is we're going to we set the mask on the system at 077. We're going to unshadow the Etsy shadow and Etsy password file, and we're going to write it out to a file called mypasswd. And then we're going to use John the Ripper to make some decisions on cracking those passwords. So it's going to load 3 password hashes with different salts, and that's going to do some different iterations. And if you press just spacebar, it'll keep on giving you, it's not just spacebar, but pretty much any other key. It'll keep giving you updates as various attempts it's making. So it's working with the rule list that is in the USR share John the Ripper directory. And it's continuing different attempts until it gets a match. So depending on your system's performance, it may take a little bit of time. So there is a pro version of John the Ripper. This is kind of what it would look like. So let's talk about Hydra. Hydra is a password cracker that has many different protocols. It's very flexible. It works with lots of different types of devices. But you need to know the IP address of whatever machine you're going to essentially be SSHing from to connect with Hydra. So let's go ahead and go back to our virtual machine here. We'll open up a new tab. So this is X Hydra, which is the GUI based version. You pick your target that you want to be able to crack. So I'm going to go after my local host system. You pick the protocol that you want. And it actually gives you the equivalent command you would enter. and what protocol you want to go after. Your passwords, put the username, if you have a username. My system, it happens to be that. You can put in the password list if you have one from here. And then from there, it will actually attempt to find the passwords. So we have to move this down a little bit so we can see it. You can give it a proxy method if you need one. Then once you're done, go ahead and click Start, and it will attempt to run the password crack. Please do not use in military or secret service organizations. Again, password cracking, this is anything that could be done illegally. You can save out the output as well. There's a lot of functionality with this platform, and it's very user-friendly. You could set up multiple targets if you had a target list. You could do a whole in a text file. You could set up different ports and protocols you wanted to connect on. If you want the output to be more verbose, you can even have it just generate passwords and have it just try everything. We see it's still running here. So that is Hydra. So the command line version, very similar. You can essentially everything you can do in the GUI you can do in the command line. So you can pick the protocol you want, you can choose how you want it to connect, and so on and so forth. There are several different options for Hydra, so if you want to go to a default set of credentials or maybe common passwords, a lot of different options. So how do we mitigate password cracks? Well, we can use a program called fail2ban. Essentially, this will set to watch certain log files and record any specific activity, such as blocking the number of attempts. So once you've configured fail2ban, Hydra brute force attacks will not work. So then we have rainbow tables. What are rainbow tables? These are pre-computed tables for reversing cryptographic hash functions, usually for cracking password hashes. The idea is that you can recover a password up to a certain length, consisting of a limited set of characters. So the main thing is that you run the plain text through a hashing function, and then you try and reduce the amount of possible attempts you have to make. So the tables get hashed, and then the hash tables are essentially a group of words stored in the table. So there's a program called RTGen, or Rainbow Table Generation. And if it's not installed in Kali Linux, you can always do an apt-get install. And so you may have to go to the website. This is Hashcat's website. So rainbow table generation and sort. So this is an example of running it. You can actually purchase the rainbow tables as well to save the processing time. These are some of the different programs that are available. There's Rainbow Crack or R-Crack for the GUI-based version. So there are some online tools with which you can use to crack online passwords. Some of these are md5online.com, as well as CrackStation. Essentially with MD5, what it really is a lookup table. So if you type in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and want to get the hash of that, it takes it a minute. There's the MD5 hash. Now if I want to check the hash to make sure it works, I can go to the decryption part. I'm not really decrypting it because I'm not reversing the hash. I'm just looking it up in a table. And then when I get back, I should get my original password, which I do. So that's essentially, there's over, what is this, 1 billion hashes in the database. So this is one example. CrackStation is another. .NET is another password cracking tool. So you can enter in your hashes here for passwords. So let's go over to the Etsy shadow file, and we'll go ahead and just grab one of these hashes that I've created, and we'll see if we can get the CrackStation to be able to find out what it is. Of course, I'll say I'm not a robot. I think these hashes are salted, so this may not work necessarily, but this is just one example. You can actually even download their word list. So it says it's an unrecognized hash format. If you want to download their word list, they have over 4.2 gigabytes compressed. Uncompressed, it's 15 gigabytes. So a lot of password recovery options there. There are many other sites by which you can use it to reverse engineer password hashes. So we talked about password attacks that are using to circumvent authentication, whether it's password resets, whether it's online attacks, offline attacks. We looked at John the Ripper with dictionary attack. We looked at some different options with that. We also looked at Hydra and THC Hydra, the graphical version. We talked about rainbow tables. So this is a pre-computed table for reversing cryptographic hash functions to offload some of the processing work by doing it beforehand. And then we looked at some of the online tools which run various password encryption algorithms and give you the plain text for the hashed version of the password. These are some of the acronyms we talked about. And now some practice questions. Question 1. Password attacks are attacks that attempt to circumvent the blank of a service. Is it A, authentication,
B, availability, C, group, or D, none? The answer is A, authentication. Number 2, which of the following is not a common file permission? A, write, B, execute, C, stop, or D, read? The answer is stop. So read, write, and execute are common file permissions. If you look at the Linux file structure, you can see that. So if we do the ls command with the LA, we will get the file permissions. These are all the permissions: read, write, and execute. If If it has a D in front of it, that means it's a directory. Number 3, why is a one-time password safe? A, it's easy to generate. B, it cannot be shared. C, it's different for every access. Or D, it's a complex encrypted password. The correct answer is C. It is different for every access. So one-time pads are usually designed to provide as close to a truly random number generation as possible. Number 4, which happens first, authorization or authentication? A, authorization. B, authentication. C, authorization and authentication are the same. Or D, none of the above. So authorization, authentication are the same, or none of the above. The correct answer is B, authentication. So you authenticate and then you get authorized access to resources. So authorization has to do with the access control. Authentication merely looks at your identity and says yes or no based on your provided credentials. Number 5, what is not a best practice for password policies? A, deciding on the maximum age of passwords. B, restricting on password reuse and history. C, password encryption. Or D, having to change the password every 2 years. And D would not be a good password policy because every 2 years is not nearly often enough to prevent online or offline attacks. So in summary, we talked about different password attack types. We looked at some of the different attack tools that exist. We conducted a demo attack on some different password hashes, as well as some online resources. We looked at some of the countermeasures that you can do to prevent these types of attacks. And we also looked at rainbow tables. I appreciate your attention in this module. Hope you learned more about passwords than you knew before, and we'll see you guys in the next module.
All right, hello and welcome back to the official Certcop series. This is the 802.11 Wi-Fi wireless security section. We're going to talk about wireless, we're going to talk about network attacks, we're going to talk about wireless encryption, and many other topics. It's a very exciting topic because wireless is everywhere. Wireless is ubiquitous with the advent of smartphones, IoT devices, Google Homes, Google Nests, all that kind of good stuff. All right, this is our chapter outline. We're going to talk about wireless networking, the different types of wireless networking. We're going to look at wireless networking terminologies. We're going to look at the different bands of wireless networking. So wireless versus wired networking, we're going to talk about wireless encryption because it's important to have secure wireless networking, as encryption is always top of mind with respect to wireless networks versus traditional wired networks. And then, of course, we'll talk about some of the different wireless attacks, as well as some of the different countermeasures that can be used to prevent wireless attacks. So this is our chapter flow. We're going to discuss what's a network, what's a wireless network types. We're going to go over the different types of wireless networking, so it's not just 802.11, and we'll finish out with encryption, the different types of tools, and we'll even get into some Bluetooth as well. So what is a wireless network? Wi-Fi or wireless fidelity refers to the 802.11 IEEE standard. So the general IEEE designation for network standards in 802, such as 802.3 for Ethernet, The 11 family of standards governs all the wireless local area networking. Essentially, it's an IEEE standard developed by the LAN MAN Standards Committee. It has currently 6 different over-the-air modulation techniques, which we'll get into momentarily. Wireless networking, generally, it has advantages that it cuts back on the amount of cabling. It also cannot be cut by an attacker, so it is advantageous in that way. It also allows you to provide connectivity where cables are hard to reach, such as airports, coffee shops, universities, other places like that. So the 6 over-the-air modulation techniques in 802.11 all use the same layer 2 protocols. The most popular and prolific are those defined by the A, B, and G amendments to the original Wi-Fi standard, and later more security was added on and enhanced with the 802.11i. Some of the service standards like the C through F, the H through J, as well as the 802.11n are enhancements and corrections to previous specifications. 802.11b was the first widely accepted wireless networking standard, followed by A and G. So some disadvantages of wireless networking are that security can be more difficult, and you also, as you increase the number of nodes in wireless networking, bandwidth becomes an important consideration, and wireless networks can be interfered with other electronic equipment operation, like fluorescent lighting, certain types of motors. They create electromagnetic interference and radio frequency interference. So wireless has to be governed by particular frequencies, especially the 2.4 gigahertz and the 5 gigahertz frequency band. So sometimes B and the G networking can have interference from things like microwave ovens and other things. So these are the 802.11 wireless standards. We'll see that 802.11a was adopted in 1999, and B was also adopted around the same time. B had the maximum data rate of 11 megabits per second, but it operated on the 2.4 gigahertz frequency. So because Wi-Fi differs from Ethernet in a very important way, Ethernet uses something called carrier sense multiple access collision detection. That means that Ethernet protocols and frames, when there's a collision on the network, such as someone else is trying to transmit, it will use a protocol that can detect that collision and back off the amount of data that's being sent. Now, contrast that with wireless, on the other hand. Wireless does not handle collisions quite nearly as well, and it uses something called carrier sense multiple access with collision avoidance, or CSMA-CD. In practice, because of the overhead, the maximum throughput the 802.11b could really achieve was about 5.9 megabit per second over TCP and 7.1 megabit per second over UDP. So it's different performance rates based on the type of protocol. So IEEE 802.11b also operates in the unprotected 2.4 gigahertz frequency band with an 83.5 megahertz wide channel. So the key thing to remember with wireless is that it's a theoretical range generally, and the maximum limit to the data rate, it's a maximum under perfect conditions. And the typical range will vary based on things like building materials, construction, and things of that nature. So then 802.11b quickly crept up on the market, and because it extended some of the different modulation techniques off the original standard, so chipsets and wireless routers and devices were able to support the 802.11b enhancement. So this increased both the amount of adoption rate and also the price drop as well. So 802.11b rapidly became the definitive wireless LAN technology. So 802.11b runs at 11 megabit per second, but will scale back to 5.5 megabit per second or 2 megabit per second, depending on signal quality. Because lower data rates use less complex and more redundant encoding, they're less susceptible to corruption due to interference and signal attenuation. So in order to try and bump up the speeds, they created some enhanced versions called 802.11b+, but they were not really adopted, and along came 802.11g. So 802.11g was released in 2003 with the 2.4 gigahertz frequency, and notice that the 54 megabit per second data rate increase. So the 802.11b and 802.11g standards do not specify the width of a channel. Rather, they specify the center frequency. So the center frequency is at 22 megahertz apart. So there are 14 overlapping staggered channels that are 22 megahertz apart. So the most common channels are 1, 6, and 11. So channel 14 we can't take advantage of in the US, but if you're overseas, you can take advantage of channel 14. So most often commercial routers, if you buy BG routers today, they are set to channels 1, 6, or 11 because of the lack of overlap. So depending on the power of the transmitter on a channel, say for example a channel 1, if you had a more powerful channel 1, it could overwhelm channel 6. But as a general rule, 1, 6, and 11 do not overlap. And according to the FCC regulations, channels 10 and 11 are only the channels which are common throughout the world. Channel 14 is restricted to 802.11b only. 802.11a did use the 5 gigahertz frequency band and uses something called OFDM, orthogonal frequency division multiplexing. And it has a maximum data rate of 54 megabit per second. So you'll notice roughly until we received 802.11n standard, the typical range stayed consistent outdoors at about 4 to 450 feet, whereas indoors it was anywhere from 100 to 125 feet. So the 802.11g standard swept the consumer shelves in 2003, well before it was actually ratified. Then it became common to see A, B, and G routers, and then it became B, G, and N routers. So G held the promise of higher throughput, but conflict with devices and also interference, and really only having 3 fully non-overlapping channels. And also the higher data rates of 802.11g are more susceptible to interference. So then the move to dual mode or tri-band products also carries with it the economies of scale. So someone has to build a chip to be able to handle that particular standard. So some chipsets were able to take advantage of things like packet bursting, which would improve speeds considerably. The first major manufacturer to use the G standard in this way was the Apple Airport Extreme, as well as Cisco, who bought up Linksys and was able to offer them under the name AeroNet. In January 2004, IEEE decided to form a new task group to amend the 802.11 standard to try to get the real throughput up above 100 megabit per second, and at least up to 4 times 4 to 5 times faster than 802.11a or B, and perhaps 20 times faster than B. So there are a couple of competing variants with 802.11n, but it built on the previous 802.11 standards by introducing something called MIMO, multiple input, multiple output. So essentially adding additional transmit and receive antennas to have increased throughput as well as increased range. So notice the 802.11n also supported the dual band configuration. So it's still very common to see 802.11n routers even today, although AC has kind of taken over the market. IEEE does not actually test equipment for compliance. So there's a group called the Wi-Fi Alliance, which runs a program so all manufacturers that want to produce wireless devices have to pay to participate in. So this is the Wi-Fi Alliance webpage. You can see a little bit about who they are, what organizations are members, where their direction is going, and if you want a product that's actually certified, you look for the Wi-Fi certified logo. So generally that is the brand. If you want to become a member, you have to, of course, pay a fee, either be a contributor to drive the actual process, or you can be an implementer. But there are some small business organizations as well. But you have to be part of the group to be able to use that membership. So now let's talk about some different terminology around Wi-Fi. So there's this idea of Wi-Fi chalking. Again, it's somewhat gone away in recent years, but it is still an interesting part of the Wi-Fi, the 802.11 story. So we have a few terms. First, we have war driving. This was the idea of searching around for Wi-Fi networks for a person, usually in a moving vehicle or maybe with a laptop or a smartphone. There's software for war driving freely available on the internet. One such software we'll get into here momentarily. There's also war cycling, war walking, or war flying with a drone to try and gather access point information. So you have to, if you want to do war driving, you got to have a device, could be a laptop, could be a smartphone. You have to have the right type of wireless network card or NIC card that will work in promiscuous mode. So promiscuous mode means that it will receive traffic that is not necessarily addressed to it. So the antenna could be mounted on the car or on a bicycle. Because the wireless LAN may actually extend outside of an office building, a user could potentially get information on the networks and possibly gain access to other things. So let's talk about the different types of wireless networks. And to do that, we really have to talk about wireless encryption. So we started out with WEP, or Wired Equivalent Privacy, which was not designed to be a long-term solution, but it was designed to provide the same level of security roughly as a wired network. So we have some other Wi-Fi terms. We have WPA, which came out as more of a replacement of WEP or an improvement to WEP. Wi-Fi protected access, but has largely been deprecated because of known tools for breaching security. WPA can work with something called TKIP, which stands for Temporal Key Integrity Protocol, which is a type of encryption, or it can be used with the RC4 stream cipher, which is what WEP was actually created with. Then you have WPA2, which is generally seen to be the preferred method of securing a wireless network because it uses something called CCMP, Counter Cipher Block Chaining Message Authentication Code Protocol, or CCMP. It's based on the Advanced Encryption Standard, or AES, which is the approved encryption standard as far as the U.S. Adopted by the NSA, though it has been somewhat question as to whether that standard can continue to be approved in the era of quantum computing and all the technology. But for the foreseeable future, AES as well as CCMP will be around and be utilized. Now, WEP and is different from the WPA and WPA2. There are WPA Personal and WPA2 Enterprise. Now, these are tending to be personal, meaning what you would use around your home network. Enterprise would be used for a business or a company and can take advantage of more advanced authentication methods like EAP, the Extensible Authentication Protocol. So these are the different types of networks. They're usually defined by their security level and their encryption type. So let's look at the different types of wireless encryption. We have WEP, Wired Equivalent Privacy, which has been broken because of its poor handling of the RC4 stream cipher, particularly the initialization vector. So WEP has been broken for a long time. WPA came out and did some improvements on it, and because the WPA has the enterprise mode, it can be used with EAP as well as Radius. Radius stands for Remote Authentication Dial-In User Service, and it works over port 1812, and it's what we call a AAA protocol, an authorization, authentication, and accounting protocol. The point of Radius is to provide a secure network access control. Many times EAP and Radius are combined with something called 802.1x. WPA2, on the other hand, can also be used with Temporal Key Integrity Protocol, but it is preferred to be used with CCMP because of its being based on AES. So TKIP came around with the IEEE 802.11i standard for wireless LANs, and there are generally two methods of doing wireless networks. You can either do a pre-shared key or you can do an open network. A pre-shared key is where you have to put in a passphrase or a password to your network before you can authenticate. Now, this could be done in an enterprise scenario with something like a certificate-based authentication or a smart card or something like that. Now, many hotels, many coffee shops, many airports use open wireless networks in order to use something called a captive portal. Instead of using the pre-shared key, they'll just have you authenticate within the browser, and then you'll gain additional network access once you provide some type of credentials or a form of payment. Now, with respect to AES and DES, these are two of the symmetric encryption algorithms. They are actually block ciphers. DES stands for the Data Encryption Standard, and it has been largely deprecated. It was a 64-bit block size with a 56-bit key, and it was designed before we had AES, and essentially it has been deprecated or replaced by triple DES or 3DES. So AES is generally the recommended solution. However, if you cannot support AES in your particular organization, you can use 3DES as a recommended standard. Now, with respect to enterprise security, the best practice is to use 802.1x with Radius, and it uses a shared secret, which is similar to a password. There are some different modes to EAP, or the Extensible Authentication Protocol. It has EAP TLS, which is considered the most secure because it provides mutual authentication, but it needs an 802.1x server. and it's largely certificate based. There has to be a certificate on both the client and the server. So 802.1x can authenticate using EAP and Radius, both devices as well as users. So things like switches, voice over IP phones. There's some other technologies like Leap, which was the lightweight EAP, which was created by Cisco, and then protected EAP, which is a version that is often used in wireless networks and point-to-point connections. It was created by Microsoft, RSA, and Cisco. But generally, EAP TLS is the most secure. And there are different types of wireless encryption, and depending on whether you are a small business or just a regular home user or a large organization, you may have different choices for your wireless options. So now Radius and EAP may also work with something called federated systems. This means that you can actually log in one time with single sign-on and get access to multiple systems instead of just one system. So this can use any of the EAP versions and is very advantageous for organizations. Now let's look at some of the different ways in which you can gather information on Wi-Fi. So we have here wiggle.net, which is actually essentially all the networks found by everyone. So you can actually put in a latitude and longitude. You can zoom in, zoom out. You can go pretty much anywhere in the different areas that have Wi-Fi found, and it's pretty much worldwide. So you can see different areas. Obviously, the larger the density of Wi-Fi networks, you'll have larger areas, and you can see different hotspots individually. You can actually put in SSIDs if you know the name of the hotspot. If you know the MAC address, you can sort by date. So if you want to cut out for a particular time to see what's new, you can do that as well. You can filter based on ones that are possibly free. Down here we can see statistics over time as to how the wireless networks increased. So starting out, before 2010, it was a much lower number daily, in the tens of millions. Now today we're in the hundreds of millions of wireless access points. And notice that in the early days of them keeping track of this information, networks were largely unencrypted. They did not have WPA, WEP. Notice on this chart there's a legend here that shows the red is unencrypted, the green is encrypted, and then they break down the green as to what percentage of each type of encryption algorithm. So around 2005, 2006, the unencrypted started dropping below the encrypted, and then slowly we started increasing the number of encrypted networks. So if you fast forward all the way to today, you can see that 77% of the networks are encrypted, 18% are unknown, only 3% are unencrypted roughly. And about of that, 67% are running WPA2. There are a few networks still out there with WEP and WPA. And so how do you find out, or how do you submit to this information? So not only does this have wireless access points, it has Bluetooth devices, it has cell towers. They also have an app on Android. Sadly, no iOS app. But if you want to, you can do an advanced search. If you log in with an account, you have to first register a new time to get an account from them. They do track some information. You can upload data to the site from different types of wireless tools like Insider, Kismet, but you have to have a particular type of upload and make sure it's in the appropriate format for them. So there's different types of network stumbling tools or network reconnaissance tools depending on
what your version you're trying to capture. So if you want to look at, this is their Android app, you can go to their, this is kind of an example of what you would see as you're driving around or walking around with a special type of antenna. You can actually capture traffic with their app and then upload it to improve the information. So the tools, if you want to download the tools, you can download different maps for Google Earth and different to overlay that with the actual wireless SSID locations. There are some other tools written in Python that will do some other things as well. You can also use their API if you're a developer and you want to utilize their API. They have a JSON RESTful API to be able to add functionality as well. So now let's, there's lots of different reconnaissance tools. There's Wi-Fi analyzers, there's smartphone apps, there's many, many different options, and we'll get into some of those here momentarily. So bottom line, from respect to the cryptographic protocols of wireless, WPA was an interim replacement for WEP. It's been deprecated. WPA2 is the current standard, although there are WPA3 networks that are popping up. And then, of course, TKIP, Temporal Key Integrity Protocol, is an older encryption protocol used with WPA. And then we have CCMP, which is based on AES. So it's the recommended solution to be used with WPA2. So how do we secure wireless networks? Don't use WEP. Use WPA2, or if you do use WPA, use it with AES. If you have an older router that doesn't support WPA2, might be time for an upgrade. So let's talk about some of the other wireless terms to understand and important information that will help you understand wireless networking other than just 802.11 wireless fidelity. So we have GSM, which is the Global System for Mobile Communication. We have DSSS, Direct Sequence Spread Spectrum. So the original data signal gets multiplied by some pseudo-random noise spreading codes. Then we have the frequency hop spread spectrum. This is essentially a method of transmitting radio signals and rapidly switching the carrier among them. We have the term of BSSID, or the Basic Service Set Identifier, which is the MAC address of the wireless access point. So if you see the BSSID, that is the MAC address. The bandwidth is actually just the range of frequencies that the wireless signal is traversing. And then we have OFDM, orthogonal frequency division multiplexing. This is a method of encoding carrier frequency signals. OFDM is a method of digital signal modulation. You take a single data stream and split it across several narrow band channels at different frequencies. So the original data stream is in bits. They'll be sent essentially in parallel instead of being sent in serial. So the benefit of this is to improve transmission of technology, to get cleaner transmission. In the early days, OFDM was conceived in the 1960s and 1970s with the goal of minimizing the interference amongst the different channels. So it's used not only in Wi-Fi, it's also used in 4G LTE communications, as well as even TV broadcasting services. So direct sequence spread spectrum, this is a spread spectrum modulation technique, again, to try and reduce overall signal interference. So the signal gets made wider than the actual information bandwidth. So how does the signal get transmitted? The sequence is already known by the receiver, so the transmitter and the receiver can get the same information, and then the receiver can do the opposite process to reconstruct the received signal.
So frequency hop spread spectrum and direct sequence spread spectrum are often used in CDMA, code division multiple access, which is a common time sharing technique amongst multiple cellular providers. So with DSSS and CDMA, a single frequency is used, and frequency reuse is not allowed. So the sender has to wait if the medium is busy, and the power strength is much lower on DSSS versus frequency hop spread spectrum. The advantage of frequency hop is that it is often cheaper and it is more common. But spread spectrum eliminates crosstalk. It has better output with integrity. It reduces noise, and it results in longer operational distances of Wi-Fi. So Kali Linux is the main operating system for doing wireless penetration testing, but there are many tools involved, such as AirCrack NG. AirCrack is the main tool for exploiting wireless vulnerabilities in Linux. There are different attacks like WEP, WPA, WPA2. AirCrack can be installed on other Linux distributions. But as we're focusing on Kali here, this is what we will focus on. We'll briefly just touch on their AirCrack NG website. So this is the complete set of tools that not only has monitoring, attacking, cracking WEP, pre-shared keys, and they have robust instructions if you want to get started either through a Linux distribution. One of the key things to make sure is if your wireless chipset is compatible with these tools. Some chipsets are not, so you can go look at the AirCrack website to see if your chipset is actually compatible. And you'll have to look at your information. Certain Linux distributions will have the list of drivers. There's, of course, usually it's going to be some type of Atheros chipset or Atheros-based cards or something like that. You can run the command from within Kali Linux. We'll go ahead and go in here. So let's go into the home directory. And if you want to check and see if your wireless chipset is supported, you can get that information from the ls usb-vv command, and you can see what information you have returned. I just scroll up because so in my case, mine is a RA Link Technology RT2870 wireless adapter. It's a 802.11n wireless LAN. Gives us a little bit more information about the adapter, the vendor, the max packet size. So once you get this information, you can also look at the FCC ID as well, and you have to determine what driver you have. So in my case, mine is actually an Alpha brand wireless adapter, and they're generally available on many different sites like Amazon. You can get them for not too much. We can do the LSPCI command -VV, and we can see some other information about what modules we have. So one important thing to notice that in many cases, internal wireless adapters will just not work with Kali Linux and wireless pen testing. It's not because the adapter is not supported. It might be or it might not be. It's because most wireless chipsets do not support packet injection, or the things that we need to be able to do a wireless attack. So these are some of the information. This is how WEP networking works. So we can see we have a key store combined with the WEP key and an initialization vector that gets fed into the RC4 cipher to create a key stream. That gets XORed with some data and gets spit out into the ciphertext. So you have a WEP encrypted packet. There's some cyclic redundancy check or a checksum done for integrity checking, but that's the basic flow of the WEP networking. So cracking a WEP network, the tools you'll need are Wireshark, the AirPlay NG, AeroDump NG, and Cane Enable, all which come with Kali Linux. So this is the basic process. We start the wireless card in monitor mode. We test the injection capability. We use AirPlay NG to fake the authentication process. And we start collecting initialization vectors. So we can use the Wi-Fi encryption tool to replay packets, and then we run the crack tool to extract the encryption key. This is not very difficult, and the tools are preloaded with Kali Linux. So let's go ahead and go over to our Kali box. Let's go over to our Kali box. There's some basic commands we'll have to get through. Besides, once we've figured out that our hardware is compatible and our wireless adapter is compatible, we have to look at our networking. So you want to make sure that your wireless device is actually configured. I've already put my wireless card into monitor mode. I have an Alpha Network 802.11bgn long-range adapter. It's model number AWUS036NH. So I'm going to go ahead and look at my wireless config with the iwconfig command. We can see that mine is in monitor mode, and my frequency is 2.412 gigahertz with a power level of 20 dBm. If I want to look at the man pages for configuring, iwconfig is similar to ifconfig, but it's dedicated to the wireless interface. So you can change the network ID, you can change the frequency, the channel, you can even change the mode if you want to change it to an ad hoc network. You can change the bit rate depending on whether the card supports it or not. If you have multiple transmit powers supported cards, you can change that as well. So let's go ahead and clear the screen. And so if I were going to put my wireless card into monitor mode, I would type the airmon-ng command and then start WLAN 0. And it's already started. So if I just run the command without any arguments, we'll see that I already have my wireless card in monitor mode. So I'm already ready to start doing capturing. I can also change my MAC address. There's a tool called MAC Changer for doing that. If it is not installed in your Linux box, you can do an apt-get install MAC Changer. If I want to change the MAC address for my network interface, set it to be something random, some random vendor, so to further anonymize the activities. Of course, I should say that you should not hack wireless networks that you're not authorized to. If you don't have permission, that is a crime, and these techniques should not be used to perform nefarious activities. So if you do want to change the MAC address, you have to first bring the interface down and then bring it back up. You can do that with the ifconfig command. ifconfig, and then because it's its own interface, wireless LAN 0 mon down, and we brought the interface down. Now we'll bring it back up with ifconfig wireless LAN 0 mon up. And it takes a second, and there we can see that it's now back up, and we can verify that with iwconfig. Let's go ahead and clear the screen. So we can start dumping out the wireless SSIDs, or the BSSID I should say, with the arrow dump -ng command. And we're going to type in wireless LAN 0 mon, and we'll give it a little bit of time, and we should see our BSSIDs populate here momentarily. Now let's look at how does WPA work. So WPA, Wi-Fi Protected Access, sends a temporal encryption key with an initialization vector, and there's some mixing and some different cipher process, and eventually you can see here you get out your ciphertext. So to crack WPA, you have to, because it uses a per key encryption, a per packet encryption key, they can be cracked using a dictionary attack. So to crack WPA, you have to stay near the access point to start capturing packets for a small amount of time, which is enough to capture the WPA authentication handshake. And you send a deauthentication attack to essentially disconnect the client and reconnect the client back to the network, so we can try to authenticate and capture the traffic again. So once we get that authentication packet, we can then use aircrack to brute force the keys. So how does WEP stack up against WPA and WPA2? So WEP uses the RC4 cipher, whereas WPA uses the RC4 cipher with some more functionality like a .1x and EAP. WPA2 also uses 802.1x with EAP and has a automatic key distribution, whereas WEP must be done manually, and there's no there's reuse of initialization vectors, which can also cause problems. Now let's talk about some of the different wireless attack types. There is the rogue access point, which we'll get into, the evil twin attack, which is just another type of rogue access point. We'll look at client misassociation attacks, and we'll look at MAC address spoofing. So the rogue access point is very similar. You place your rogue access point near a genuine access point, and then you essentially try to get people to connect to it. So the rogue access point could be set to another, a different SSID than the regular SSID of the organization, the coffee shop, the airport. So essentially the hacker will disable the legitimate access point, or potentially just blast out the signal with enough power that it drowns out the legitimate access point signal. There are jamming devices which can be purchased for not too much money to help make this happen. Essentially the goal is to get legitimate users to connect to the rogue access point, or the evil twin. Now, the evil twin access point is designed to look very much like the real access point to the victim. The victim will see something like a Starbucks coffee house or something along those lines to be able to and try to connect to it. So it could be free public Wi-Fi, it could be airport Wi-Fi, and so on and so forth. Now let's talk about some of the client misassociation attacks. So essentially what happens is an attacker will set up a rogue access point near the target company so that legitimate corporate users try to connect to it. Because corporate employees may or may not have training, they will just open up their Wi-Fi and connect to it, and now that attacker can essentially see everything that they're doing. So let's talk about some of the different ways in which attackers can perform these types of attacks. So in normal operation, we have ARP, we have Address Resolution Protocol, and we have MAC addresses, and a switch has to learn what systems are connected to what port. So a switch uses a MAC address table to record the MAC addresses and the ports of hosts that the PC wants to send a frame to. So PC 1 wants to send a frame to PC number 2. So the MAC address, which is ABCDEF00-0002, in the destination frame to send to the switch. So the switch, when it receives the frame, it looks at its MAC address table and finds out that the destination should be at port FA02. So the switch then sends the frame to that port. So for a network spoofing attack or a MAC spoofing attack, an attacker will put the second PC's MAC address as the source address of the frame and send it to the switch. So the switch thinks that 002 is at port number 3, and it will update its MAC address table accordingly. So now when PC1 wants to send information to PC frame 2, according to the MAC address table, the switch will send all the frames to the attacker instead of its intended recipient. So that's basically how a MAC spoofing attack works. There are other tools like MAC flooding, which can be done on the network or the ARP layer, but they're not really done specifically for wireless networking. So let's look at some of the different tools. We have AirCrack, which is the monitoring, attacking, testing, and cracking tool. We have Kismet, which is used for 802.11 sniffing, packet capture logging. It is a client-server modular architecture. The Wi-Fi Pumpkin, which has since been deprecated and is no longer being updated, but it is still available as a Wi-Fi access point. If you have a Raspberry Pi, you can use this to create the Wi-Fi Pumpkin for not too much money and make a rogue wireless access point yourself. Then we have Fern Wi-Fi Cracker, which is used to crack many different types of wireless networks. And of course, as part of the wireless cracking process, we need to have a password cracking tool. So once we sniff the wireless passwords, then we can use the various password cracking techniques, of which Kali Linux has many. So this is AirCrack NG. This is the WEP pre-shared key cracker. Once you recover enough WEP keys or WPA2, it can do different methods to essentially recover the key. So you can load in capture files, you can load in initialization vector files, or even hashcat files, which is another password cracking tool. Its main focus is on the different ways of security monitoring, replay attacks. It can also check versions of Wi-Fi, cards. All the tools are at the command line, which allows for heavy scripting. A lot of the different GUIs have taken advantage of this. Primarily, AirCrack works on Linux, but it also works on OS X and FreeBSD systems as well. Then we have Kismet. Kismet is a wireless network and device detector, sniffer, war driving tool, and also a wireless intrusion detection framework. Kismet works with Wi-Fi interfaces, Bluetooth interfaces, some software-defined radio, and other specialized capture hardware. It works on Linux, OS X, and somewhat on Windows 10 on the Windows subsystem for Linux framework. Linux, it'll work with most Wi-Fi cards, Bluetooth interfaces, and hardware devices. So as of April 2020 is the latest version. And you can read more about this at their website. Then we have Fern Wi-Fi Cracker. Fern is for wireless security auditing and is an attack and software program written in Python. It can crack WEP, WPA, WPS keys, and run other attacks on wireless networks. It uses the Python Qt GUI library. It can crack and recover WEP, WPA, or WPS keys and run other network-based attacks on wireless or Ethernet networks. It can do web cracking with fragmentation, the chop chop attack, ARP replay, or WPS attacks. It can also do dictionary attacks and man-in-the-middle and brute force attacks. So let's go over to our Kali box. And we can look at the various wireless tools under the number 6 heading, the wireless attack setting, and we can click on it and we'll see the different wireless tools, Fern Wi-Fi Cracker, Kismet. Let's go ahead and launch Fern, and we have to put in a password because Kali Linux is not run as root anymore in the latest update, so it'll take a moment for it to launch. Notice when it pops up, there is a professional version of Fern Wi-Fi Cracker. We're going to say no. We're going to select an interface card, and we're going to go ahead and scan for access points. We can see that we have the latest update. Notice it has some fairly robust tutorials. See if I can zoom out a little bit just to make this a little bit easier. So to access settings, you can double click anywhere on the main window. Notice that you pick what channel you want to pick what channel you want to scan for. So we're just going to say all channels, and we're going to go ahead and scan for access points. It says it's initializing, and it will come back with some wireless access points. Notice it also tells us what version of AirCrack we have installed, as well as what version of Python. And it says it's currently active. There are some other tools here like cookie hijacking, geolocation tracking. So that's a similar display you would see to Fern for Fern Wi-Fi Cracker. As you detect different networks, and it'll add the keys to the database over time. So let's look at the Wi-Fi Pumpkin. It requires at least Python 2.7. Once you clone the repository, you can run the installer, or you can download the Debian package directly, and you'll get the GUI like so. There are also some Bluetooth hacking tools, and Blue Snarfing is the unauthorized access of information from a wireless device through Bluetooth, often through phones, laptops, PDAs. This allows you to get things like calendars, contact lists, emails, text messages on some phones. You can even copy pictures and private videos. Blue bugging is a form of Bluetooth attack often caused by a lack of security awareness. This was developed after the onset of bluejacking and blue snarfing. Similar to blue snarfing, blue bugging accesses and uses all phone features, but is limited by the transmitter power of Bluetooth radios, normally at about 10 to 15 meters. BlueLog is a Linux Bluetooth scanner which is designed for more site surveys. There are even blue honeypots, Bluetooth honeypots written in Java. And there are other devices like Blue Maho that can be used for testing Bluetooth with known vulnerabilities. There was a Bluetooth vulnerability recently called Blueborn, which required all Bluetooth devices to update. the latest and greatest version. Usually Bluetooth will result in an exploit with the OBEX protocol, which is the Bluetooth protocol. So we talked about a lot of different things here in the wireless section. So Wi-Fi wireless fidelity refers to 802.11 IEEE standards. We talked about war driving. We looked at driving around with a Wi-Fi enabled laptop. We looked at wiggle. We looked at war chalking, drawing symbols in public places to advertise open Wi-Fi, which is largely gone by the wayside or disappeared altogether. We talked about war flying, using drones to detect open Wi-Fi networks. We also looked at the different types of wireless encryption, extensible authentication protocol. We looked at Radius, the AAA protocols. We looked at WEP, wired equivalent privacy. We looked at WPA, Wi-Fi protected access. We looked at WPA2, the Wi-Fi protected access version 2. We talked about some of the encryption protocols, temporal key integrity protocol, which goes along with CCMP. We talked about, remember that CCMP is an improved version of security for WPA2 and does work thanks to the advanced encryption standard. We talked about the differences of personal versus enterprise versions of wireless. We talked about different wireless attacks, rogue access points. We talked about evil twin attacks. We looked at client misassociation attacks and even MAC spoofing. Now let's do some practice questions. IEEE 802.11 defines basic service set as the building block of wireless what? A. LAN. B. WAN protocol. C. MAN. Or D. All the above. Answer is A. LAN. So the BSS ID, or the basic service set, is the building block for wireless LANs. What is wired equivalent privacy, or WEP? A security algorithm for Ethernet, security algorithm for wireless networks, security algorithm for USB connections, or D, none of the above. Answer is B, wireless networks. WEP is wired equivalent privacy, which was designed to provide a similar level of security to wired networks. Of course, that did not turn out to be the case, thanks to many of the tools we looked at in Kali Linux. Question 3. An attacker drives around a neighborhood with a car and a laptop looking for free Wi-Fi and uses them to attack servers. What is this called? A. Wi-Fi gaming. B. War driving. C. Wi-Fi driving. Or D. War chalking. The answer is B. War driving. So if you have a Wi-Fi enabled laptop or smartphone or even a Wi-Fi pineapple, you can perform war driving. Question 4. What is WPA? A. Wi-Fi protected access. B. Wired protected access. C. Wired process access. Or D. Wi-Fi process access. Answer is A. Wi-Fi protected access. Number 5. What is the term used to describe the ability for networking devices from different manufacturers to communicate effectively? Answer is A. Interoperable. B. Accessible. C. Portable. Or D. Scalable. The answer is A. Interoperable, or interoperability. This is the ability for network devices from different manufacturers to communicate. One of the key things with wireless is to make sure that your chipset is capable of performing various injection and capturing. These are some of the different acronyms we talked about. We talked about Wi-Fi, GSM, WEP, WPA, WPA2. You might see Bluetooth abbreviated BT. The OBEX, which is the Bluetooth protocol. We talked about wireless access points and the different types of networks. We talked about WPS, TKIP. And in summary, you should now have a better understanding of wireless networking, the types of wireless networking terminologies, the different bands of wireless networks, wireless encryption types, as well as wireless attacks and countermeasures. So I appreciate your attention in this module. I hope you learned a lot. There's a lot to wireless networking, especially with Kali Linux and all the different tools. And just a disclaimer to use these tools responsibly, not to attack wireless networks you do not have permission. And we'll see you in the next module.
Hello and welcome back to our official Certcop series. This is the forensics using Kali Linux section. We're going to talk about mobile device forensics. We're going to get into why forensics are important and a lot of the tools that Kali comes built with are for forensics, although they can be used for other things as well. There are many command line tools available to us, and we'll get into all that. And this is our outline, or our table of contents. So many of the tutorials on Android forensics are kind of dated, so just because the tool is here today, it may be gone tomorrow. So just be aware of that. It's not that there's anything wrong with that, but sometimes the tools don't get updated, and there are several commercial industry standard tools, but those are not the subject of the discussion today. So why for mobile forensics? Well, mobile devices in criminal investigations and similar activities has been present for many years. The forensic method and study of mobile devices is relatively new, dates back to the early 2000s. But many of the same ideas that police and law enforcement use to find information out on people that would be doing nefarious activities can be gleaned from mobile devices. So we're going to talk about some of the different things, the data points and information you can get from mobile devices and how to extract that. This is our chapter flow. Keep in mind this is a generic chapter flow. There will be a few more things here than just this, but we will talk about the Android debug bridge. We will look at a few other tools like Autopsy and iOS Analyzer. We'll look at Android Studio. We'll look at the DD tool. So let's talk about a few things now. What kind of information can you get from a mobile device? That's important to understand before you get into forensics in general. So you can get not only subscriber information, you can get IMEI numbers, which is the International Mobile Equipment Identifier. That number can essentially allow you to access many other things. It allows you to uniquely identify that device on the network. Many times you have to give your cell phone provider an IMEI number. For example, on Samsung phones, you can get the IMEI number by typing *#06#. So what else can you get? You can get date, time information. You can get into settings. You can mess with the person's files, their phone book, their contact information, their calendar, see where they might be going. Try and build a profile of, if you're doing a forensic acquisition of this, then you're going to be trying to recreate who might have gained access to the device. And mobile operating systems are becoming more complex and being more and more advanced and like computers, and they're largely, in many cases, replacing traditional computing systems. We now have Chromebooks that run Android apps. We have even the ability to hook an Android phone into a docking station and have it essentially function like a computer. A computer also has incoming and outgoing text messages, call logs, missed calls, email, your photos, your
Facebook, your Google Photos, your iCloud, any recordings you might have made, of course, multimedia messages, instant messaging, web browsing activities, location information, where you went. Also, geolocation data. When you take pictures with your phone, unless you explicitly turn it off, it tags your location. So phones can be a treasure trove of information. Mobile devices tend to require specialized tools to extract the data, although Kali Linux does have a lot of those tools for working with mobile devices. There are many other specialized tools in the market which can be utilized as well. So let's talk briefly about a case study where mobile devices were one of the major focuses. For those that have not been following the news recently, here we have a technical report from the Dark Carousel campaign, one of the larger cyber espionage campaigns to date. And this report contains details on more than 90 indicators of compromise, including 11 different Android malwares, 26 desktop malwares across Windows, Mac, Linux, as well as domain-based indicators of compromise. Also some social engineering and many other things. So we'll just briefly look at this cyber espionage at a global scale report and some of the key findings. And you can scroll down and you can see some of the different data that was obtained, not only on domains, email addresses, but look at the exfiltrated data, the call information, SMS information, call records, contacts, installed applications, corporate information, messaging apps, WhatsApp, Telegram, Skype. So not only were they able to hide their evidence, over almost 60% of the 81 gigabytes of data that they extracted came from mobile devices. That's an astonishing amount of data. And if you look at the countries that this occurred in, so it's important to understand that mobile device forensics is here to stay, and it's going to be here for a very, very long time. So let's talk about digital forensics in the terms of Kali Linux. Kali Linux provides a live forensic mode, so you can boot into essentially a live operating system. This was introduced around the time when Kali had just evolved out of Backtrack Linux. Kali Linux is widely available. Many users already can download Kali or have bootable thumb drives, so forensics is just one component of Kali Linux. And it's easy to make Kali Linux a popular tool for forensics as well. If you don't have any other commercial tools, it's a great option to start with. So let's talk about the Android debug bridge, but before we do that, we need to understand what it is. Well, why we're starting with Android? Because of the open nature of Android. Android is a very versatile platform, and that it's designed to be more open. It's easier to root, to gain administrative access to the so definitely spend some time with the forensics section. It's definitely worth your time, and it's a big part of becoming a certified pen tester, because if you can't pick up what actually occurred, then it's a very difficult road to hoe. So once you make a copy and you copy your drive, then you're going to want to look for making a copy. Of course, there are tools, forensic duplicators, things you can buy that will make your job a little bit easier. But Kali Linux has a lot of tools built in with it. A lot of command line tools, some of the GUI tools. So in summary, we talked about Kali Linux live distro, or the virtual distro, makes it quick and easy to put Kali right on the job. It has a lot of the most popular forensic tools. We looked at the Android debug bridge.
and being able to communicate with the device. We looked at the different ways you can push and pull things from the device, how you can install applications. You get a very robust Unix shell with which you can run commands. When you start the client, it checks if there's a server that's already running. If there's not, it starts the server process. The iPhone analyzer allows you to forensically examine or recover data from the iOS device without modifying it. We also looked at the DD tool and the DCF LDD tool. So now let's do some practice questions. What are the components of ADB? A client, a daemon, a server. A client, a server, and a firewall. A client, a firewall, and a daemon. Or a daemon, a server, and a firewall. Correct answer is a client, a daemon, and a server. Number 2, what local port does the ADB or the Android debug bridge server bind to? Is it A, 50/50, B, 80, C, 443, or D, 50/37? The answer is D, 50/37. Number 3, what is the ADB command to list the devices attached? ADB, ADB devices-L, C, ADB dev, or D, ADB-H? Answer is B, ADB devices-L. Let's look at number 4. What is the command to install an APK file on the device attached? ADB kill APK, ADB-L APK, ADB install APK, or ADB APK? Answer is C, ADB install APK. So number 5, what is the command that's used for backing up of an Android device? Is it A, ADB backup APK -shared -all -f, B, ADB backup and then the file name, C, ADB backup, or D, none of the above? The answer is A. So let's talk briefly about forensics. Because forensics and mobile devices are linked, and because of the open nature of Android, it's easier to work with forensic tools in Android, although there are some tools that work for both Android and iOS. And these are some of the different summary of what we talked about. So we talked about different forensics tools. We talked about the Android debug bridge. There's some of the tools, the DD command. We looked at how to image a disk. These are some of the different acronyms we looked at. And I want to briefly show a couple of other tools that are out there before we conclude this module. So there's a couple of tools from a company called Now Secure. One of these is called FRIDA, F-R-I-D-A. It's a dynamic instrumentation toolkit for developers, reverse engineers, and security researchers. You can actually install it in Kali. It's pretty easy to do. You just do pip. Well, you have to be root. Pip install FRIDA -tools. And it's important to have some kind of a reverse engineering toolkit at your disposal. There's a lot out there, especially with forensics. If you're potentially get a piece of malware or something you need to analyze, it'll be important that you understand how to work with that. So FRIDA takes a little bit of time to install, but the nice thing about it is that it is a very robust toolkit. It's scriptable. It works on multiple operating systems. It's completely free software, and it allows for deep analysis of mobile apps at scale. So once it's installed, so you can load in files, you can load in scripts, you can connect to USB devices, connect to remote servers. It's very, very powerful, and we'll probably look at this tool in future iterations. There's one other tool called RAID Array, and it's not necessarily installed by Kali by default. It's a portable reversing framework that can disassemble for many different platforms. If you want to, they've changed the name to Archon. If you want to run it on Linux, you can. You can also try it in the cloud. You'll have to do it via source code. You have to compile it. There's the different builds for whether you're building from source or whether you're building on Android. So you'll just clone the GitHub repository for this tool. And we'll clone it. And that'll take a little while. Once you're done, then you'll run the installer script, and then you'll have a portable reverse engineering framework at your disposal. It has many different bindings. There's even a version that combines FRIDA with it. So I hope you enjoyed this series. Appreciate your time, and we'll see you guys in the next course. Thank you.